Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast.
3, 2,
Killah Priest podcast. Here we go. Starting it off real slow. You know, I like to walk things down real slow. It's that time. We missed y'all yesterday. We are back up in the building. The rocket ship is about to launch off, and we're about to go in. It's about to be something very, very serious today. I can feel it in the air. Phil Collins. That's Phil Collins that made that song? Feel it in the air? Yeah, he said he's feeling it in the air. Phil Collins, where are you? Because I feel it right now. It's about to blast off. It's about to blast off. About to feel it in the air. Welcome to another episode of Killah Priest Podcast. Today is a very special day because we usually don't do it on a Thursday, but now we're on a Thor day, the day of Thor, and we are blasting off on the day of Thor. I am your host, Killah Priest, Iron Sheik, Middle East. I'm almost there, so prepare, I say peace. And running the rocket is none other than A Dizzle.
What's good? Welcome back. It's going to be a good show. Let's go.
Yo, we got a full house tonight. We got a full room tonight. By my right is who?
Kemetology, the great.
Kemetology. Long time y'all haven't seen him in a minute. You know, the Nugs.
Divine truth,
There
indeed.
you go.
I'm here.
There you go. You in the building. You in the building.
Indeed.
Far right.
Yeah, Rasulullah 7 from the lost children of Babylon. Here we are.
Yo, we are back in the building.
Loaded chambers.
Loaded chambers. House of Flying Daggers. Ralph said peace to the podcraft. I want to say peace to you, and I want to say shout out to the moderator. Coach Kendaka is in the building. She is doing it right.
Peace.
Shout out to Mad Villain said, "What up, Divine?" He just said your name right there.
Peace. What's good?
Shout out to my man Voltage in the building. He might be, I think he's gonna come on board as a moderator also. Been saying it for a long time, and he's been part of the family for a minute. He's been supplying us with all type of mega beats that's off the hook. Plus, he's a very knowledgeable brother, a brother that's wide awake. His mind is on point, and you know how that go. Everybody that's on point can come down and get on the craft and have a part of the knobs. You know what I mean? The control buttons and stuff like that. All right, Heavy Flow says he got lightning in the building. He got a lightning hammer. What's that, lightning hammer?
That's the Thor.
That's the Thor hammer.
Oh, we're Thursday.
You got your hammer too.
Yeah. That's right. Thursday. Yeah, I see the subliminal messages right there because it's Thor. He had a cloud. You know what I mean?
What was the name of it? He had the hammer had a name too. I forget the name.
The hammer or Thor?
No, the hammer had a name too. What was it called?
I don't know.
It was called the mirror thing or something.
Yeah.
Had a strange name.
Yeah, I don't know that one. Yeah, try to dig that up. Man, shout out to that brother and me reading his glyphs. We got cats that's coming on today that can read glyphs, that can see the pictures and understand them, decipher. AD, you know how to decipher any glyphs?
No, not yet. But the hammer is called Mjolnir. I can barely decipher this hammer name.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's the same hammer I got?
Yeah.
All right.
Mjolnir. But yeah, you break it out. Where's it at?
It's right here. Keep it on me. Boom. Order in the craft.
Order in the craft.
No doubt. Somebody asked Tootie will not be here tonight. Today is the Thursday. Yeah. I think that brother's probably working or doing something. I mean, you know, teaching someone.
Told you like to come on the moon
magic
day.
Yeah, the magic. Yep, on the moon day.
On the moon day. Think I ain't peeped him out. I'm peeping him out.
Yeah.
Come on the moon day. So we try to work his magic.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Well, what would you say? He tried to do a little something with you?
Nah, that's what he do. He come on Monday. Because that's the moon day.
Yeah.
And it's when magic is real powerful at nighttime.
Oh, so he got a little plan.
Got a plan.
Oh, all right. Shout out to Hootie. We see you out there. We peeped your game. You said you come on a Monday, on the moon day, the day of the moon, and you do your magic up here.
Yeah.
Because when he came on here one time, the system never went down like that. Right? When Sophia was on here?
Yeah.
And then he came in the last time, Homegirl was on. What's one girl name? The one who talking in there.
Who's that?
Nipsey Hussle. She said.
Oh, yeah. Alexis.
Yeah, Alexis. Yeah,
Alexis. Yeah, I can't forget her.
Shout out to Alexis, man. But she cheating on him now because Young Dolph.
Oh, yeah. She gone now.
Young Dolph, she up there.
Man.
Yeah, man.
She
there's a
on
lot
to
of
the
people out
next.
there. Yeah, on to the next.
Snap.
No doubt, no doubt. That's the supernatural world.
Yeah.
You can bring it back down, AD, before because I like to walk this down real slow. Who's that? Fela or Fila? Fela B. Shout out to him. That's not Flea, right? Nah,
I don't think so.
I just had to throw that in there. Little plug. Shout out to Flea. He's in Australia. This brother's in Australia too. He said, "One love from Melbourne, Australia. Families make movements. Health first. Great show. Respect to all there. Come in the building. It's going to be building tonight. It's going to be a little. I don't know if it's going to be disagreements, but I like it. It's cool because now we get to educate ourselves and raise our consciousness. Shout out to the tall guard, God Allah in the building. He know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Tall Heru.
That's right.
He in the building. But this brother studied the glyphs. Well
Well-versed. Well-versed.
dope. And on top of that, he's a dope MC.
Oh, yeah.
Dope MC. Legendary crew.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Word.
Souls of Mischief, hieroglyphics crew.
Yeah, exactly. Souls of Mischief, hieroglyphics. And now I'm going to ask him that. I'm wait for that to come on and ask him that question. Shout out to Danny. We know you, Danny. Come on, man. Not my day-to-day priest. Can you play 1 minute of God's Time by KP when you get the chance? Y'all do keep a soul going. No doubt, bro. I mean, man. Yo, you know, I was talking about days, and y'all can come in and build on this too, add on. I was talking about some days you go through things because every day ain't good. And sometimes we just got to allow bad days to come just to get through them. But it strengthens you in some way.
Yeah.
You can't expect every day to be rosy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You can't expect to always have a good day. If your days are perfect every day, that's not really being human. I think when you struggle, it gives you a better character.
Rain makes you appreciate the sun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Going through a winter, it makes you appreciate spring. You understand?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's perfect. That was live.
People and the weather are connected.
That's fire.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Today, yo, it's like out here in California, it's like a gloomy day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And a lot of times, man, you know what I'm saying, us as humans, we always forget that we connected. We think for some reason that we're disconnected from the verse.
Right.
But how can you be disconnected from the verse when you are a part of it? So if it's a gloomy day, 9 times out of 10, your energy might be gloomy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we move and change with the seasons.
That's right.
Because we all a part of them.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Heavy Flow said gratitude.
Gratitude.
It's a beautiful word. Toasty said full moon tonight. Hey, AD, where you at, bro?
I'm right here.
You know, you supposed to be off on that. You are astrologist.
What you want me to do? Interrupt everybody and say full moon?
No, I thought
Hell yeah, to be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly. At the top of the chart. You know what I'm saying? We got a full moon. You usually are on that, but you
Yeah.
probably knew it.
I knew it, but it's like, you know, if we talk about it, we could talk about it.
Yeah, indeed. Is it because does the moon change our attitudes and our personality?
It projects an energy that'll affect everybody differently. So,
Well, what's up with the wolf then? The howling at the moon.
oh, they feel it too. Yeah, so they'll.
So what's the
howl at the moon.
symbolic of the werewolf?
Yeah, well, that means one symbology
Talk
could
to
be
me.
that your emotions will come out when the moon's out. The moon's your emotions, right? So when it's full, you might be acting more of your moon sign. So you might be a little bit more Aquarius because your moon's in Aquarius when the moon comes out. Or someone might be more emotional in general. So if you look at the police notice that there's more activity and things going down on a full moon.
Right.
That's just a statistic, and that could be because there's more emotions happening. There's more fights happening. Working in the nightclub industry, there's more people drinking. A lot of people are getting faded. Some people are doing other things, but I just noticed that pattern. That's what got me into astrology in the first place, was noticing patterns, patterns in people, patterns in behavior.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's just funny. You'll notice that new moons and full moons kind of have the same kind of effect. Something's going on. That's all I'm saying. I can't break it down. I can theorize what may be happening, but there's definitely some kind of energy shift during these new moons and full moons. That's all I can say.
Well, John D says, thanks you, John D, for your for that donation. He says, just wanted to thank you for the mantra. Your music is psychedelic in every sense of the word. Consciousness expanding, peace. Man, thank you for that. Thank you for that, man. I mean, it's because of y'all. It's because I'm a part of your imagination. We all of a nation, but I'm a part of what y'all want, and I'm here because of y'all. And if it wasn't for the fans, I don't care what artist, you know what I mean, who it is. If y'all turn y'all back on me, that's that wicked witch when the house fell on her. No, we never build on that. Well, that wicked witch of the East, she didn't even get nothing off. The house just fell on her from the get-go.
It's cold magic too, yo.
Yeah.
And that was her karma.
That was a karma, huh?
That was her karma, man.
Wicked Witch of the East. They should do a new, like a story about the Wicked Witch of the East in the Oz epics. You know what I mean?
Redo it, huh?
Yeah, but tell it from the Wicked Witch of the East. What was going on? Because what happened to her? She didn't say one word. The house fell on her, and she didn't get nothing. All she had was some ill shoes. No one could touch him. Right. But Dorothy slid him off.
Like a prequel. Like what happens before the house fall on her.
Yeah, exactly. Yup.
What made us so wicked?
Yeah,
You know
exactly. There you go, y'all. Life in Oz. Life in Oz.
Hey, do you know what the Mexicans said when the house fell on top of them?
What?
Get off me, Holmes.
What was that supposed to mean? What that supposed to mean?
I can say that because I'm half Mexican.
I mean, get off me, Holmes. Oh, okay. All right. Well,
It felt appropriate.
All right.
Yeah,
all right.
That was good. Oh, thanks, Marcus. Marcus Jones said, "Killah, appreciate. Is you losing weight? I is. Yes, I is. Yeah, I've been on the bike. I've been in a couple of gyms. What was it? Gym Steakhouse? No, a couple of gyms. And we just trying to do our thing, man. Oh, Jody Southworth is in the building. All right. I'm going to say a couple more. Shin Warrior Goddess.
Got a couple laughs out of that one.
Uh-huh. Coach told my hi.
Nightcrawler.
Gotcha. Ain't nothing wrong. Nightcrawler in the building?
Yeah.
Shout out to Nightcrawler. That's an ill name. Said on the low carb diet. Not so much. AD, is that good? Carb diet?
I mean, whatever works for you.
But you drink milk and all that type.
Yeah,
type of stuff.
I'm more of a higher carb, high fat, medium protein thing. But that's what works for me right now. Everyone has different, you know what I'm saying? There's no perfect diet for anybody. Yeah. Whatever works for you that you could stick to, that makes you feel good.
Right.
That's AD, you believe in vampires?
No. But if all that talk of vampires is somebody doing what they're not supposed to be doing. That's a glitch in the matrix.
Bloodsuckers.
Yeah. Now some will say,
you don't believe that there's a people out there that wake up only at nighttime?
I mean, yeah, for a graveyard shift. You know what I'm saying?
So you don't believe in those people?
I mean, there's all kinds of people out there, man. There's carnivore people that actually drink blood. In fact, even The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, was drinking lion's blood to prepare for his role for Hercules.
Where was he getting the lion's blood from?
I don't know.
Yeah, like where's
I mean,
that shit
he's
at,
a
Joe?
celebrity.
Well,
I'm sure he was
it's all-
able to get anything he wanted, but
So somebody who said that we got a dome over us.
there's some kind of there's some kind of amino acids in I guess in blood that he might believe in, but it was part of his diet. He
That
ate
was
like
pit bull blood. Somebody told him it was lion.
Maybe you never know. I have no
I believe in
idea.
vampires, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe in vampires.
What?
Energy. There's people that suck your energy.
Nah, people that just
Really bite.
go to sleep. Opposite of us, they the duality of us. That's why I build on duality a lot, because it's like things that's hidden, but really it's in reality. But if you don't understand the science, you won't peep it.
I mean, with sleep. Go
You
ahead.
saying you believe in some people who live a vampire life. You don't believe in actual
Well,
vampires.
that's what makes him a vampire.
But you mean they live forever? Once they bitten, they live forever. You know, vampires say they live. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like they live.
I'm talking about the part where when the schedule you on, right? You wake up in the morning, you go to sleep at nighttime. They on the different schedule than that.
I can see that. I can see people who live vampire
And they've been
like
like
lives.
that their whole
Yeah, I
life.
can see that. I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a
Like
group.
live.
There is a group of people though in the occult world that actually got wear fangs and shit like that and drink blood and shit. There's a
Yeah.
group of occultists that actually really do this shit. Yeah,
Oh, yeah?
walk around with the fangs. Yeah, you can look it up.
My word.
Yeah,
They bite people.
I don't know what they. Maybe who knows? But there's a group of people that actually
Why wear the fangs if you ain't gonna bite?
fangs.
Man?
And they all shop at Hot Topic.
look it up. Though. Look
Hey,
them up.
that's not a hot topic.
Look-
I like
look
that
'em-
spot.
Look them up.
But the bloodsuckers, I believe there's people that suck your energy, drain.
Yeah, I
your
agree with you
energy.
on that
They'll be
as well.
around. As soon as you leave, you feel you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
man, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
They walk off with half of your body, yo.
Yeah.
But I saw that. There's a bunch of dancing weirdos. Shout out to Donkey once again in the building. Thank you for that. He says, peace to the gods, AD. AD, could you bring that down a little bit so I could just, okay. Peace to the gods. AD, have you looked into the lunar waves?
If the lunar wave, if so, what do you think energy vampires are? Oh, yeah, I believe in energy vampires, people that'll drain your energy.
Adrenochrome.
So is adrenochrome. Yeah, that's some scary
Priest was
shit.
just saying that. He was just saying that.
I haven't heard of lunar wave, though. I'll have to look into that. To that term, I haven't heard of lunar wave, but I have heard of energy vampires. You have to watch out for them. Those are just people that'll, like, take away your energy just being around them.
All right.
But yeah, that's it. I'll check that out.
You see, yeah, I see the thumbs up.
Now, somebody gave you a whole workout regimen up there too. They had a
Where?
whole workout. You gotta slide it back down, AD.
I don't know
Let's
if this.
see that.
It's like push-ups. He was
What's that
telling you
you
how many
playing, AD? I
push-ups
don't
to
know.
do. Yeah. see
Okay.
it?
We got some
3
Joe.
meals a day, push-ups, sit-ups twice a week,
All right.
pull-ups twice a week.
Three meals a day.
That's Aurora Borealis.
Oh, no doubt. Let me sing like this, yo, priest. 3 meals, push-up, sit-ups twice a week, pull-ups and twice a week.
Yo, I
Yeah,
found
he was spitting, though. He
I
was
found these. I found them vampires, bruh.
Yeah, I told you these the dancing weirdos.
Call it how it is.
This is how they get down. It's them vampires.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's that future shit, right?
No, no.
Yeah.
Hey,
Make sure we don't get in trouble for that.
Percocet.
hey,
Hey,
them vampires getting down.
hey.
Got a Percocet.
They got good taste in music, at least. Look at her.
Yeah.
Go Linda.
Hey.
Go Linda. Go Linda.
Oh, like something.
Mask on.
She getting down. So is Tyler.
But I'm looking.
Percocet.
Go Tyler.
Miley
Sick
Percocet.
with Tyler. Hey.
Yeah.
Linda and Tyler hold it down right there.
Bring that back. No, it's the person far on the far end. Yeah, it's near the end, but it's the one that was standing way in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like right there. See, like between the one that's going crazy in the back.
Oh yeah.
It's
Hey,
like-
no shirt off.
Still learning. She's still learning.
It's getting tased, yo. All right,
You already bring your mans in?
yeah. All right, so let's get ready to get serious, man. We at the point where it's crazy right now. I don't know what age we in according to last time. Shout out to Priest Isaac, but knowledge is pouring down a lot. So this brother that I'm bringing in, man, is going to be crazy. And tonight we're gonna raise the roof to on a higher level.
Yeah.
And this brother is known for doing that. Like I said, he's a dope MC. But on top of that, I'm gonna call him Mr. Jonathan. Like a ring to
Mr.
it.
Jonathan.
Yeah, Mr. Jonathan, the great casual.
Casual.
Everybody,
From Hyro.
make some noise.
Make some noise for the good brother.
Yeah, we bringing him in right now. Casual.
Noise. Peace.
What up? What up? What up? Y'all hear me good?
Yep.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
What's up with the family?
Peace.
Man.
Peace.
I had to throw my little stuff because I was looking real boring. I was like, hold on, man, spice that thing up real quick. I hope y'all don't mind. You feel me?
Oh man,
Yeah, the Warriors. I see you got them out there.
exactly.
Oh yeah, the Magi Archers. I represent the Magi Archers. I actually got an organization called Magi Archers, where Archers stands for academics. Oh my God, academics, charity, housing, research, all kind of stuff. But right now, I was
Housing and
falling. I'm gonna
research.
keep it a buck. I was falling asleep while y'all was right here talking, bro. So you gotta excuse. No disrespect. I'm saying I was knocked off like this. Though. But the Magi Archers go way back to Nubian.
True indeed.
If y'all don't know that, I mean, I know. I'm pretty sure everyone on the panel know that, but we talking to a wide audience of people.
Indeed.
Oh, you're gonna love this this chat room. We get a lot of compliments on this chat room. This chat room was like scholarly minded. I'm gonna shout out the chat room. This is the craft room. They're split up in two groups: the craftsmen and the Rocketeers. Yeah, exactly. So you're gonna have fun taking us through your mental build today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
sir.
the rocket is yours now. We're gonna give you the wheel.
Oh no, let's chill for a minute, though. I mean, let's. You
wanna
don't want
build,
to
huh?
just
Yeah,
get into this kind of naturally.
Let's take it. Yeah, let's take
Yeah,
a
I wanna, 'cause
conversation. I like that.
I ain't never had this chance to build with the brothers. I'm a supporter and a fan. I watched the show. First of all,
okay.
on the hip hop, you know I'm a fan. You was on my last album.
Yes.
But I'm saying, as far as the show is concerned, I'll be watching y'all build and be like, man, I want to build on that a little bit. Today, I got a few presentations I could go through. My book is Magi, a handbook for the conscious community. I'm starting to snap out of it again, you know what I mean? But the book is Magi, a handbook for the conscious community. If people ain't got it, I got like 30 articles in there on information that we all, you know what I mean, need to really be going over, because I called it a handbook for the conscious community because I felt like so many topics have been addressed, but there's not one place where we can go and source this material. You know what I'm saying? And so I tried to put a lot of it in my book. Right here, we can see my WordPress, where my book is just a collection of my articles I wrote over the past maybe 6 or 7 years when dealing with these subjects in the conscious community. And one thing we would have is you wait 2 years and somebody pop up with the same question again online, talking about something we went over 2 years ago in the community. And that was the reason why I was like, I got to write a book and catalog a lot of these topics, you feel me?
Yeah, that's like.
Yeah.
Well, take us into what is the Magi for the people that don't know, man.
Yeah, the Magi were really the vanguards of Kemet. You know what I'm saying? The Magi were indeed, excuse me, I got this going. I forgot I took off my thing. Hold on. Magi were the vanguards of Kemet, are the, man, all right, let me just say it kind of frankly. You know how we hear about all the greatness of Egypt? And we hear Hollywood taught us about the gold of Egypt. We hear about the religion, but really, in all actuality, it was not even Egyptians who defended the greatness of Egypt. As a matter of fact, it was Nubians from lower in the, I mean, I see here I go again. So I don't want to say sub-Saharan because that's a term we start to learn, that they injected that term to make it seem like it wasn't no black people in
the Upper
Egypt.
Sudan.
Exactly. So we would use some of the traditional names. We would say Ta-Nehisi for being the land that they call Nubia. And we probably know about Ta-Seti and these areas, where the Magi come from an area called Mija inside of Ta-Nehisi, which is all south more of Egypt. When we see the precursors to Egyptian civilization, let me stop this. They all come up out of south. Everything. I heard Garfield talking about Naphtali. Was that Monday?
Yeah.
Some of the culture that actually, the precursors to Kemet, we can see them coming up out of the Green Sahara. When Naphtali civilization go from like 12,000 BC up to about 4,000 BC, and then things die off, and we see those people migrate into the areas of Ta-Nehisi, or what they call Nubia. The root word of Nubia being Nup, which is an ancient Egyptian word for gold. The comes from the Greeks. It means a place. You see what I'm saying? So you say Georgia is the same thing. That's Latin, but you know what I mean. It's still the suffix is Nubia. Really, etymologically means the place of gold. If we want to break that down correctly, Nup is written all over ancient Egyptian. Every place where they're referring to gold is the actual word for gold. And so now we just identified that the magi, who were the vanguards of Kemet, who came from the areas of Nubia, they were the protectors. We could go over that today, but they also were the source of the riches. Because one of the if anybody look up ancient Egyptian gold mines, you'll find there's only one. Yeah, there's only one active gold mine in Egypt, and it's
look up
to the
Egypt
in the eastern desert in like Wadi Hamat.
Pull it up.
Yeah, y'all see that? Pull that up, and everything I say, y'all can pull up anything. I'm gonna go off the top,
okay,
and it's gonna be right on facts.
Right.
And if somebody want to slap some glyphs on the screen and see what we could do, we can toy with that too. Because it's fun. That's fun. You know what I'm saying? We can all be like going around and having a real good learning session.
What am I looking up?
No doubt.
We was looking up how many gold mines in Egypt.
I got one.
Ancient gold mines. Ancient gold mines in Egypt.
What you'll find is they're going to tell you it's only one gold mine in Egypt currently, and the one from past times, it was the eastern desert of Wadi Hamat. But what they would do was go down to Nubia and get the gold from Shamir Nebu. These people called their gold friends. Shamir being like a dignitary, Nebu being gold. But somebody said they got one. What's up, my man? Is that, what's your name again? Mekepera?
Yeah, keep going on your build. Go ahead, keep building on that.
Oh, yeah. And so when we talk about the Magi, we're really talking about a contingency of people who protected Kemet. We're talking about people who helped supply the gold that made Kemet rich. But we are, and at about the 18th dynasty, they come synonymous with the term police, not to vilify the Magi with that term, but they actually were like policy enforcers in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? And so I felt that was a real good, it felt better than me, no disrespect, than to just being like Kemet, because it's too much. People fight with Kemet too much, and they like to be like, that ain't true, and do all this stuff. But when you get to the higher knowledge, you start understanding that all the riches and everything Kemet boasts of anyway comes from its precursors, or the people who helped to set up the civilization, so to speak. And I'm not saying
the people that set
those
the
were
trend,
the only people
the
there.
Trendsetters.
Exactly. The original pillars of the culture, we can find that going down deeper up to now.
We got to get that joint too in the what's the name, Joe? We set the trend.
Man, it's all kind of it's certain glyphs and attestations where we can find them actually like jocking the Nubians. I heard Brother Jabari say that once, but I really looked at that text, and they was talking about the way the Nubians dress with finer linens. And I was like, this is interesting because it's always depicted the other way. But today we could look in the tomb of Hoy, like I often do. And Hoy was the Nubian official to Tutankhamun when Tutankhamun was getting all his gold. When Howard Carter now went and burst into his tomb, all we heard about was all the gold Tutankhamun had. You feel me? And so really, those was Nubian prizes given by Nubians. And so I'm just going to expound it real deep on who the Magi was. But I also want to talk about, El Shaddai, the mother goddess, if I will be allowed to tonight. And
Doors are open.
I like what you said, Joe, about how, you know what I'm saying, they was jocking the Nubian style. It's like, you know, when you go back and I don't know if you've ever dressed like an ancient before, or, you know, went back and put what I would call your original clothes back on. You know, not what we wear, you know what I'm saying, every day to day, right? Well, I had an experience where, you know, I went back, put my Nubian clothes on, and actually went back out there in society. And the response that I got from the queens is something, man, that I can't even describe or give to you just by words. You know what I'm saying? Because when we go back to that original form, right, and go back amongst our people dressed in that original form, right, it does something to our women's DNA where they automatically gravitate back to us and want to put us back where we're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think the curse of Tutankhamun is that it's a real it's them taking our jewels and saying, oh, look what we found, and this is ancient. But then at the same time, for those who got eyes, let them see. So when you see that, you see the greatness of your people, and you be like, hold up, something ain't right. That don't look like, you know what I'm saying? Don't no invaders go to another, people don't dig up their own graves of their own people. You know what I'm saying? So
they call that archaeology. That's tomb robbing and stuff.
That's exactly what it is.
And it started out as such.
Yeah.
If we even look at the key people who started, can't remember his name. I'll sharpen up as we go on. But some of the key, I call them tomb raiders, are the original archaeologists. They wasn't even trying to act like they was saying it out loud, like Indiana Jones, like we looking for treasure. They actually, the reason why we see the Nubian pyramids in ruins is not because they didn't survive time. Vesti, I gotta look this dude up.
He broke into the queen ship.
It was like Ferdinand Vesti. I can't say his name right now, but he just instructed his men to blow the top off the Nubian pyramids. No respect to antiquity, no respect to culture, no respect to even the people whose land he came into to go into these monuments. He just blew the top off of them. And so these are the people historically Europeans call archaeologists. And I'm not putting a bad name on archaeology. It serves us well to know history. But in the earlier days, they cleaned it up a lot. In the earlier days, they was just doing crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Just basically stealing.
Outright stealing.
Yeah, exactly.
Taking technology from other civilizations and then trying to reduplicate it to fit their own civilization.
I'll take credit.
Well, I don't know if that's a negative thing or something. You feel me? Like, humans got to do what the best humans is doing in order to advance. And if they found out we was on something they wasn't and they needed to hurry up and upgrade their system, then that was cool. But if it wind up eternally, I mean, in the long run, hurting us, it was something we wasn't doing right. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's something we ain't, I mean, you know, if somebody come get something up out your house right now and then they make more money off of it than you or something, that's kind of like, you got to look back on what was we focusing on. I think the focus of the civilizations were much different because of the climates, as you spoke on earlier, Kep and Ra. You say if you live in this one climate, you're going to be more gloomy. Well, we need to look at that historically as the different than living in a tropical area or living in the areas of Europe or something. It develops a different type of mentalities into the people that eventually, I think, help to exploit, you know, Kemet in Africa. Straight up, but you know,
yeah. I mean,
positive.
I mean, I understand that aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? You saying that people from the north, you know, they're much colder, so they different. They deal in a different aspect of reality than we deal in. You know what I'm saying? I get that whole science, but at the same time, it still don't make it right.
Oh, it definitely don't make it right. No, yeah, I hope I didn't get misled to say that. When I said it was all cool, I was speaking on emulating people and copying people. So things that aren't good in hip hop that are actually real good traits in business or life. For instance, let's go back to ancient civilization, and just to give a good example of this. If there was a man who first hunter-gatherer times, right? They didn't know how to get the meat off the bone. So some families literally looking like a pack of lions with their heads down, eating off, you know, I'm just giving an example.
Just eat straight off the bone.
Yeah, now another dude looked over and he seen a rock on the ground and he start carving the meat off the bone. I'm talking about the first time this happened. It had to happen. You feel me? And so when he did that, if the other people had too big of egos to not start doing that, then civilization doesn't advance. You see what I mean? And so people be looking like we ain't carving with no rock, even though you're doing it much more efficiently. And you see what I mean? So in this regard, copying and emulating stuff is a good thing. Only in art, it ain't. You see what I mean? And so when I say that they came in and looked at everything that was in Kemet and they learned, well, that's how we here today. But the bad part about it is we got the bad end of that stick. So we need to look out for ourselves.
How do we get the bad end of that stick?
Because we right here in America in a caste system where we call black. And if you separate yourself from what you really, you know, if we look at it just like a color-based system, let's change the colors.
Yeah.
We red. Red is stop, green is go. I'm talking about in America. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm just keeping that a buck all the way. And we know that caste system is here, even though people don't want to. So what they did was extracted hella knowledge from you and your ancestors, set up a huge capitalistic system in the world, and then relegated you to the bottom of it. You see, I mean, us, not you. You see what I'm saying? Yo, that's just me breaking down. That ain't even what we came here to talk about. But that's just seeming to appear to be like facts with how it transpired. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like as soon as they got the knowledge and was in the position to do whatever, it was all kind of other things at play too, and we could talk about that. Okay. But you can pull up books that talk about never letting slaves, the American slave, get back to the knowledge that they knew, their ancestors knew. I know y'all have heard of these simple quotes before. Like this is consciousness class A or something. You know what I'm saying? Where you get these books where we discovered that all of this stuff transpired. But I wasn't saying it was good. We got to deal with things not so yin and yang, good, bad, because we start to emotionalize stuff. If you're getting pimped, you can't emotionalize. You got to start thinking your way out of that situation, like how we get off the bottom. But you know. That's just that's
like, to me, you know, that was my whole point of understanding Kemet, because Kemet, the same way they took that knowledge and applied it and used it to benefit themselves, right? We have to look at that same way. How did they get to the places where they was at? What made Kemet so great? You know what I'm saying? Was it just because if it was a nation that was off of a river? You know what I'm saying? They had an endless supply of water and was able to use that water to manipulate and build whatever structures or whatever civilization they wanted to? Or was it the nature of the people? You know what I'm saying?
Yep, 100%. And exactly what you said, B, is why I studied Kemet, to come back and win. Like, nah, y'all ain't about to pimp us with our stuff. We diving back in it, and we gonna extract stuff that can help people today. Believe it or not, Hyro launched a cryptocurrency recently, and it seemed like I'm switching the subject, but no.
Let me shout out Lord Takim real quick for you, because Lord Takim just want to let you know he in the building.
Lord Takim, geez, Takim.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, okay, that's what's up.
LT station.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So look, that came out of my studies of ancient Kemet, believe it or not. Because we always thought that this was a dictatorship. But if you dive into the studies, you start to learn it was not a. I actually did I got presentations on this too. I did it at Black and Nobel in Philly. It was called, is Kemet a slave-owning dictatorship, or was it a free man's cooperative economic conglomerate? I'll repeat. I said, was Kemet a slave-owning dictatorship, or was it a free man's cooperative economic conglomerate? And this was the question I posed. And at the end of the presentation, the majority of the people who say, I can pull it up right now, the majority of the people who've seen it have to feel you, because it's some of the stuff we do. We look at ancient Egyptian pictures and vignettes, but we never do the diligence to read what it say next to it. And so we let other people superimpose what it say on top of the text, and they don't even know. They coming from their culture, putting some other culture on top of your culture and telling you something that is said. And so that was one of the main reasons why I started having to deal with the glyphs too. You know what I'm saying? It's because I was reading all them Zachariah Stitching books, Stitching, and he started saying stuff was in the glyphs, And I was like, what am I getting it from him for? I felt like I was disrespecting the ancestors. So I said, look, dive in.
Yeah. Big up for that. Do the research.
You feel me?
Man, moving right along. We got a couple of people that want to say something.
Okay.
In the super chats. And then we're going to move right along with this bill, man. I can see it warming up. I can see it.
Jump right back.
Yeah, I can see it warming up.
Let me pull them up real quick.
Yeah. AD. Yeah. Man, so you was breaking down the magi. And did he finish that? Did he finish who the magi was? Did you finish that?
You can continue on.
I mean, they go deep though. You feel me? I can go.
We like to go deep.
That.
We like to go deep.
Okay, cool.
Wait, hold
like,
on. I got that. I got those super chats ready though. You want to do that super chats?
Yeah.
Okay. Real quick, who did we miss here? So peace to the God. Okay, we got that. Donkey was like, what about the nuclear reactor found made out of the mountain? You got that already?
No, we didn't do that.
Oh.
That was a question. Yeah,
What about the nuclear reactor found made out of the mountainside in Africa?
Know anything about that? I never even heard of that. The nuclear.
yeah, what's that? Is that real? What's the source?
Yeah, they got
We need sources. I'm a rock squad up, Magi Archers. What's the source on that? Is that just like one of those? I mean, a nuclear reactor made out of a mountain?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
In the side of a mountain.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're gonna moving right along.
The LT station says, just here to say peace to my partner. What up, casual? Oh, you said that already?
Yeah.
Okay. DHNJ says, peace. Things change over the course of 25,000 years. Okay, that's it for the super chat.
Yeah.
Probably something we was talking about. Okay, let's get deep into the people of gold.
Yeah, the people of gold. In the word to emphasize the word Ta-Nehisi from Nehes, right? It means bow, land of the bow.
Oh yeah, that's good to bring that up. And so Ta-Nehesi, it'll be interesting for us to go into what that means, but the definition of Nehes is actually not there. Seti is the bow. Seti is the bow. Seti was inside of Ta-Nehesi. So you correct on that, but the definition of Ta-Nehesi would probably signify a region, or I don't want to say a people of that region, but ancient Egyptians always called these people Nehes. I could go, I'm trying to get my screen right so I can start sharing stuff the way I like to do.
Oh yeah, here, let me set it up over here.
And the glyph, the glyph is a man holding a bow, right? Or
is a bow, yeah.
Or it's just a bow, correct?
Yeah, correct. And we're gonna look. We could let me see if I can get my game type. Yep. Because I use this text corpus called Thesaurus Lingua Egypti, that text corpus is really good. And so for demonstrations purposes, we can kind of like show stuff.
And you can read the glyphs, right?
Yeah, I can read the glyphs, and but I'm not. I don't be wanting to mislead people like reading ancient Egyptian. Metal nature is like reading any other language, and sometimes people don't understand. It's more of a study, even though I could probably read it like as fluently as anybody, but that ain't my point at making. I'm saying it's not really supposed to be acting like we reading it like that. Like we are, you feel me? We are, it's for study purposes, so to speak. And so I've got taken to museums and people tried to bust me out, and I just sat there and read it, and then they was like, "Oh, Brother Reggie did that to me," because like they turned on the cameras when they got me to the Met Museum, thinking I wasn't gonna be able to read it, and I just dusted them. I mean, but we Magi Archers, and Reggie and Magi too. And so he had to put me to the test because that's how we do as brothers.
Shout out to Brother Reggie.
Yeah, so let me share what I was gonna show y'all.
You gotta know what you profess.
Can y'all see this what I'm sharing, or did I do it the wrong way?
Yes.
I mean, we can do it that way if you want. This isn't an actual Zoom share though.
Oh, okay. So I need to share that, and I'm gonna share that inside of Zoom. You saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's
this works also, but the Zoom share will be more clear.
Great. Thank you.
Shout out to Dave Flores who hung out with us yesterday. Had a good time too.
So let me go to share my. Yeah, I should have did Zoom share. Share screen is this screen. All right. So what we about to do is this right here. So this is a tool I recommend for anybody who want to start getting into the glyphs. I'll go back to the beginning, and when you logged in, you're going to just have to click, well, I logged in already. You just type guest twice, right? But this text corpus is really good because they have what's called a list of ancient Egyptian words. And it takes some learning, but the shortcut is you see right here, it says translation. Then I could click right here and I'll just write the translation. You notice I got a lot of the words we was talking about in here already. I'm going to put Tasseti as the translation and see. So it didn't give me anything like that. So what I'm going to do is put, I'm going to try to write the transliteration, Ta-S-T-J. This is just a transliteration that might lead to it. But this is a helpful research because what it'll lead you to, once you get to where you're trying to get, you'll be able to actually see where this was written in ancient Egyptian, on what, in what places, and how many times it was used and everything. Right now, I'm having not the best time filling up Tasseti.
Take your time.
So I ain't gonna trip off that. But I can give y'all an example of how this works. I'll just type Nubia right here, right? And now we're going to get the Tasseti that way. And the reason why, you see, now it's pulling up the attestations and showing you the reading of it. So you see this Zeti, see that's Seti. See, I wasn't putting a Z. It's a translational differences between each, it's about 5 different ways you can translate it. So now that we see Z, T, J, U, that's Zeti, U, Tasseti, U. What they're saying is the administration of Nubians. And so what we're seeing here is they saying that this attestation was like a commander of the Nubians, and they're using the word Tasseti there, which let us know that how those two are related. So now if I go back and put ZTJ, we're going to get someplace because I hope I ain't losing nobody.
No, not at all.
Okay, great. So I'm going to put ZTJ now. Let's see what happens. See, now it's popping up because as we know, Tasseti is in Nubia, right?
Right.
But what I did was put in what's called the translate. Look, I can't type these glyphs right here. And so they made a special code to match up with each glyph. So this doorbolt is a Z. It's really an S in different transliteration. But for Thesaurus Linguists Egypti, which is a German site, they use a different transliteration where this Z is representing this doorbolt. This T is really TJ, and this is the T right here, and this is a reed leaf, a I, but they put a J, and that's why I couldn't find it in my earlier transliteration. But everybody's seen how I found it, so I don't really have to explain that. So now we're talking about, my brother was saying how Tasseti was written with a bow. And I told him he was correct, and we're going to look at this right here and see that the text corpus is agreeing with what he said. You see this bow right here? And then we see these 2 loaves of bread, so to speak, and we see a mountainous, hilly valley. So these 2 loaves of bread is just a T sound. The bow is set, but one of these T's is a phonetic complement. So this is like set. And this is a determinative, which helps us determine. Oh, y'all don't see my mouse? Yeah, y'all can see my mouse. I wish I could make it bigger.
We see.
But yeah, this is a determinative right here, which helps us determine what the term means or what they're talking about, because they might say set in a bunch of different words. So again, Tasseti really isn't Nubia, but you remember when you said that first, I was like, it's actually in the area of Ta-Nehisi. This is what they're trying to say too. They're just using a European word where they're not using the true ancient Egyptian term.
So is it the same place?
It's exact same location. Okay. And we can even find, so Tasseti is a smaller region. All right, I'm going to pull some stuff up because I love being able to have this, bro, this opportunity to be with y'all. I'm just going to go in candid, right? This is one of my programs I just use to make presentations. And one presentation I made was right on the subject we're talking about. So I got to find it. Shit. But it's going to show, it'll give everybody a great understanding of, all right. It'll give everyone a great understanding of how important the southern areas were Here we go. Wow. There we go. All right, let me see. Is this still is the screen still being shared correctly? And I can put this in the present mode.
It is. You're kind of sharing twice.
Okay.
I'm working with it, but you're technically sharing twice because you got yourself really small in the corner of your own screen.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I got to take that off, right? All right.
I could work with it. I got you blurry on this side.
No, I'm about to do it. All I got to do is go like this. Hold on. I got to figure out how to do this.
I got a shield and a Cooperative just like that.
Oh, yeah. That's what we about to talk about, too. I'm glad you said that. So is that better?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
I'm going to
good.
fix it on this side, yeah.
So, like I said, Priest, and you can stop me when I start going too deep on any subject, but I got presentations for the majority of the stuff we talking about because when I get bored, I just sit around. Hold on, let me stop.
I mean, just talk.
I just sit around doing this stuff.
Rationally rabbits.
One of the things, this ain't no braggadocio, people try to think it is, but it's just me showing how real I take this. For instance, I'm from hieroglyphics,
yeah,
right?
That's your archer, huh?
Yeah, I'm an archer because the magi was archers.
Yeah.
All right, and so I feel I couldn't take on that name. We were known as the eye smiters to the Arabs, and I'm about to give you hella sources on that.
Ooh, hold up.
The Arabs called us the eye smiters because what reason? Because when they tried to invade, it was Rumat al-Hadak. Now, how I know that? Rumat al-Hadak, because we would shoot you in the eye if you was riding in on a horse to invade our land. And so me wanting to be down with something like that, I'm like, okay, you got to go get a bow, bro. You feel me?
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, because you got to really do it. I mean, in order to be like, I'm magi.
That's real.
And so I'm just going to I'm going to show you this, bro.
The eye smiters.
Nice.
Hey, I don't hear you.
Oh, you don't?
There you go.
Oh, you can
now
hear
you're
me
back.
No, I wasn't talking.
He wasn't talking.
Oh, I wasn't saying nothing. Let me break this down.
Yeah, I know how to make those arrows from
I didn't
scratch.
think y'all was hearing the audio for some reason. So you said you're not. I'm going to try to see if I can make it so you hear the audio.
Okay. Oh, yeah, on your Zoom end, you have to put share sound.
No, for real.
That's what that is.
Hey, I know how to make those arrows from scratch.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Fire.
Using the tubes from 1969 Cadillacs, the oil pump pressure tubes.
Have you been watching Hawkeye?
No.
Oh, you got to watch Hawkeye,
You know
bro.
the oil pump pressure tubes?
No,
There's a
but you
tube that
sound
ran
deep,
from.
bro.
It's a tube that runs from the carburetor.
There's a lot of bow and arrows in Hawkeye right now. That shit's on Disney Plus. Y'all need to check that out.
He said he making from the air. That's high.
Big Kevin straight from the,
Yeah.
he's a modern day. He's a modern day.
He's actually doing it.
Yeah, he really be out here. He don't
I
play no
can't get
games.
this audio, bro. So I don't know why. I'm just. There go the new stuff.
Yeah,
So I
on-
go to the top of the screen.
On the top, you have view options,
View options.
and then
I used to have a crossbow.
yeah, it's only on your side because you're the one that's
Jaguar.
sharing. But you should see something that says share
What's the
sound.
rabbit about?
Share sound. All right. My bad. Let's see if y'all can hear this now. Yo. Let's see if y'all can hear this. Aiming right here. I'm gonna let
Boom.
y'all. Actually,
Good.
y'all hear that?
Yep.
Yeah, we heard that.
All right, so
yeah.
this ain't no braggadocio. This was just me practicing one day, and I had it on tape. I'm
out
trying
here
to shoot
practicing wind
the eye out,
compensation, right?
which means I need
And
to
this hella
almost
wind
split
beat out
arrows.
here. I'm aiming for the orange, but in my bow, I'm about to be aiming right here. I'm gonna let y'all. Actually, I'm aiming like for this or this, and that's gonna allow me to hit this. Trust me. I mean, if my wind compensation is good,
It was real windy.
we
this
got
day.
20 yards. So let's see what I said.
Why we don't see you?
You about to see
I'm
me.
gonna
As
aim
soon
at
as
what I
I'm
said.
about to put down the
All
camera.
right.
Watch this.
See, yeah, here we go. I hear you.
There we go. You feel me?
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
Oh, you real?
yeah. Look at
He got the real.
All right, Cat.
But this how we practice to say we magi. First, we got to be able to smite that. I'll be eye smiters. You feel me?
Yeah,
Yo.
sure be.
So feel me one time.
I'm gonna aim low up here.
Nice smooth shot. But the
Smooth.
thing is to put another one right next to it to prove it ain't no mistake. You feel
Ooh,
me?
yo.
To the last one, just to show.
It's kind of far away.
It's up. This only 20 yards. But 20 yards is
So
pretty
those shots should be
far
less
from what
than
I
an
just
inch
do right
apart.
here.
Holy shit.
They should be right on the bullseye.
I gotta get
Let's go.
Why would I
hit
say
that
that?
mark.
Because I'm a magi archer, B. God damn. See, that's why I say at least, I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
Direct hit.
Hey, so
Direct
I'm
hit.
just saying,
Cash,
we
you
gonna
see
start with that.
Nice.
Direct hit.
You get it.
Cash.
You might get this.
Nah, my
Direct.
gentleman.
Hey.
You did that. That's,
Direct
you did
archer.
My gentlemen, I can't wait till we all out there really at the range and we just hitting them like that while we doing whatever else we doing. Because really, that's where it's at for the future. I mean, I'm 46 right now. You feel me? I'm
Real
keeping it
talk.
a buck. I'm
Real
not
talk.
running the streets or doing nothing frivolous.
Real
I'm
talk.
trying to add skills to my component so that I can just be like my own superhero.
That's right.
So,
I've
you
been
know what I
into.
mean?
I started stretching.
Exactly. Oh, I
Yeah.
need to get in on that too.
Yeah.
I started feeling Russell. First, I thought he was looking all funny. Now that my back doing what it's doing, I'm like, Russell might be on to something. You
Was
know
that
what I'm
right?
saying?
Exactly. No,
Simmons.
but it's real. That's real talk. I'm talking that real, man. You just shot an arrow into the. That's crazy.
direct hit. Bullseye.
Yeah.
But check it out. If you go look on my my Instagram, it's casual rap guy. I got more
That's
instances
fine.
of that, but I'm not turning it into that session. I just wanted to show you I took this seriously. And so really when we start talking about who is
Well,
the
you know what you
magi,
did to the rap god.
oh man, I don't know. Some people think so, some don't. But I just know over that beat,
Uh-oh.
he wasn't saying too much. I looked up to dude. No disrespect. Like I hope people know when it's hip hop. Let me take. I gotta show my face for that part. Hold on.
Hey,
You
talk
feel me?
that talk.
Well, I can't. But people know that when it's hip hop, it's hip hop. If you're taking somebody moniker, they gotta respond. As you all would have looked at me like a sucker. But it
Yeah.
wasn't no hard feelings though.
But it was
You
real.
know what I'm saying? On that rap god thing.
Yeah. You killed that.
I appreciate you, family member. I appreciate you. So I'm not gonna spend hella time on this presentation. I'm gonna get us up to speed real quick on who the magi were.
Why we don't see him, AD?
Yeah, that's the thing. I was trying to help him out because there's a way that you could show your camera and show what you're sharing at the same time.
Oh, but you know why? My thing is so boo-boo. I'd rather just do the presentation like this.
Gotcha.
You know, let me tell you what I did. I'm having to use my virtual camera off Streamlabs because it wouldn't show when I first logged in.
Okay.
So I ain't tripping. I'll pop back in a minute. Let's give it to the people in a way that they can, you know. Appreciate y'all.
Okay,
for
the
giving me this
arches
too.
is there. I see the arches in the building.
Yep.
Magi.
Yep, elite archers from Taseti, which we call the land of the bow. And I said from pre-dynastic times until AD times. But let's get it in on this and see if that's a false claim or not. So when we talk, the discussion that made me open up this presentation is because, again, how we said my brother had mentioned this area right here is Taseti. Okay, but we're gonna learn something real quick. We got Taseti right here's the sets. This is Ta at the top, and it says sets, and this is just saying the land or whatever. Or actually that don't really say nothing. It's just a determinative. This is Horus.
Okay.
So we got to be clear on that these are the first two nomes of Kemet, meaning nome is a city, and so from the beginning we see Horus and Set already tied together because they are represented the first two cities of Kemet. Now, these two cities were in Ta-Nehesi. And so we'll be able to see that as we look at the map right here, Ombo. Remember when I said Nubia had Nub at the root of it? If we look right here, we see the ancient Egyptian name was also Nubiet or whatever, NB. And then look at the glyphs, bruh. And this is what I want us to understand. This is ancestral. That's a gold chain. It's just not wrapped in the back. The glyph
Props on that.
for-
I give a fire on that too. That was
you
gangster.
feel me?
Yeah. You cooking.
Hey, look.
Hey,
the
dude, look like
glyph-
the gold chain.
Yes, it is, and they just don't know that it ain't wrapped around the back of the neck yet, and so that's why it's
It's
hanging
just super
down
fly.
like that.
Just
That's
super
the
fly.
got-
that's
it
the
got
glyph
the-
for gold, ain't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why they can't separate. You know how I'm looking. You got your
Captain's
pieces
heating
on
up
right
tonight,
now.
bro.
They can't separate it from us.
You on one tonight? Go ahead.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is some of this stuff is ancestral. When we look at Slick Rick and we see a king because of how he adorned himself with the gold, and we was just kids looking, but that was ancestral.
Yeah.
He didn't even know it.
Use that too. You always say that the powers that be know how powerful, know what I'm saying, a necklace is, because, you know, back in the days when we wore our necklaces, they was for holy purposes. You know what I mean? It's a representation of the netta beings that we serve. You know what I'm saying? And met nature that was around us, that put us, to made us enlightened beings that could live a life experience on Earth. You know what I mean? So it meant more than just, yo, I got whatever.
We got a caller already.
All right, I'm ready. I mean,
all right. Yo, I gotta. I think. Did he just hang up? Come on, man. Come on.
Oh, that's good.
Come on, Maul. Now he gonna call back. Yeah, man. Make sure he in there.
That's what I say. That's why a lot of the rappers, they promote necklaces that don't have no spiritual value to them.
Okay.
Hey, you gotta
state your name, brother.
Move your head for it.
Huh?
Oh, you on here? Oh, hold on.
State your name and tell us why you.
Yo, you already know it, man. The tall God had rule.
Shout out to the tall God ain't rule. Huh?
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut the brother wisdom, man. I just wanted to let him know. You couldn't see you know how he was talking about the gold chain?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, your head was like kind of blocking it. I had seen that symbol before. So
you said my head was blocking it?
Yeah, the image. Ask the people in the chat room.
Oh, my head is in the way? I do got a big head, but I be trying to keep it. How's my head blocking the image?
You gotta show it.
The gold chain image.
It was in the corner, and I think because of the green screen,
y'all.
you know how I be showing shit like this.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do
bag.
is I'm gonna move it like this. Bam.
Smaller hat.
I can't. When I'm looking right now, I don't see him on the screen. I don't see the screen share up. Is he still talking?
Here we go. It's about to pop up on your end because there's a delay. I moved it away. I moved it away from Priest's head.
Oh, this is the symbol I was talking about, family, right here. You see it down here?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so
right.
this actually says...
Yeah. I just wanted to let you know that, man. We good. Yeah.
AD, that's your fault.
I know, my bad.
Yeah.
I apologize,
AD
y'all.
put it behind my head.
I didn't consider Priest's head. That's my fault.
So this is the area we was talking about, though. Remember when we was talking about they came out of Naphtali and they migrated into the Nubet areas. And then so we want to read this. We're going to read this as an N and a B. But this foot is also a B. So whenever you see the foot like that, that's a B. It's called a phonetic complement. And then we got the Y, which is the two reed leaves, and the T right there. And so, but what we're going to learn, like we was talking about earlier, Ta-Nehesi, Ta-Seti was in Ta-Nehesi.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
And so this is Nubia, what they call Nubia. It's really Ta-Nehesi.
Right there.
This neighbor right here is very telling how smart the ancient Egyptians were. It's very telling that they came from the south, because there are all kind of birds that you can't even find in Egypt, including the ostrich and the now you can find the Egyptian ostrich because thousands of years have passed. But the ostrich is not indigenous to Egypt. It's from Southernmore. It's from Southmore. Oh, I gotta stop this last Telegram group. God damn. It's from Southmore of Egypt. You see what I mean? And so also this bird let us know what they wanted to know in the name Ta-Nehesi, because this is a Numidian guinea fowl, which is not indigenous to Egypt either. It comes from the area of the name of this country, so to speak. You feel me? You won't find this bird, which is a Numidian guinea fowl. All right, look, it's non-migratory and it's terrestrial. Non-migratory meaning it don't hop up and fly. It's like a chicken, basically. And it's terrestrial because it walks. Yeah, it walks.
Majority of its time on ground.
Exactly.
We was talking about the animals had to be there.
Wow. So the question we ask is, How did this get in their in their script if they wasn't from there? Like, you feel me? How would they have this bird in their script as early as the 5th, even the 4th
Dope
dynasty?
question. Yeah.
If they were not from the lands, or if they had not traveled to the lands where this bird exists. And then they wrote it into a word that means these areas. But to stay on track, we still dealing with Taseti, and then the second nome being the throne of Horus. I don't have to do this whole presentation, but there you go. You see the gold sign bigger right here.
That's fire.
I think a lot of our questions was answered already about
That was fire. That's fire.
Word up.
Nice.
Said that's a chain that just ain't tied in the back. That's dope.
That's what type of G he was. He was so
You feel me?
fire. You don't have to. They don't even have to lock in the back and just hang off his joint. That's a.
Well, you know, a lot of the times when they show it, and we can pull it up, a lot of the times when they show it, I don't want to be double sharing my screen.
Yeah.
They're presenting it to somebody. And so they be like, here go your chain, bro.
Wow.
Like, that's what it be looking like to me.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like, we
that's
could go.
Okay. That's like showing a hat on a head that's to the side.
Oh yeah, you're
know
talking
what I mean?
about when they was presenting, like they might have like I seen a glyph of like Heru giving the king a necklace or giving him the khopesh.
Exactly. And when doing that, that's also, believe it or not, they're also espousing Nubian tradition. If we start to look into the burials, it was the Nubians who got buried with their gold chains first. They got buried with an ostrich feather. They would get buried with their gold chain, a thumb ring, which was an archer's thumb ring, and pottery too, and a few other shards of pottery. But I got this one thing I want to show the people, and then we at y'all pace. Y'all tell me when to stop.
I'm
building.
enjoying the knowledge,
I'm
yo.
learning, yo.
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
enjoying the knowledge.
This is
Word.
phenomenal. This is the first time I always learn something on the show. So this one right here is an exception. This is great because this is not just going. This is going all into Nubia in the customs. You know what I'm saying?
How
And the
fly they
actual
was.
animals. Yeah. The animals that represent, and you can actually see it.
I was going to tell you to bring up the one of the relief pictures of King Tahaka and his queen.
I will do that. I'm searching
This is getting
for
off.
this tomb of Hoy right
Leaf
now
pictures.
that I want to. I know I need to look at it at the British Museum. That's gonna be the bomb one. And then I'll pull that up. Tomb of Hoy, British Museum.
Gotta know these little glitches. You know what I mean? AD. These little things right here means a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, how, like that question you asked, I like that when you said about how did that bird get into those glyphs like that? We don't go back to that. That was heavy, what you asked. Good question.
Now, how does a bird that doesn't migrate and is terrestrial end up someplace, other than...
right.
It has to describe where it was originally, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
From the source.
You know,
From the source.
You know that original language though, what they call hieroglyphs or metrinet, developed in the South first. So you'll find different animals in certain periods of time in the glyphs. When some of the oldest though known creatures would be you'll find it in Nubian.
You're right.
What you were saying, what you was just explaining.
Yeah.
He's 100% right.
Because they'll try to give you a misconception of thinking that it came from the north.
Yeah.
But it really, the really language that developed from the south and started to move north.
Yeah. But we going in, it's like put on your helmets with the lights on. You know what you call those? Cause we going into the tunnels.
Into the
We're gonna
mine,
go down. We're gonna go
Put your
down into
minus
the
cap
tombs.
on.
We're going down into the tombs now.
Oh man.
I think Casual ready to take us down into the depths of this.
Yeah, I'm
tomb.
really trying to. I'm trying to go all the way into the British Museum because we can see this. I got the image, but we can see it a lot better. Oh, here it is, Metropolitan Museum. I love when we break it down like this. All right, let me try to get this for the family. Because I made some claims, right? And I know people be like, he lying. Not me. But sometimes when you like make some claims and say stuff like, the Nubians was flyer than the Egyptians.
Right.
And the Egyptians even depict, I thought I just shared my screen. Is my screen shared?
Yeah, you're good.
Y'all see the
I'm making a
description?
I'm making it bigger
Yeah, we
right now.
should.
I always said that, man. A lot of these cats, if they was back today, they'd be pissed off and ready to slap somebody for saying that they wasn't fly as they, you know what I mean? Depicting them like that and making movies about them the way they wasn't, representing them the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? They pissed off.
Now, I don't even expect nobody to think like, I mean, who could read it, but what I like to do is know that when I'm teaching. So we already know this glyph is the gold chain, right?
I don't know if we can all read that.
Yeah, y'all can, because watch this. We notice the gold chain, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to think about it. It's just not. It's still drawn with the medallion and the two pieces down, and then when they put 3 dots under it, it simply means plurality, right?
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And so now we see these gold circles. So it's telling us that they bringing them gold. You see what I mean? So I don't want to get too far. Let me explain to everybody
like plaques on the wall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna explain what we're looking at. I'm sorry. So this is from the tomb of Hoy. Hoy was a viceroy in the 18th dynasty during Tutankhamun's time.
He's a lord, right?
Not a vizier, but a viceroy. A viceroy just is where the ancient Egyptian term for that was Sa Nisut, which means son of the king. But I want to break something down because people don't look at these inscriptions the proper way. And even though this might be a reproduction, that's not what we're tripping off here. First, let's just look at the biggest character, who is Tutankhamun in this. And he's styled with this hat is also called a capresh. And it's only supposed to be worn during
battle time,
war times. Yep, exactly. And he has his, I don't want to say the do-rag, but he got the tail coming from the, I don't be minding saying stuff traditionally and ancestrally. Because when you see a tail coming from the back of a brother head nowadays, it's the do-rag, right? But who is us to tell us that ain't what this is? I'm just saying,
why wouldn't it be?
You clearly see it. It was something was wrapped around his head, and the tail of it is hanging there. Let's just go there. You feel me? And we can see the similar cloth around his waist. Therefore, why would we be crazy to assume that this was wrapped around his head and the tail? You feel me? Straight ancestrally. But what I want to point out here is that even in the tomb of Hoy, him right here with the ostrich feather, which is this ostrich feather is a Nubian item, and we understand why this is happening because Hoy is a Nubian. The viceroy is a position installed by Tutmos the first or second. I think it was Tutmos the first who installed Nuni as the first.
Like you said the vice lords. I'm with you.
Viceroy, R-O-Y.
Got you.
Yeah. So what what'd you say?
I was about to say, how they get up in here? Nah, it's all good, man.
I mean, it's probably all the same thing somehow. But look,
shut up.
I'm saying this person was somebody that got all right, let me just say it in layman's terms. He wasn't an Egyptian. He was a Nubian. And in order to become a viceroy, the king, the Nisut, goes to a foreign land, picks a person, and it's kind of like a modern day dignitary or a modern day diplomat.
Ambassadors?
Yes, sir. Just like that. But the difference is ambassadors live in the foreign place. Like they would take a person from Nubia, bring him to Egypt, make the status go up really high and make them be the person who was basically dealing with diplomacy in Nubia. And so this is what we see happening here. What we see is a procession of Nubians bringing gifts to Tutankhamun, but they never see Tutankhamun. What happens is they give him the Hoy right here. You see? I mean, I could break it down. We could read it. We could do all of this, but I'm just showing us the fast way so we won't have to be stuck on one presentation. I'm doing some messing up. Hold on. I opened my Coinbase account by accident. So what's happening here? Nefer. Now I like it to have this because we really could read this and stuff. And so now I don't want to go too far or mess this up. And I don't even see this saying Nefer. It says his name Nefer here. Oh, here it goes. Yep, see? No, this this old man might be I don't even think this saying that because this is me. Miam. Oh, the Prince of Miam. Prince of Miam. Prince. So this, do y'all see this man holding the stick?
Yeah.
That glyph is.
You can make it a little bigger.
This is probably the biggest it gets. It went back small when I tried.
Okay.
That man Hakah represents basically the term Hakah. If you go into the hieroglyphs, this is the way I could corroborate this right here. I'm gonna show you. You're gonna see this glyph. If we go into the hieroglyphs on Wiki, right? Because you got to show people, like if people don't know the language, then you got to show them a way to understand it. So what I'm gonna do, you see this sickle right here? I mean, not a sickle, but it's really a cane.
Indeed.
But what you're gonna see in the other way that, dang, they're not showing a man standing with it. If you would have, this is Hakah Hasut, or this is how you say the hieroglyphs. But this is really just a Hakah. Hakah is a symbol of power. Some call it magic. But it really just means like a powerful one or a prince. So remember when they say the hieroglyphs mean foreign princes?
Yeah, I think so.
This is how they get that. Because this land determinative for foreign, and then we got Hakah. This is a Q. This triangle turned in this direction is a Q. It's really just one of these mountains right here, basically. And so what I'm trying to show is we see this symbol, right? Now watch us go look on the Tomb of Hoy, where I said it was Hakah, and we'll see, oh yeah, now I see what he's talking about. Well, let's go back in here. See, they got it represented different. They got it right here, but come up here, nope, you don't even see it. It's just more advanced that we would know that this was Hakah. But what I'm trying to show is this is Hakah Nefer, the Prince of Miam, bringing his procession along to Tutankhamun. Now, these people, some people they photocrop this and they say Egyptians took Nubians as slaves. Because you see these 5 gentlemen in bondage here. Their hands are bound. They have these things around their neck, and they're on their way to Egypt. But I want to show you a few things I used to dispel that photocrop pseudo-ship. First, you see their women and children behind them free, somewhat mourning them being taken off. You see that? And so that's one indication that these dudes are not necessarily can't be considered slaves. They more or less should be like, they getting sent off to Egypt to do whatever because they did something wrong in Nubia. How do we know this? Because this is not a procession of Egyptians. This is a procession of Nubians. And now we're going to lead back to the first thing I said to show you why the Egyptian artisan even agrees with me that
we got to do this slow, though. We have to do this one. Take us through this real slow so I can catch on in some of the viewers. This is kind of like this is really heavy. What you?
Yeah, I'll be tripping.
Yeah. Because this is ill. Go ahead.
I might get to thinking everybody like understand it, and I get the fast talking.
Yeah. Take us.
I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna make
training wheels.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it all simple. Look, so this was drawn
AD
by.
doesn't know. He's trying to catch on. Go ahead.
Do you got the procession of them in the fields too?
Yeah, but we're gonna go so in on this, and I'm glad you pointed that out.
Ready.
The best part about this is understanding the first understanding of this. This was in Hoy's tomb. Hoy was a Nubian, but he died as an Egyptian, so we see him stylized as an Egyptian. He does have a neck piece. Now you see his neck piece tied in the back.
Yeah.
And so now we understand it. You feel me? We still see that gold neck piece right there, but he's stylized as an Egyptian because this whole portrait was taken from his tomb. And so what they're showing us is what he did, his noble feats while he was alive. And one of his noble feats was taking the treasure, not taking, but receiving the treasure that Nubians brought and presenting it to Tutankhamun. basically, and they wrote it down like this. Now, if we want to read this, we would start from the bottom register in this regard, and if we see that all the animals are facing this way, then that means we start over here with the reading. And now we see the first words make sense. It's like words said are Jed, whatever this is under here, Jed, Su, Pa, and then the king's name is scratched out. I think that's on purpose because somebody came back in later times and knocked. I know that we know this is the king's name because of the circle, which forms a charrette, but it would get too complicated if we tried to start reading it. So I want us to understand that how the artist then wanted people to see it if they didn't know how to read it.
You talking about
but a
read
few
as
things.
Cartoons?
Pardon me?
You talking about the read as cartoons?
The whole vignette. Exactly, but the cartoons is scratched out. You see, somebody hated. I think they just came and knocked that name out of there. But we'll see if another one is there, and we'll
want to rule after him.
Yep, it happens like that. The next ruler will come knock out your cartouche so that people would think that your tune was his or whatever. But let me start pointing out some things. One of the things I want to point out is on the first bottom register, the only Egyptians depicted in this whole vignette they stop at about right here. Okay? They're on the first register, meaning they're the last people who came in this procession. And I'm going to show you the only Egyptians.
How do we know? Okay, how do we know that that's...
okay, I'm going to show you. Because this false door right here is the entrance. They're entering right here, right?
Into the kingdom.
These are the last people. And look, you see the gold chain right here again, too, right? It's funny that we keep going to that moniker. But again, they're entering this procession, right? And then it goes to the next register, and it starts getting more prestigious. And now, it gets to the next register, and all the way up to the leader, who is obeisance. You know, he's bowing, basically Nefer bowing before Hoy. And reading this lets us know this, but I'm just trying to give us a shortcut to it. If you would have started at the top, it would have been wrong, because this is the beginning of the procession right here, and this is the end of it over here. You see what I mean? And so one thing it's taken a while, but I'm still speaking towards how we said that Nubians were a lot flyer than Egyptians. And we're seeing this depicted from the ancient Egyptian perspective. If Hoy was a royal official, let's just get petty for a minute. He has a gold chain, 2 bracelets, and one thing he holding. I'm serious. Let's get petty. But because it was intended to be this way if we couldn't read the text. And so let's think. And he has some little staff that don't appear to be any staff of power or anything. Now, his counterparts on the first register only got olive leaves. They don't have shoes. They barely have top. Some of them got top clothing, but some of them don't. Some of them don't even got shirts. These are representing youth, probably or probably not, but they're definitely representative as Egyptians. The yellow color just represents a woman a lot of the times. It don't mean like they was foreigners or nothing. But I want y'all to see how this artist styled this procession so we can understand. As they get off of the first register, they're going to rise up into a level of owning things. Now, these people, even though they're still depicted as shirtless Egyptians, they have a cow now, something to present. And they don't have gold now these are the first Nubians who come into the picture right here. All right. So all of the Egyptians that they depicted in an ancient Egyptian tomb were posterior to the Nubians. And this is not because they thought they were less than or greater than. It was just this procession was more about Nubians. So let's look how the artist then attempted to do this. What happened characteristically? What happened when we switched from these Egyptians to these Nubians? What's the first thing you notice? The biggest difference in ancient times? Anybody?
More style.
It's simple too. It's very simple. I don't want it to. I ain't acting like it's something.
Darker skin.
Darker skin is one thing. Yep. And what's another
That's
one?
obvious. That's one of the ones.
Shoes.
What about? Thank you, my brother. He broke it down. None of the Egyptians were even in a class wealthy enough to have shoes, sandals back
You was
then.
ready for this day.
Hey, see, this is how we get this in.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This is how
Marcus
great
coming up.
minds meet. You
Yeah,
feel
this
me?
is dope. Yeah. I would
Look,
have cut the shoes. Yeah.
And you know what? Not to cut your wisdom, right? But I was just talking to Divine. I was in Virginia, and Virginia got a seal, right? And on the old seal, it's a picture of a woman standing on a black man's chest. His crown is off, and his shoes is off. And it's like the seal of Virginia, but it's like a hieroglyph too because it got some science behind it. So it's like back in those days, a king, he made everything. So he had his own shoes, everything that made him sovereign. He made himself. He wasn't dependent upon nobody else for anything. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So like when you were just building on, like I acknowledge that because like you said, what's the two things that they was missing? One had shoes and the other one didn't, was let you know the level of education compared to one to the other.
Exactly. And you're right by saying education because, again, just like we was talking about the man who cut the meat off of the bone, if y'all didn't know how to protect y'all feet, I mean, you know what I'm saying? If y'all couldn't even no way.
Why they don't have shoes on?
But
They didn't know no better?
No, I'm not saying that. The artisan basically is choosing to show us years later that the Egyptians were more fashionably, I'm not saying fashion just like in fashion, but this also had a purpose. Shoes protect your feet. But the artisan is taking his time to show us that they were styled different than the native Egyptians. And then furthermore, the only other one, he didn't even put no shoes on Hoy. See? And Hoy, that's why I was like, but guess who he put shoes on? Tutankhamun. And so it let me know. And if we can't see him because they broken off, then we're going to go into this tomb. And now we're going to understand why they call these royal sandals of Tutankhamun such a big thing. They probably actually came along in this procession, but I don't want to get just caught up on that. Another thing we'll notice, we didn't see any symbols of power. All we see is olive leaves. And we know what an olive leaf, it means the same thing to this day. When somebody extends an olive leaf to you, they trying to be cool, right? Ain't that what they say? Oh, we're going to hand them an olive branch. Or what? How do they say it?
Yeah. I extend my olive branch. Yeah.
Exactly. And so now we see how far back some of this stuff go, that they only coming in with that. But where's the first symbol of power is not held by Egyptian. It's actually more prominent than the symbol of power it appears that Hoy is holding, and it's this one, held by a Nubian who's not even high on the procession. And they also have on their gold wigs, which a brother of mine who told me that don't think that this is gold, the mineral, not gold, the mineral or whatever. It's gold like just stylized like blonde hair, whatever color they did. But they had hair coloring in order. They were doing, and whatever these wrist things, I mean, whatever
like the Maasai tribe.
Exactly.
The Jamaicans.
Yeah.
So look, what else popped up? Earrings. For real. And so and we can go to text about this. These wouldn't, I don't know if these would be considered wasp scepters. They're a scepter of power, but they're not necessarily a wasp scepter, just like all of these scepters. Let's go look it up though. That's why I like building like this, because we can go WS.
Let's take it through it. Let's go through this. This is hard.
Yeah, but I would say that they didn't. They didn't necessarily have an education. You know what I'm saying?
They did. You saying that they didn't have education?
They didn't have an education as far as wearing shoes.
Who didn't have the education?
The people that you saw on the glyph.
Oh, but the other ones.
The one that was coming in with the olive branch. They was coming in with very little to nothing. Whereas the Nubians was already flying.
Right. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Again, what you're noticing is all 100% on point. Let's get back to that. But we're left to draw conclusions as to what was trying to be said by this. Notice he didn't draw every Nubian with shoes. Right. So he just was saying some amongst them were higher in social status, basically.
Okay.
Like, I mean, you know, think ancient times, coming through with some shoes was a big thing, probably. And so, but let's keep on going.
Especially if they was fly too.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, especially if
As-
they was fly.
As we go along the procession, notice how the styling starts to get more and more intense. Now they got shirts and they wearing these neck choker things that we could probably see on some modern day Africans in the areas of Nubia. They clearly either got some scarification going on about the neck, or the artist stand wanted us to know they did some type of designing about the neck. You feel me? And we see the olive leaves. And we see this person prostrate, meaning that he was some type of somebody, basically. We get up higher. They got more. They got more oxen, even though I don't know how they're stylized. We can just look at this. Now we see the ostrich feather. These guys didn't have ostrich feathers until they got up to here. Well, all of this is style in ancient times. All of this is swag. All of this caused Egyptians to say that Nubians was flyer than them, really. And so we're going to keep, look, they coming with leopard skins, bro. You see that leopard skin on his arm?
Yeah.
You feel me? Like
leopard skin, giraffes.
Exactly. They're bringing these things to them. And so when Howard Carter, thousands of years later, broke into Tutankhamun tomb and started talking about all the riches and the gold of Egypt, he didn't tell us he got it from these people who represented themselves in a hue darker than any of us. You see what I'm saying? They represented themselves in the darkest hue that they could find in order for it to be clear exactly who they were, bringing all this riches into Egypt. You see what I'm saying? And now when we get to this, as we understand the procession, no one could say that this could be used to say that Egyptians raided Nubia for slaves. Because now we understand this. This is Nubians bringing people and resources to Kemet. And why they doing that? Because I know these dudes must have been some bad dudes that did something, and they're getting outcast from the society and brought to work labor in Egypt or whatever. You see what I mean? And that's just my conjecture, because the writing doesn't say that. But we only have that to conclude, seeing that this procession is full of Nubians and not Egyptians. As a matter of fact, it gets even bossier towards the end, and even seeing the fact that this is a 6-spoke chariot. See, some people think I'd be crazy, but we even been dealing with our spokes since ancient times, bro. Because I think it was the Hyksos who came through with 4 spokes. You feel me? And the Egyptians did things to upgrade that chariot.
Yeah, they're making improvements.
So now what's the rims we get now? We get some Daytons. We want 100 spokes.
So I guess that kills the myth, huh? That the Hyksos was the first to bring the wheel.
And then look, if you go even deeper into it, if you go get Tutankhamun's chariot, his spokes was all gold.
Yep, exactly. And so here's two things we
claim
know.
Now. What did you just say?
We've been riding
what I was saying was that they tried to say that the Hyksos was the ones who brought the wheel.
Are you saying that that's not correct now?
No, well, I don't know. He just showed a primary. Maybe
I'm watching it.
That's what I'm saying. We're seeing it right now.
I'm just saying what you saying, because
time period is different though.
Yeah,
time period.
Kaz didn't say that, but he's just dropping it. He's just dropping it. But you just jumped out the window and just said that the Hyksos.
That's what
that he just changed history just now. Is that true?
Well, I mean, it's 2 different time periods, but it could probably be argued. It
can be argued.
It can be argued.
Let's go in on that, bro.
Okay.
Because they try to hate on us, but we got stuff that we could just say, hold on.
Okay.
They say the Hyksos came in 11, 12 dynasty and brought the wheel. I never heard them say the wheel. I heard them say the chariot. But let's beat them up. How was man created in Khnum's creation myth?
The potter's wheel.
Thank you. Checkmate. So if man was created on the wheel in a myth that precedes the Hyksos, I mean, that was before. Then
Fire.
we had to have known about the wheel because
Oh,
we was
I
making
had some.
pottery on the potter's wheel, right?
That's
Yeah.
So
fire.
what you're saying? We just didn't turn it and stand it up. I mean, it was a wheel. You know what I'm saying?
That was
And so-
that was fire right there. That's free.
We could beat them up with that right there. But if we
So
look
now
at
we got to sit down and wait a minute because this is getting hard. This is getting deep.
Going
now.
into detail.
Yeah, we're going into detail. We're going into detail. I never looked at that because I was told on this show that the Hiscos brought in the wheel.
Yeah.
And now I'm looking at it as the potter's wheel, which goes to creation of mankind.
Yeah.
Drawing the story of the creation
of man.
The story of man.
Yeah, being
and the
molded
will
out of clay.
and the will was there. So something's up. That's real deep right there.
Yeah.
Casual, you went in right there.
Not only that, you have the schist disc that they have in the Cairo Museum. That's made out of stone disc.
Okay, so we
So
all
It's
right.
like a
So
windmill.
yeah, kind of. They don't know
what did
what
that got? Yeah, but
it's still like a. It's still.
so you
shaped
saying
like
that
it's still a
you
wheel.
saying Kemet made the wheel?
I'm not.
Did the
Yeah,
wheel.
well,
Okay.
they got. That's what we saying.
But the potter's wheel's dope.
Potter's wheel. Anything that's formed and shaped like a
Something flying disc.
like a spirit, something that's spherical that you could use.
That was heavy.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, they be trying to fool us. But if we think about it like thinking, man, we could beat all that stuff up. Because
I got you.
Now we got.
that was hard.
You feel me?
Yeah.
You got
They
direct.
say
Okay,
the
we got
wheel.
to stop just listening to some of these books, huh?
I know.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're going into detail.
All
No, I was just
continue.
thinking.
You yeah, I'm thinking about that. That's
Yeah, I know, because I'm
Think
just
about
building further on how we just broke that down. But think about this. Now let's take the potter's wheel and actually look about how far back the archaeology of pottery actually goes. 3,800 BC. So what was they making them completely round pots on at 3,800 BC? If it wasn't on a potter's wheel, they already told us it was on the potter's wheel because they said the first man was carved by God on the potter's wheel. So that's kind of like crazy to say we got this perfect ceramicry. Actually, the most advanced ceramic industry in ancient times come up out of Nubia. We could just go look at what they call blacktop pottery. And the first thing they're gonna start, no, not black pottery. What? Here it go, black top pottery. See, the way that they would make these pots is they would spin them on the spinner's wheel, then they would turn them upside down. Oh, are y'all seeing what I'm seeing right now?
Yeah.
watching it. Yeah.
Okay, great. So blacktop pottery, see, they calling it Egyptian blacktop rare. It's not true. This come up out of the Kerma culture. Okay, and all Nubians in the A group get buried with their blacktop pots. But the question stands to say, we're talking about the invention of a wheel here, right? And we know they told us they did this. They made man on the potter's wheel. So of course they made pots on the potter's wheel. And so now we're going to look back to see how antiquitous or how old these pots are.
All right.
And if we got them going back to 3,800 BC and they told us they made them on a potter's wheel, it don't make no sense to think that the wheel was not in Kemet first. It's just crazy. As a matter of fact, I would love to give this argument to anyone who goes against that because they won't be able to get around that. How are these perfectly circle shapes made if they weren't made on a potter's wheel? You see what I'm saying? And it's ceramics. And so you have to mold things in that fashion. We understood that at an early age. And if we go look at the ancient version of the Egyptian potter's wheel, we'll see it was something you did with your feet and it required another wheel. And so I would definitely, anybody who said that, look, well, they showing you right here, but look, bow, checkmate, because the wheel it spins on the bottom in order to make the pot. So just anybody who tell you that the Hyksos brought the wheel in, hit them with this right here. Let's see how far back this one goes.
will now.
You feel me? And see how far back this pottery. So hope it go back before then. But if not, this will be the line of research we would do in order to substantiate that the wheel was already there because they made pottery on a potter's wheel.
Dead or alive, they coming with us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Casual collecting bodies now.
Collecting bodies, you know.
He
Oh.
dragging
hey,
them straight
priest.
to hell.
Yo,
Hey, we said we was gonna build on that black woman. Remember I said the black woman being God, but really that's in the Bible, and people don't believe me.
Okay, all right. This is about to get turned up a little bit.
I think you just turned.
Yeah, you just turned up the
heat up on
gas a little bit.
Shout out to my Hebrews out there that might be
It's
watching.
about to be here it goes. Get ready to blast off. All right.
Well,
somebody gonna be using that after you say this. Somebody gonna be using that.
I'm about to show you it, but I want to ask y'all some questions on the panel.
Using that.
The black woman is
Go ahead,
God.
ask. Go ahead and ask
showing it
questions.
in the Bible.
Yeah.
You got some questions for us.
I got this question. I really want to ask y'all to see what's up. Who was the first person anybody on the panel heard saying that the black woman is God in the whole and just anywhere?
Okay.
Well,
okay. You can start first. I mean, I'm gonna answer what I heard.
All right. I would say the first person that I seen publicly say it was back in the 90s. Dr. York said it. He said he was probably one of the first people to say it, but it was somebody. It was people before him talking about it too. Mm-hmm. But he was like he just put it out there like that, like on
Okay.
That's just me.
That the black woman was God?
Yeah.
I think the first person who like made an issue of it that I remember making an issue of it was Brother Polite.
And I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm with Divine. Go ahead.
I say Seti.
Okay, yeah.
Seti was the first person I heard that.
I mean, Seti?
Yeah.
Sarasota Seti.
Yeah, he got lectures on
I
it.
didn't know that.
Yeah, Seti said it before Polite. Polite got it from Seti, but they both got it from Natural Tahuti. Y'all remember?
No. Nah.
Yeah.
Natural Tahuti, before he went down, he was one of the first preaching the black woman was God.
Okay.
I mean, my brother said he took it back to, we could take it back to Dr. Ben saying that heaven is between the womb of a black woman's legs. Or, you know what I mean?
I think he said
heaven,
Dr. York.
No, he said Dr. York, but Dr. Ben said that before Dr. York.
Oh, wow.
And so,
okay.
Yeah, and so they all, it's all related, but that's not the point. The point is, when I first heard it, I kind of was like taken back because I didn't hear it from Dr. York first or Dr. Ben first. I heard it from Seti in the way that he I heard it from Tahuti. But
McCap's on point tonight, brother.
What's that?
Yeah. He on point. All y'all on point, but y'all got to remember when Seti was spitting it, he was not doing it so tight. I don't want to shout out to Seti, but he was like cussing and he was doing it different. You know what I mean? And so it was distasteful to me.
Yeah. So
And
your
then
observation
What was he
of
cursing
the
when he said it?
glyphs
Black woman.
and how you look at them is exactly the way that I look at them. Like I look at the style, the clothes, the shoes, the earrings. I pay more attention to that than just, this glyph here said this, that they all lived in the house together and stuff like. Nah, I'm more
you see the
interested in our
deepness
people's style.
Right.
I
see
think that's
what
the
you're
most
saying.
important thing. Because style is your is your reflection of your soul.
I mean, yeah.
That's the best.
Yeah, that's
way to
why we
put it.
want to fashion ourselves so much. That's kind of like why we feel weird when we really can't show how we feel through the artistic expression in our fashion sometimes. Like you'd be like, man, I don't want to go because of what I got on. That ain't nothing fashionably. It'd be like your inner spirit ain't showing how fly you is.
But let's bring this back to this black woman being God, though. Let's bring this full circle around that car. We can't dodge that because
Black woman is God.
yeah.
Well, we're going to go in on that for a moment. But
turn up.
what happened was when I heard Seti saying it, I don't know why I was distastefully turned away. But I find out in my research that he was right. I just found out like, man, I thought them dudes was flashing, but what I found
a cold
was
chill that just went through this room. Anybody else felt it?
that's El Shaddai.
The AC just turned on right now.
He said it was El Shaddai.
He said that wasn't no ghost. That's the AC, bro. Now that was El Shaddai, the mother goddess.
Okay.
See, no disrespect to anybody who follows the Hebrew tradition. Please allow me a teaching moment that when you hear El Shaddai, we all think of that's just an epithet for God. But I'm here to teach and show that many scholars before me and I'm just an independent researcher. Don't consider myself a scholar. I'm a rapper with a philosophy and mean a love of wisdom, and so it helps me find myself in these areas. But I'm not the only one who proposed that El Shaddai was actually a feminine deity in the Hebrew Bible. If we look into the Bible be trying to tell us that too. But we read it only in a translation, and so we don't really be getting what they're trying to say. You feel me?
Let's go.
All right, let's go. And so I got a document anybody could follow on my Rap God WordPress called El Shaddai, the Mother Goddess. And instead of just reading this like any of y'all could do, I'll just paraphrase it. But hey, I'll give y'all my introduction. It's been argued that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was not Yahweh. And it's quite plausible that the mother goddess of ancient times was also venerated by pre-Mosaic patriarchs. All right. It appears that the monotheistic presupposition of the biblical translators allowed them to superimpose values on the biblical text by amalgamating the deities, reducing the gods of the Bibles worshipped by the patriarchs of pre-Mosaic times to Yahweh. And it is my contention that El Shaddai was a feminine epithet that signified the mother goddess, Nana, to be specific. And so that's the introduction to what I break down in this document. I don't know if y'all just want me to bust them by reading it because
Go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So here goes some scholarly sources to back up what I'm about to give you guys. Harriet Lutsky in Shaddai as a goddess epithet, Vetus Testamentum 48, 1998, contemplated if El Shaddai was the Semitic goddess Ashura. Lutsky demonstrates translation from El Shaddai as Yahweh was based on priestly tradition. Let's get that clear. I don't have to demonstrate that. I can stand on the work of previous scholars. If somebody want to refute that, they got to refute the work of Harriet Lutsky, which she wrote in Vetus Testamentum 48 in the Journal of Biblical Literature.
All right, Doc, you can open up the lines. You might want the lines open up later on. Go ahead, continue.
Okay.
Continue, Bill, bro.
Word up. Now, she demonstrated that El Shaddai was translation of El Shaddai as Yahweh was only based on a priestly tradition, meaning it ain't real. Scholars estimate that these priestly sources were composed 900 to 500 BC. So what are they saying? They're saying calling El Shaddai Yahweh started happening at about 900 to 500 BC. Contemporary sources list the date 2091 BC for quote unquote God sending Abram to Egypt. So I argue that El Shaddai possibly was the goddess of the patriarchs of pre-Mosaic times, and that the monotheistic disposition of the authors of the priestly sources, it created a literary effort at promulgating Yahweh's veneration. What I mean by it creating a like they was like, yo, we put Yahweh in the front. You feel me? And so this demoted the other gods to being mere epithets for Yahweh. So now when we read in the King James Version, they say all these other names are all these deities that we find in Canaan and all throughout in the Ugaritic text. They're saying that these were all nicknames for Yahweh. And if we go through my work, we can see that this is just clearly not true because even the Bible tells you. So we can look at Exodus 6:3.
Okay.
And what did Yahweh say in Exodus 6:3? And I appeared to Abram, unto Isaac, and to Jacob by the name El Shaddai. He says, but my name Yahweh was not known to them. So we can stop right there. Because if you don't know the name of a God, there's no way that you can identify that God unless even if you knew how to identify it. Like right now, identify a God that you don't know the name of right now. You can't do it, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Hold on, what's up? I'm live. What's up? Excuse me. My daughters.
Can I have your keys? I need to go to Walmart.
All right, hold on. They downstairs somewhere. My daughter just need to go to Walmart. Yeah. And she needs my credit card. So.
Stranger things.
That's what it is being a father. Here you go. And so, yeah, I mean, am I wrong in saying that?
Nope.
That this God said this God, supposedly this is a God talking in Exodus 6:3. And I appeared to Abram, Isaac, and Jacob by the name El Shaddai, but by my name Yahweh I was not known to them. Now, you're not a supreme being if you gotta say stuff like that. Because why wouldn't your name Yahweh be known to them? All you had to do is magically go poof, and they would have knew your name. And so,
hold on a second. Are we talking about? I guess what I need right now is like clarification of your definition of God, because I don't believe in a mysterious God.
Me either.
So I don't quite understand where we going.
What we're doing is we're in the biblical tradition and we're approaching it from a sense of literary criticism. Okay. So if I'm doing that, I can't take my personal beliefs and forecast it, because I'll be talking about all Egypt or something else right now. You feel me? I'm showing them in the context within their framework how it's even off. And so we don't do the God word. You know what I'm saying? We don't do too much traditionally, none of that. We understand supreme beings, we understand higher powers, but the way that they gave it to us encapsulated, with this German word and all these things, to each his own. But just to be clear, I wasn't doing that. I'm not speaking theologically right now. Okay. Yeah, we just speaking from a sense of literary criticism. So, but we're going is going to show how this El Shaddai wasn't the God that they say it was, and it was actually a woman deity that been here since 33,000 BC. And we could prove the Bible was trying to get people to stop venerating her.
Let's go.
We looked at that Exodus 6:3 where they say I appeared to Abraham. We went over that. Now let's go to Genesis 17:1. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared unto Abram and said to him, I am El Shaddai, walk before me. So this is crazy. All of this is crazy, right? Because first of all, Abraham lived for 99 years before El Shaddai even came to him. Okay. And then in his 99th year, a feminine God came to him. And we can prove it. In the Bible, whenever they do, and we can stay on this for however long we want to, but what it's going to lead to is us seeing that the mother goddess was even in the Hebrew tradition. But in the Bible, what we going to have, let me see, do something with this. Wow. All right, look. Abraham lived for 99 years before he met El Shaddai. And then he never met Yahweh, Exodus 6:3. So all that is clear. When El Shaddai came to him, what did she do? She blessed him with blessings of the breast and blessings of the womb. That ain't something a male deity do. But when they try to give us that and saying that it was Yahweh doing that, we start to misunderstand it. Because we start thinking that it was I'm just coming off the top and not reading it. We start to think that they was talking about I think it's a male deity giving fertility blessings. That don't make no sense. This is a really long document. I'm not going to read it all, but I'm just about to get to the brunt of it.
Okay.
And so we can just go to like right here. El Shaddai. Do we know the root word to Shaddai is breast? Do we know that? See, when we start to do this, we start to see, Shad in Hebrew means breast. Two breasts is Shadim, or what have you. You feel me? And so Shaddai's root word is breast.
Shadim.
You feel me though? And so that is funny because now we got El Shaddai. And we know El means a deity or God. And so some others have proposed that this means the God with the breast. And so I'm going to go right here. And that was, it says, the proposed etymology for the biblical term Shaddai, which is traced back to shad for breast, is relevant in discussing the blessing of the breast. So when they say that, this is why we got to read it in the Hebrew, because we would understand. El Shaddai gave a blessing called Shadim. Now that's easier to understand if we doing it in that language. You feel what I'm saying? But if we doing it in English, then we'll just not make that connection. That this was something feminine going on, and it was possibly a woman at the root of all this. Now I'm gonna nip a lot of this in the bud, because I can start going fast and talking too much. I want people to see it the way. Trust me, I'm not.
Phone lines are open.
Yeah. I want people to see it in the way that they can't refute it, because this is what I say. First of all, in the Bible, they take this word grove, right? Which it means two things. In the translation of the Bible, the word grove is a tree, and it's also Ashura, the deity. But what they do is they fool you in translation and don't let you know when they talking about who. Like they could be talking about a tree sometimes. All right, we're going to pull out the Strongs and beat them up. They could be talking about a tree sometimes, and they could be talking about the goddess Ashura sometimes, right? But see, since they didn't want us to know that, and so they just changed it to one word in English, and the word is grove.
So do you believe that a woman should be deified more than a man?
No, I think there's some duality to that type of deification. You feel me? Like maybe at sometimes a woman more, sometimes a man more. But what I think and what they thought in ancient times might be two different things. You see what I'm saying? Like right here, what I'm pointing out, y'all see on the screen it says this grove word I just looked up is proving that it's Ashura, right? Y'all can see that definition?
Grove.
Y'all don't see my screen?
I see it. Yeah, it's
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry. I didn't know if y'all can see it or not.
Yeah,
okay. My bad. And then if we could look at another definition of the same word in the same Strongs, they're going to say it's a tree. And so why I'm pointing this out, because in translation, they were saying that take the and the grove was in the house of the Lord. But they be trying to make us think it was a tree.
Yeah, I always say that about English, that English is a bastard language. That's how come they got so many words that sound alike and look the same, and you know what I mean? So you could say one thing and mean something totally different.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It was like a language. It was a language invented to lie.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
It's on purpose. I mean, like to trap the truth and to hide shit easily. Let's use English.
Right.
Excuse my language. But I hope I wasn't losing nobody on that last point, because what I was trying to show was, was that this same word got three translations. One of them mean Ashura, a Kemetic, a Canaanite deity, and the other one means a tree. So if you read in your King James version and they say the grove, they said take the grove out the house of the Lord, you're gonna think they talking about a tree. But it was actually Ashura, a female deity being venerated in the house of the Lord. So I'm gonna skip past all that and hit them with the part they can't get around. Because this is what I want to show y'all. These same heavy breasts that they talk about in the Bible.
Pull them up. Shout out to
See that right there? She holding them up.
Shout out to Sophia.
Y'all see that?
Come on, it's the truth.
What happened?
Everybody know that. I said shout out to Sophia.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah.
Damn.
That's
All right.
yeah, that's some breasts.
Yeah, I mean, but y'all
knockers.
funny though. But the thing about it, let's think about this contextually. And again, we're doing the same type of analysis. Remember, in the Bible, they gave the blessing of the breast.
Did you say the breasting?
I couldn't get it out right. But they drew her womb on there too. If y'all look close enough, but they just did too much. But remember, they was talking about the blessing of the breast and the blessing of the womb. Well, I'm here to prove today that, first of all, and the Bible tells us what an icon is, right? It's a graven image. Remember?
Hey, it's the land of milk and honey. Man, I had to come in with
I'm
that.
just saying, it's gonna keep on doing this. You're gonna think I'm crazy how many of these I show you. This one is from 33,000 BC, bruh. And if somebody want to look up the source on this one,
Is that
this
Nana?
one yeah, I say it's Nana because they call it what's called a Venus figurine. And we damn sure know that Venus wasn't around in no 33,000 BC. Venus is an invention of the Romans. And so this couldn't have been a Venus figurine. It had something to do with cultures that didn't have nothing. So they call it the Holy Fels figurine. And the source is right on the screen. And when you look it up, you'll see it's dated to 33,000 BC. But it was left for us to see that this is definitely not a man. It's a woman. And for some reason, the artist drew her holding up her heavy breast for a reason. And I'm going to show you why. Because this is El Shaddai of the Bible is what we're going to learn. Because this is what Yahweh was saying, don't worship no more. They carved it in wood. It was a graven image, and it was considered an icon. But we're going to go, and it's also, you cannot find figurines of men dating back as far as you can find figurines of women. So that means the matriarchy was being venerated before the patriarchy. You feel me? But we gonna prove this. And then it's gonna be crazy how we go all over the world, bruh. And she gonna keep on holding them breasts up like that. It's gonna be real crazy to where you gotta know that I ain't made this up. Look. So right now, the theme is heavy
Venus.
breasts. Okay, these come from 25,000 BC. That's what the Europeans date them to. I'm not just saying this. And this is a quote from Ancient Wisdom Kingdom's Venus figurines. 3 European Venus figurines from the Ice Age, 25,000 years ago. From left to right, Venus of Dolini, Vestonis, Czech and burnt clay. Venus of Willendorf, Austria, chalk. And Venus of Les Pergues, France, mammoth ivory. Now, she's not holding, this is what, maybe 7,000 years later or whatever. She's not holding up her heavy breast in these figurines, but we got to be clear that they want us to see what type of woman they're talking about. A fertile woman with heavy breast. Now, let's keep it going, though, because this one goes to 23,000 BC in Serbia, Russia. And we still see the theme. Now we do see these arms wrapping around holding up the breast again, right? But let's see how this continues throughout the ages. Again, Nana at 20,000 BC in France. All we see here is heavy breast is the consistency, but trust me, she gonna start picking them back up like she was picking them up at 33,000 BC, and this is just crazy to see. And so here we go at 6,000 BC in Samara. Again, we got who?
Breast.
The same iconography from 33,000 BC being used at 6,000 BC. You feel me? So now y'all see I ain't making this up or nothing. It's just crazy. This 1,000 years later.
Let me see her. She looked bad.
I'm about to. She was almost in Judah. But look, you funny. All right, and notice they put a slit right there all the time for a reason. Like I'm just saying, they wanted the blessing of the breast and the blessing of the womb to be venerated. And so we'll keep going for excuse me. And so what we're seeing is from 33,000 BC, and I'm going to take it all the way up to the Hebrew times to show you how that actually entered the Bible. It's because when they said Abram at 99 years old met God, then that's here she go again, in Syria, 4,000 BC. So this is crazy because she skipped like 20,000 years when she stopped holding the breast and then started holding the breast. Pardon me?
The breast look like it got a little bit smaller there.
But they still heavy though,
they still
bro.
Heavy breast.
Like, I mean, I think that's what they're trying to signify by holding them up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like 2 little baby heads.
Yeah, but they getting smaller though. You're right. But look at this one, even still in Greece. This is Greece, 4,000 BC, holding the heavy breast. You feel me? And so now we what was this all about? Let me stop and pause before I continue and ask y'all before I'm saying that this was the black woman being venerated. I know y'all seeing the clues I'm throwing out.
I'm already catching it. That's hard. I'm catching it. Venus, the black sister. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's deep. That's it. That's heavy.
The milk.
All right.
Mm-hmm. The sustaining of life.
Now these three, this is where it happened, y'all. Because they found these three where at? In Judah. You see? So you can't tell me she ain't still holding her breasts up after all these thousands of years. And the cold part, there's no repository to go to be like, let me go look at all the icons of the ladies holding their breasts up. I just put this connection together in my own work. Like, I didn't get all of these from one source and just dump them into my book. You feel me? I found these amongst, and I was like, oh, something going on here.
Is this a breakdown? Is this in your book too?
Yeah, this is definitely in my book. And
make
it's
sure
also
y'all get this book, man. Make sure y'all
I
go
got
get
a copy for you. I'm going to send a copy for everybody on the panel, B, including my man who do behind the scenes.
Okay. AD. You got a lot of questions. He just ain't answering right now.
Well,
this is good, man.
Yeah, this is good.
What you think of AD?
To me, this seems to be the best of the breast.
Oh man, that's
you consider this the best of the best?
Make me blush.
No, it's the breast.
The best.
The best of the breast.
Say, what is it?
Ancient breast through time and history.
Breast of the breast.
Ancient breast through time and history.
Breast of the breast. Best of the breast.
That's that Players Club coming out of him.
No, you know he.
It's very
he's
interesting.
Always around breast all the time.
No, it's very interesting to see the connections though. It's interesting.
Just joking.
Yeah, it is. I mean, so there she go. We find her 1,700 BC in Judah, but we still got her in Turkey. She ain't holding them up, but we know what it is. They keep drawing them the same way. Now this is different, but this is still Nana. They start to tell you she's Nana. This is the Afghan goddess Nana. Maybe I'm going too far.
Got a little Buddhist, like a style to it on this one.
Yeah, it's from Afghanistan, and it's about the 5th, 6th century Christ era CE. And so, you know, stuff had changed by then. Right. But I don't know if I was going too far to throw that one in there. But it's safe to say we clearly got her in Judah at about biblical times. So now when we was talking about them saying, get the grove out of the house of the Lord, now we see what they was talking about. Because man, I don't even have to say too much more. We could clearly see that Abraham was, or this is more stuff that we showing, the how some of these figurines were actually simply just the makeup of Khoisan black women. You know what I mean?
This is from Sheikh. That's a nice walk down. Like that.
I mean, that's Sheikh Anti-Shop who did that. You feel me? He just like, look. He took one of the figurines and he just had a sister stand over there.
Is that the chick Venus that they I think they were amazed at her butt.
You know that's Venus Hottentot, exactly.
Yeah.
And they compared that. He compared that to a figurine of an ancient. And he was just showing, look, man. This was an African woman, but he had a different point. I want to ask you guys to look at this one. And they call this a Venus of brassing poi, right? But now that we understand what's really going on, I think they call this the hooded Venus.
Okay.
But no, we should look at this from an African-centered perspective and understand those are braids in her hair. And the artist then didn't have, who got on the hood that's divided and sectioned up like that? Like these are braids, but don't nobody want to say that because only Africans wore braids, and then they wouldn't be able to say that this was a European fossil or something. You see what I mean? But I mean, I could go and show y'all ancient Egyptians braiding hair and stuff. I don't want to get off the point, but I do want to just say to my people, I want them to look further into my work here. You can go into the New Jerusalem Standard Edition of the Bible and go to page 908. And they're going to tell you that translating El Shaddai as God Almighty is inaccurate. And so when I start, you feel me? When I start to get along these lines and preaching, I'm not really just making this stuff up. I like you see, I'm still going through the document. I'll be here all day reading this whole thing for y'all. But as we come to the conclusion, it was touching back on the first question I asked y'all, because at first, like I said, I was drawn away from some of the presentation of Brother Tahuti, Brother Saro Sudanseti, Brother Polite, and respectfully drawn away. But as I learned that they was really telling some of the truth, just saying it in their own ways, I found out like it was a lot of truth to the ancient black woman being venerated in the Hebrew Bible. And if anybody needs more sources on that, they can check out my rap guide at wordpress.com or what have you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you just dropped the mic.
All right.
No doubt, man. That was a great book. We're not done though.
No, we definitely not done.
Yeah, we're not done. We just flying around the surface right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
Just hitting some of the control panels and flying around.
Exactly.
Flying around in the rocket.
Hey D, we got some questions. We on rocket. Don't stop. Yeah, we on the rocket. That's what we do when we start rocking it off. We gotta get some other sound effects for this.
Ain't no
this is
questions
crazy.
in the chat room?
Yeah, we got some questions in the chat room. Where we at, AD?
Let me check for super chats if we missed any. I'm not sure.
Oh man, Tahuti here. You always on point. Tahuti not here. Tahuti not here. You can't find a chat.
Okay, we do have some here.
Do you keep them?
Yeah, I mean they're all kept up in the log here. So let's see.
Like this. Let's get the super chats ready.
Okay, you said this over here.
On AD right now.
Did you already say give thanks? Yep. Okay. What about the nuclear reactor? Oh, we said that one?
Yeah, I saw a whole bunch.
Cats always come realer than you, fairy tale killers.
No, I saw that one. It's not a shot at me though.
Yeah. Yo, Casual and the Hero Crew, legendary top tier MCs. The music did so much for me, and I know many others. Much love and peace to the podcraft. That's from Tony Samarano. Danny Salinas says
I want to
native
add
power.
on to that woman. To that. There's other. I know. I'm gonna get what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get the book. I'm gonna get your book, and I'm gonna go through it because I can add on to what you're saying. What you're saying is some heavy stuff.
I want to hear. I want to hear you add on.
It makes it makes a lot of sense in the sense of the woman bringing forth the seed in the beginning. I mean, it just makes sense. You know, like the universe is depicted as a female and bringing forth. So I can see, you know, as the ancestors seen it, not as I'm talking about as they seen it.
Their acknowledgement of the divine feminine.
Yeah.
You got two more super chats in here.
Right.
One says, unfortunately, to date, very little research has been done on Nubia.
Right.
That is starting to change, and we may have to reconfigure.
What you said? Say that again.
Unfortunately, to date, very little research has been done on Nubia that is starting to change, and we may have to reconfigure.
Yeah, well, he going in right now.
Yep.
I mean, that's the truth. It seemed like we getting. I ain't really, you know, when some people be like, he got that from the white man. That ain't no kryptonite for me. The reason why I'm saying that is because I go to college schools. I mean, I'll take an online college course at some of these subjects that we be talking about, right? Mm-hmm. And believe it or not, modern day teachers aren't. They're not the same as their racist predecessors. Racism was a part of Egyptology because it was started in Hitler's Germany. By Rockefellers. The first, you had to go to Germany to get the first Egyptological degrees. The first archaeological exhibitions was funded by Germans during the time of World War I, what have you. You feel me? Or whatever, if I'm saying that right. Wasn't that World War I?
Mm-hmm. No.
Germany?
Well, both of them, World War I and World War II, had Germany in it.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Which one was the Hitler one then?
That's World War II.
Well, then World War II is what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I'm glad you straightened me out on that. You feel me, though? Wait a minute. I don't know.
What? Well, there hasn't been a World War III.
No, I know.
World War II was, you know what I'm saying, the war with Hitler.
It's on.
What time period was that?
It had to be around the 50s, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, then we talk about World War One, right?
World War One, that didn't involve Hitler.
Yeah, it didn't involve Hitler, but all right, I don't know. I gotta look this up. But it was, we gotta look it up right now.
All right.
The first,
as you look on, we just have a caller. I'm just letting you know
Okay,
questions
great.
for you,
I'll write it
guys.
yeah, let's talk.
Let's go. Tall God Allah.
Peace.
Peace.
Yo, peace to casual, man. Rap God, smash, boogie. Arrows up, brother. I love what you do, man.
Hey, peace to you, family member. Thanks for calling in and sending that love out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm probably on delay or something, so I'm gonna just go ahead and ask my question, man. So I studied one of your lectures, man, and you were quoting Diodorus Sicilius, and I heard him being referred to as Diodorus of Sicily, same shit. And you made a claim that the Ethiopians are the Cushites, and that's another question I have for you, just distinguishing the Ethiopians, Cushites, and the Nubians, all that stuff. We're gonna go into that, but you said that the Nubians spoke Medunetter better than the Egyptians.
Yeah, I made that claim. Because the sources the sources that I used.
All right, hold on. Get off the phone so you can hear what he got to say.
Okay, bet.
All right, go ahead. And you can call back in. All right. One.
Oh, he couldn't hear me?
No, now he can hear you. He couldn't hear you through the phone.
Oh, I feel you.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I made that claim because I had sources that said it. And I'm about to pull that source back up because it was just in this presentation that you was talking about. I did. First of all, I do study ancient Egyptian grammar, and one of the questions I always asked myself was, how are all of these Nubian, and I asked it earlier, how are all these Nubian animals and stuff in the glyphs at time periods so early in, I mean, almost, you could go into almost pre-dynastic times, and you're going to find Nubian animals that Egyptians didn't know in their lexicon. And so I'm going to try to get to something in this presentation that addresses what you're talking about, and it's a source.
Put them to there. I'll be right back.
Go ahead,
a lot of tea. Go ahead.
Let me see.
Okay, I got him.
Here got a source. And so, again,
answer your question now.
He answering your question right now.
Diodorus Siculus, book 3, 1st century, had this to say. He said, they say also that Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Ethiopians, Osiris having been the leader of their colony. So he clearly saying that he's sunning the Egyptians right now and saying that they really was colonists sent out by the Egyptians. This ain't me saying this. This is a white man saying this in the 1st century BC. We got to be clear on this. And he wasn't talking to us. He was talking to other Greeks like himself so that they could understand what was going on in Egypt. And he said this, they say also that the Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Egyptians, Osiris having been the leader of the colony. And the larger part of the customs of the Egyptians are, they hold, Ethiopian. The colonists still preserve their ancient manners. So let's be clear on what Diodorus Siculus said. He first said that they were just colonists sent out by Ethiopians. Second, he said all of their Egyptian customs are really Ethiopian. He's saying this. I'm not saying this, but let's go further to length. And for the two kinds of writing which Egyptians have, oh, y'all not seeing the screen. Y'all seeing
Not yet. Go ahead and share, and I'll switch it back.
Oh, I'm tripping. I thought y'all was seeing the screen this whole time. I just realized that. Let me see. Share screen.
If you want to come on the Zoom, he hung up.
Y'all see my screen now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Now, let me go back. Now, this is Diodorus Siculus saying this in Book 3. And for the two kinds of writing which the Egyptians have, that which is known as popular, demotic, is learned by everyone, while that which is called sacred is understood only by the priest of the Egyptians, who learned it from their fathers as one of the things which are not divulged. But amongst the Ethiopians, everyone uses this form of letters. He said that. He clearly was like, yo, only the Egyptians who down with the priesthood know this. But the Ethiopians, everybody know it.
Yeah,
Magi were what we would consider in this text Ethiopians, because the Greeks didn't know. They just called all dark-faced people of southern Egypt Ethiopians. I mean, and so that's to the good brother who called in. I know you, if you've seen this presentation, then you know that I said that because I had this source, and it was because I was doing a presentation on the Magi, but I wouldn't go into academia making that argument. I wouldn't go into academia trying to prove that the Nubians knew the Medu Neter better than Egyptians. I simply just showed you one of my sources that allowed me to be able to say that. You know what I'm saying?
We got another question in the super chat here. It says, what was the first manifestation?
That's a crazy question. Somebody said, what was the first manifestation?
Yeah, from DHNJ.
That's a very general question. I guess I would say the Big Bang, right? If you believe in that. I mean, what was the first manifestation? The Big Bang? What you think, man, Capra?
You know, I believe that energy just always existed. There's no such thing as a beginning and ending when it comes to energy.
Like it's a cycle?
It's a cycle. What you see is what's always been here.
So everything already manifested before, or how that works?
Everything already existed already.
It just manifests in different forms. Huh?
It matters, like saying matter. What is matter? Matter is what matters, just always been in existence. In order for existence to exist, there has to be matter.
And matter is the mother, right?
No, matter is just matter.
And like electricity.
It's the opposite of nothing.
The mother is Mut Neter. That's where we get that from Egypt, right? Mut Neter. I think that's where we get mother from. And just how we say that, you know, our word merit, like you know, a meritorious rise, is the same word that they would use for what they called. I hate people calling it the S word or saying a slave, but they weren't slaves. And what we understand was, if you were a captive, you would be a free person, but you would be at the lowest. You'd be relegated to the lowest realm of society. And so,
well, you know,
those Maruts in ancient Egypt, they are the root to our word merit. If we take out the vowels, we got MRT. And that's how we found cognate terms, by finding a tri-consonantal root and then a meaning. If they got a tri-consonantal root, the same tri-consonantal root, then that means we got to establish cognates on two legs. Shout out to Sar Imhotep who taught me that. I would try to find terms and say, oh, this term lead back to this term. And he taught me that that's inaccurate. He was like, if it don't stand on two legs, you can't call it a cognate. It can't just be standing on one leg. It can't just have the same tri-consonantal root and you saying that it mean the same thing. Let's take SLM. Those consonants we know to always be meaning peace in almost every language, right? You feel me? You take SLM into a lot of languages, it's going to mean peace.
Yes.
So that means those are cognate terms for each other. And we could go all the way back to ancient Egyptian, is going to be SRM, Well, we know that the R and the L are interchangeable, so it's still the same word. SLM, shalom, Salem, salam, they all mean peace. And so we can do this with other terms by establishing the triconsonantal root. So now that we know that, let's just play around with it. Let's take the word for God and that people call God in ancient Egyptian. What was that? Neter, right?
Yeah.
Let's take that triconsonantal root, throw out all the vowels. What we got? NTR. So what's a cognate with that in English? NTR, nature. You see what I mean? And so it lets us know that the way that these words progress, you can't even hide it once we get to a level of knowledge and understanding to where some things were written so well in ancient times, they still survive to this day, and they say what they need to be saying to us, whether we know how to hear it or not. And so when we talk about Mut, they had a deity who was the mother deity, and her name was Mut. And so we say Mother Nature now. It's the same exact thing. Mut Nature is Mother Nature. Mut being, if I could, I'm gonna share my. I mean, I keep going back and forth from sharing screen to unsharing screen, but it's kind of better if I can show people so they can understand what I'm talking about. And Wiki is a good source for that. Just to show people what you talk about while you're teaching is not the best tool for research, but Mut Egypt. I'm gonna just say Mut God. You're gonna see a vulture. All right, well, they don't got her in her vulture, but you see the vulture right here. I'll make it bigger. So this vulture and this T is Mut. And now this is a deity. It don't say, we ain't gonna say Netra for B1, but it's letting you know she's a Netcheru or Neteret. So Mut Neteret was really Mother Nature first, but
yeah, just
you
like
can even read it.
Just like when they spell the word Amun, they spell it like Mmin. They spell it like I, then it's like a M. They don't really use the A, the A.
You're right. They got that reed leaf.
They got the reed leaf
in the front, and we trying to figure out
also water too. Water, and
right.
I think it's grass. Is that grass?
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, pull that up.
Let me see. So we said Amen. We're gonna see reed leaf, and then we're gonna see a symbol that's in Menkaperah's name.
Yeah, that's right.
See the
men symbol.
But well, they gonna say
bottom.
Amun, A-M-U-N. That's for some reason they spell it like that.
Yeah.
But now here we are looking at Amun, which is a war deity, and here are the glyphs for him. Just like my brother was just breaking down, we reading from left to right here because the deity is facing the left. And we see this reed leaf, like my brother was breaking down. Then we see the men glyph. This is a sonnet board. It's used to say the word men. And then this is just another N, which they call a phonetic complement. So this
is that for water too?
It's for water, yeah.
Yep.
And so if we and to prove that, if we just go, I said it was an N, right? I said and this is men, and this is N. Well, this is why I said Wiki is good for this, because if we know how to use it correctly, they actually have a glyph little repository on here. I keep saying that, but it's called Gardner Sign List. And for Gardner Sign List, if you find it on Wiki, we can just, you can look up glyphs right on Wiki sometimes. And so that water, I'm just so that people understand what we're talking about, I'm going to go straight to it. It was, so what they have this list by man and his occupants, woman and her occupants, anthropomorphic deities, parts of the arms, blah, 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 blah. But I think we're looking at a water, so that's going to be like something about the earth, sky, earth, and water. So just like my good brother just said, we're going to find the glyph he just said. See, you see it inside of here, but they say this is a combination of a sandy track and a water ripple. So they basically, like an oasis, are showing that it was water in between some sand. But if we get to the actual one you pointed to, here we have it. And so, so just to be clear, bro, it means water when you see it 3 times. It don't mean water when you see it once. And so but it is water. You see what I'm saying? So this is the difference. You see how they say ripple of water? But this one, when you see it 1 time, it just represents the letter N. When you see it 3 times, they're talking about actual water. But you was 100% correct that it is water. But if you see it by itself, it's just an N. Like if my name was Nathan, then I would start with that ripple of water. And so here we see it again inside of a pail, but people just got to trip off what they're seeing.
Right.
Dang, I hope I didn't mess that up. Let me see. Right here. It's the same way. I got to zoom in, but when I zoom in, it starts to take me off to a different screen. See?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, it was that water that was in the bucket that I was on the screen.
I think if you scroll up, it was.
It's about to come. Let me see.
The AD. Yeah. Could you turn on my mic?
Oh, sorry.
Here we go. Notice that these are still the same glyphs, just combined with this one down here. So just like you pointed out, this is now water in a well.
Right.
You feel me? And so understanding one glyph will help you understand a lot more. You feel me? Because now you can see, oh, this looked like water inside of a pail, and you would have been 100% correct. And so, yeah, we was talking about the name of Amen. And then if we go to the Sonnet board, I was talking about.
Right, that's in Menkaperah's name too.
It's in Menkaperah's name. It's in Amen and a few other names, and it means to bring together or to combine or to be like Mena. Right. It was in one of the first names, Mena. But I think under the sign list, if we want to do it correctly, we're going to look under games and let's see which list it would be under the most. It's going to be something like, y'all can help out too if y'all can see this list.
Okay.
I'll make it bigger. That is a board. It's furniture temple. It's going to be like temple furniture, buildings and parts of buildings. Maybe not. It should be something like games. But here we go. Writing is Y. Writing games. Right. And there you go, right there.
There it is. Yep.
And so the Sonnet board is men, the men in Menkaperah. You see right here? That was that glyph that we seen when we seen Amen. And this Sonnet board, and it means the men are to bring together and to be a combiner. And here we see as the epithet in your name right here, a common pharaonic epithet was Menkaperah, but it made many names. It's crazy how that happened right now, right?
That's bugged out.
That's how you let you know stuff be full circle, B.
Real talk.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like I'm talking.
People have your name, brother. That's a good name.
That's a beautiful name. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so, Sonnet boards, I mean, really, dude, don't have me go in on that because it was the illest name ever. Ankh S.N. Amen. She was so hard and she was a killer. Ankh. All right, let me see. The A-N-K-H-S. There she go. Ankh S.N. Amen. So she's like, my life is just like, S-N just means she's a female. The S means she's a female. And the N is just like the N. So we know what Ankh means and we know what Amen means. But she was so hard, Ankh S-N Amen. She was like the daughter of either Akhnat, Tutankhamun, Amen, they say, was her half-brother's spouse.
Right.
See?
I think they were brother and sister, weren't they?
Well, one of them died. She was the one who, when I think it was either when Tutankhamun or when Amenhotep or Akhenaten died, I can't remember. When he died,
I think they was trying to. They were like, I guess they were like secret lovers. They was trying to conceive a child, but they was, because they were brother and sister.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not saying what you're saying ain't true, but I'm saying those sources, because I learned a lot of stuff that let me know that the Europeans was just making a lot of conjecture on stuff. But I don't want to say that was a lie. I just want to say what I know her for had to do with other things. When the pharaoh, the Nisut had died, the Mitanni kings started impressing upon Kemet. And this sister wanted to show how hard she was. She wrote a letter to the king of Mitanni named Dushrata. Dushrata was the king of Mitanni at the time. And she wrote a fake crybaby letter to him, acting like she was in distress. Being like, my husband has died. She told Dushrata, send one of your sons, and then so that I'll take his hand in marriage, and then it's gonna be all good. Dushrata sent his son, and she had him killed on the way. Whole caravan slaughtered. Like, I ain't no sucker.
Gangster.
And so when Dushrata found out his son got killed by the new queen or whatever, the interim queen of Kemet, he just had to fall back into the Mitanni Empire. But we can read about a lot of this stuff. Some of this stuff is the precursors to the Amarna tablets, and a lot of that stuff we might have heard about. I'm not sharing my screen right now, right?
No.
Good, cool. I'm making sure. Yeah, but what's up with y'all, man? I don't want to be doing all the talking. I want to do some building.
That's what
we letting you talk, my brother.
Yeah, that's what we here to do. We building with you, man.
I appreciate y'all.
You going in, man. Presentation is off the hook. I don't even know if it's a presentation. It's just a conversation, and it's coming off. It's coming off good. You touched on some heavy stuff, controversial, and the lines are open. No one's calling. And it's kind of heavy because once you go, what I like about it is that we are actually in the glyphs, and you're not really just talking off the top of your dome, and we can actually see it, and a few people come with sources, but it's better to hear what the people say themselves and see it from their point of view. And I got a better look at Nubia, Ta-Nehisi.
Ta-Nehisi.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Ta-Nehisi.
Ta-Seti.
And this is a question, because I already told him that you already told us this, but it's a small part. Ta-Nehisi is a small part in Nubia. Are you saying it is a small part in Nubia, or are the Nubians? What's the difference?
Yeah, thanks for asking that.
Okay.
Ta-Nehisi is synonymous for what Europeans call Nubia. Ta-Seti is a smaller region inside of Ta-Nehisi. So let's break it down like this.
Okay.
Ta-Nehisi, the state. Ta-Seti is the county. You feel me?
Gotcha.
That's the easiest way for us to look at it. Ta-Nehisi was the bigger area that had different other spots in it. And inside of it was one region known as Ta-Seti, which they called the land of the bow. And the Magi was known for being the archers, and magi was really close to there too. We ain't looked at no glyphs though.
We didn't, huh?
No.
I thought we did.
No,
we saw pictures.
You showed that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, read this style glyphs, like. But
It's time to read them.
Yeah.
I know we start from the bottom. We start from the bottom.
King
Well, no, that was just. Pardon me. I hope I wasn't confusing you. On that vignette, we were reading the procession into a kingdom. That was not necessarily the way we would read the word order. You see what I mean?
Oh, okay.
We was just looking at the.
Everybody's face was that way, so we started that way. That was her. Yeah.
Yeah. And all of that is relevant. You read into the. Well, one of my brothers who visited Kemet a lot, he say, nah, that's just a myth. You can read different ways based on which way you're looking at it. Once you get to a temple, it'll look different. But we know, like right now, let me see, share screen again.
All right, state your name and where you calling from. Hold on, my bag. All right, one more time, brother. State your name and where you calling from.
Yo, peace. This is Els Digi Key to the City calling from a log garden, Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. ATL in the building.
I was just calling to pay respects. I had a couple questions, man, just to differentiate. What's the difference between a netter and just Wunuwapian as a whole?
Good question.
Very good question.
I think you're gonna shut the internet down with this. The craft man. Let's hold on to the wheels.
I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings.
No doubt.
All right. So you can just get off the phone so you can hear what the question. All right. Here we got another question. Go ahead. You can answer it, brother.
Oh, I was saying, yeah, I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings when I say that the new Nuwapian is a bastardization of the Medu Neter. Uh, Nuwapian is somebody saying, let's make our own language based off the Medu Neter. And so I don't think a bastardization is always, I mean, it's definitely a pejorative, but it ain't to be looked at as like the worst thing, because if the language would have been spawned naturally, all languages are offshoots of another language, but no natural language is written out. Natural languages start by use case first. You see what I mean?
Right.
Like by people making sounds and symbols to describe things in their real life. So when you try to, I mean, if you try to start a language by writing it, you're not going to be even, it's going to be non-functional, or so to speak. We could go listen back to Polite's video where he was rapping in Nuwapic or whatever. It's not the same.
You ever
to
see
say,
that?
Nah, we got another caller. We got let's finish up.
I've seen that John though.
He was rapping in Nuwapian.
Yeah, he got a song in Nuwapian. Hilarious. It's crazy. It's great. He actually did it though.
But did you understand what he was saying?
A little bit. Because you gotta understand.
All right, we got a caller.
Oh,
and then we go there. All right, state your name and why you calling.
Yo, it was good. My name is actually Yar. I'm calling to ask a question about the root word of El Shaddai.
Okay.
There you go. That's a great question.
All right. He didn't ask. Did you ask it yet? All right. What?
Because according to every dictionary and interlinear dictionary that I've read, the root word of Shaddai is Shaddad, which is, according to the Strongs, it's H7703. It means to deal violently with, to despoil, devastate, ruin, destroy, spoil. So the name of the in English is called God Almighty, and in Hebrew is Al Shaddai or El Shaddai, which is the great and terrible mighty power. The power, the God or the power, which is literally what El means. It means power, like straight up. It doesn't mean no other power, God name is a title, and it means power. And Shaddai or Shaddai, the root word of that, it means terrible, mighty, a force that is unimaginable. So when Abraham knew the Most High, when Abraham received that name, that title, that was what the way that the Most High communicated with Abraham was under that name. And then when he went to Moses, he revealed his true name. Even though they always knew it, even Abraham knew it, but he didn't know him on that level. Like he was revealing
all right.
So
Can
that's
I
your
respond
question.
to that real quick?
Let him respond.
So one of the reasons you're going to want to dive into my work is because it's going to be more revealing to you. It's not going to take any of your foundation away from you. It's going to give you a new perspective. And here, let's start by doing this. You go to the New Jerusalem Bible Standard Edition, London Dartman, Longman and Todd, 1985, page 908, and read where it says, translating El Shaddai as Almighty God is inaccurate. Okay, so I just gave you a biblical source coming out of Israel. The New Jerusalem Bible Standard Edition, London, Dartmouth, Longman and Todd, 1985, page 908. And so if you want to, in scholarship, you gotta, I don't have to worry about anything you said about what it means anymore, because we have an authority that you would have to refute before refuting what I said, and that authority is the New Jerusalem Biblical Standard Edition. You see what I mean? So once you dive into some of my work, you'll see that I'm providing a world of sources that's going to give us a heightened understanding on the subject. If we have an authority that discredits everything that you just said, we might want to start probing along other lines. See, and then let me expound on that just for a moment. The reason why is because the most of the research you've done, I presume most of the research that you've done on the subject is from canonical sources and seminarian sources, and aren't really able to be exposed to a lot of extra biblical, non-canonical sources. And when we are exposed to these, we'll find out that El don't just mean the power. That's not true. El was a deity way before Yahweh can be found even ever written on this earth. As a matter of fact, we find El and El Shaddai in conjunction written in Ugaritic text before we could find Yahweh attested to. So again, don't think that I'm coming from a theological perspective right now. I'm not saying nothing about a God that one believes in that degree. I'm coming from a sense of, again, literary criticism and a sense of looking at history with no anachronisms. And Yahweh wasn't there at the time when El was ruling and El Shaddai ruling in non-canonical and extra biblical text. If we basically, I'm going to show you something that you probably would be thrilled to see along this subject, if I could share my screen one last time, and to show us how the depth of research on certain subjects, it's levels to it. And so what I mean is, I'm gonna go to Wiki, and I'm gonna type in a word that's in my memory of a location, Tel El Thayad. Tel El Thayad, Y-A-D. I gotta get this right. Y-A-D. Tel El Thayad. Well, how do you say breast in Arabic? One of y'all know that? Because that's how you say it.
So
Tel El.
Yeah, is Shadia would be breast or Shadin.
How do I spell in Arabic? I say what?
Say is S-H-A. Well, man, my fault. S-H-A-D-E-E-N. D-E-E-N.
All right, I messed that up then. I'm trying to find something for you real quick.
I wanted to say also, is like Shad would mean demon in Hebrew too. I think that's what the brother was trying to point out. Mm-hmm. Al Shaddai or coming from the word Shad, meaning demon.
So I hear you. So let me break this down for us. In the God with breast, El Shaddai in the Bible, David Bialy gives up wonderful information regarding El Shaddai being a Semitic goddess. Although Bial or whatever concluded that El Shaddai was Ashura, his work offers tons of sources used to substantiate the claim that El Shaddai was the God with the breast. So let me go in on this real quick. And this is the scholarly consensus on the subject, and I'm going to cite sources and names. The scholarly consensus on the etymology of Shaddai, not the biblical consensus. We got to be clear on that.
Right.
So when we look into the Bible and the Strongs, and I say the scholarly consensus, that's two different things. But the scholarly consensus on the etymology of Shaddai is based on the Akkadian etymon Shadu, which means mountain. William F. Albright argued that Shadu derived from the Ugaritic root Tad for breast. Ugaritic is older than Hebrew. And so if we find Shadu deriving from the Ugaritic root Tad for breast in Old Akkadian, Shadui, then it arrives as Shad in Hebrew. And so all of these languages precede Hebrew in the area. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so Albright went further to explain that Shaddai does not directly derive from Shadu, but from Shadua, mountain ear. Mm-hmm. And Albright also connected El Shaddai to the Amorite god Bel Shade. Now let's talk about this real quick, because when we start talking about Bel Shade, that's just another way to say El Shaddai.
I see where you're going at now. You're taking it, you're not using the biblical narrative. You know
Definitely
what I mean?
Not.
Exactly. All right. Now I'm with you. Now I'm with you on that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell him. That this is the scholarly consensus. This ain't the biblical narrative.
Biblical narrative. Right.
Yeah.
All right.
because in the scholarly consensus, we get to look at other texts outside of the Bible.
Right.
They don't let you do that in the Bible. You can't look at no archaeology. They're gonna be like,
go to
nope.
church with that.
And so, again, addressing what my brother said about the definition, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying that's the definition for theology.
Right.
That's the definition if you believe it. In the real world, no disrespect, but in the real realm of academia, there's so much criticism that would be put to that text that it would be funny. But one thing I'll end with saying is just, again, translating El Shaddai as Almighty God is inaccurate, and that's from the New Jerusalem. Let me see if I can just pull it up so you can actually see it in the book. You know what I'm saying? So you won't think I'm saying that. The New Jerusalem Standard Edition. Anyway, I hope I answered that good for my brother who called. Are you still on the line?
Nah. So you can hear, they get off so they can hear your answer. If you want to call back, because I know you're listening, you could call back. And see, this is what I'm saying. Don't be afraid. Usually the chat room never afraid to call. But don't be afraid to call and ask questions. Therefore, you can get your answers, or you can, just get something that you can build something on. You know what I mean? So I just want to say the lines are open. Coach Kadaka, shout out to our other moderator in the building. We have Voltage in the building. Shout out to him. He always building. And Casual going in as always, bro. This is great. And we got to hit on that crypto too, because you.
Oh my man,
beast like that.
I love you for saying that, bro. But I mean, to keep it a buck.
Yeah.
Keep it a buck, priest. It's all one thing for me, dude. I was waiting to when my studies. First of all, I was waiting for my studies to merge with my artistry.
Okay.
But even further in my life, I was like, when is this gonna start being beneficial? Like really, ancestors or universe.
Yeah.
Because I'm studying this stuff with a passion, and I don't like people coming up to me saying stuff like, what do that do for the black man today? Or what do that do for you today, right here, right now? Acting like they got a big ass question. That's not hard for me to answer.
There you go.
I've been hearing that a lot too. Well, how that going to apply to us today?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we got Tall Haru once again on the
okay.
He called back. Shout out to this brother right here. What's your question? And state your name.
Name is Brother Tall God. Hey, Rue.
All right.
You know what I mean? It wasn't too many calls, so I figured I'd jump right in, man. But,
it's open for you.
I see he already, kind of jumped into another topic, but I wanted to, when he's ready to pull up those glyphs again, there was a particular glyph that he pulled up before that had, there was an Egyptian and a Nubian, and they were dressed alike, and then there was also an Asiatic, and there was a Libyan. Does he know the stela that I'm talking about?
I'm about to show you, right? And the one we was looking at earlier?
Yeah, he about to show you right now. Shout out to DHNJ.
I know what you're talking about. The four races of man. It's called the four races of mankind.
Yeah.
I can pull that up.
Yeah.
So I want to know was first of all, I want to know was the Libyan. In fact, we'll get in that second. First was the Asiatic. The one he said the Asiatic she got the braid, one braid coming down her head, and then the rest of her hair is just kind of laid. So is that somebody from the Levant, or where would that person be? Is that a Babylonian? What region? Is that a Phoenician? What region would that person be from?
So I'm trying to see on which inscription. I'm looking through. The one I showed at first. So okay, yeah, cool. They were trying to be depicted as these fair skinned women. I mean these yellow, I would say, women on here. You talking about right here?
Is that it? Tall Haru.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I was listening. Yeah, the other thing I want to know was about the Libyan. I want to know if that Libyan is that the Tamahu that him and I always hear Jabari talking about the Tamahu, and I believe that is supposed to be the Asiatic or kind of Caucasoid, Asiatic, Africoid mix.
Nah.
People that been in that region in Libya, I believe, for like almost 10,000 years. Is that the same people? Is that what the Libyan is? Do they represent the Tamahu?
They not Caucasoid, bro. They they are called the Tamahu and the Tahenu, but Jabari messed up by saying that those is white people. Tall man,
the one
you
he's
hear
showing
me?
right now that's not the glyph I was talking about.
Okay,
that's
this ain't
the one with the procession, right?
Yeah, he's talking about the four
4 races.
4 races. Yeah, man.
I'm about to just pull that up.
One. With the Egyptian is dressed just like the Nubian.
Right.
Shout out to
I'm about to pull that up.
Shout out to Professor Einstein. He hit us with a 49.99.
Book of Gates. It's in the Book of the Gates, I think. The Gates. We should. This is what you're talking about, right?
Right on the left-hand side. There you go.
Okay, so this is a Wikipedia redrawn inscription. We could probably find a better one closer to the original book. Well, really why I said that is because they try to make the fair-skinned people look more white. And then they was really like this. This is a lepsis reproduction.
Yeah.
This the one you talking about?
Yeah. I think there's another one though.
Yeah, it is another one.
There's another one where you see two Africans that represented Kemet, and then there was another Asiatic that you've seen there as well.
You're 100% right. But I think the brother was talking about this Libyan Timahu right here. Tall man, you see that?
I'm gonna get off the line so I can listen.
All right, tall man.
Oh, you can't hear me.
Appreciate y'all, man. Peace.
All right. Peace.
He got all.
All right, he's gonna be able to hear this.
Yeah, he looking. Yep.
I'm gonna give him a second. So it's like the 4 races of the world, even though that's not a good way to depict it. They just really meant the people who was northwest, south, and east of them. Libyans was to the west. They're called the Timahu. The Nahisu, the Nubians, were to the south. They were called Nahisu. Asiatics coming from the east or even northeast would be the Aamu. And then the Remech, they don't got it on here, but this is the Remech. That's a traditional Egyptian at this time period. But again, with this reproduction, they tried to lighten up the hues of these people to make them look like they could be white. And so when my brother asked me, was the Timahu white? And no, that ain't them. Greeks have been living in the west of, in between. Greeks have been living in between Libya and Egypt since ancient times. And so the enlightenment of people in North Africa happened because of their proximity to people from areas that didn't get a lot of sunlight. Right. Just like that. And people wasn't racist. So if you seen a light-skinned chick walk up, you wouldn't be having no problem with getting with her back then. You feel me? Or whatever. If she was white or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to say is at this time period, this one with the feathers on his head is a Libyan. Traditionally, it was only the Europeans who made this reproduction that made him look more like a white person. You know what I mean? And I think Jabari needs to publicly correct himself. You can do that, Jabari. It's not a big deal.
Is that him?
Like, we ain't nobody perfect, B. Like, I don't think none of the stuff I say is perfect. I try to be 100. But if we made an error and we told hell of the community that Timahu is the white people, then you're going to have to come back and say, under further research, I don't think that was right.
Casual. I heard West. This is from who?
I think this might be
Jabari.
Jabari Amin.
Yeah.
Peace, Jabari.
Said casual. I heard Wesley Muhammad say that the Champollion was credited with the deciphering the Metanetta. General Seti did a presentation saying Champollion's translations are false. Speak on this issue.
Said he don't know what he talking about, and he ran. Let me show y'all my face. Said he don't know what he talking about, and he ran like a little kid from the Archery squad.
Oh.
We were supposed to. I wasn't even involved in the debate. If I was involved, it really would have been checkmate. But he ran and hooked up with young Pharaoh, and they started doing all kind of unscrupulous things about simply debating whether the Medu Neter had been deciphered or not.
Right.
I've heard this. Yeah.
You feel me? Me and Seti never had no bad interactions. I brought him to Oakland. It was cool. And shout out Seti, what's up? You know how we get it in. But to keep it a buck, he was wrong on that, and he didn't want to debate. You feel me? And so, just to be clear, the Champollion stuff was not wrong. He just can't get past his quote unquote hatred for Europeans in order to just tell the truth sometimes. So you trying to tell me everything white people done was wrong? So how we on YouTube right now? How's we talking through all this? Because I know nobody from the hood didn't hook this up. Like, how am I talking to y'all right now and we all on point if everything white people do is bad? Just because they are not our friends ancestrally don't mean they be messing up all the time. You know what I'm saying? And so when they do mess up, we point it out. Like, that shit wrong.
Man, Cat might have something to say.
So
all right, tell me that. Go ahead.
So
straighten me out.
I hear a lot of brothers that always build on that and they say, oh, white people ain't bad. You know, look at Larry down the street.
Hold on, though. I
He
didn't
built
say
a
that.
liquor store for us.
I didn't say that. I said wrong. I didn't say bad. See?
I mean,
meant
same
incorrect
difference though.
information.
You know what I'm saying? My thing is like this. It's like, okay, you know, the technology exists now, and yes, okay, we're on the platform, and yeah, we benefit from it to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? And yes, he, you know, invented YouTube and this and that or whatever. But, you know, you studying the Kemet the same way I study in the Kemet. So you should already know and understand that a lot of this electrical, you know what I'm saying, technology that we exist and have now is something that's been stolen from us already. It's a big difference when you were living up under your own kingdom, you got your own farmlands, your own rivers and things like that, and you're running your own kingdom and you're in control of all of the technology. But when you live up under somebody else's kingdom, you know, this is all cool, but, you know, there's certain words we can't even say on here because this agenda's being pushed right now.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You see what I'm saying? So
I don't think we disagree. I think I might have came off in a way that helped you to misunderstand me, because I was talking about being incorrect or correct on computations, not about moral ground or doing things right or wrong as a human. I'm just saying, like, if we looking at digits and numbers, sometimes they be right. You know what I mean? And that's
I don't
what
even
I was
necessarily looking at it as the aspect of them being right. It's just, you know, it's just like this. If I ran in your house, right, kicked you out of your house, right, then brought you back into your house, right, and turned your TV on and was like, hey, yeah, you can watch TV now. In the back of your mind, because you've been brainwashed, you forgot that that's your TV.
Yeah, or they say you can watch Channel 2, you get happy now.
Yeah, so you in your own house watching TV, thinking like, oh, okay, this is cool. He invented this TV, not knowing that all he did was trick you out your own knowledge, turn around, and then it's so-called invented in front of your face, and then tell you that he invented it. But you know, if you study anything about electricity and science, you know all this was supposed to come to pass anyway, and it's already done came to pass already. So we basically sitting in our own house, watching our own TV, thinking he created the TV. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying, and I still don't think we disagree much, because I gotta agree with that. It's just I wasn't saying nothing against that. I was just simply saying, like, okay, just like we know, let's just take it back to the black. Right. We know those sisters who made the calculations to get to the moon really made those calculations using mathematics, right?
True indeed.
Right.
Well, there was a lot of different things that contributed to that success. It wasn't just the math that the sisters made. It was also the engineers who built the spaceships that allowed it to go through that. All my point is,
I see what he's saying.
That was right. I'm just saying it wasn't wrong. It was right. It wasn't all black. The sisters made the calculations, but what they contributed, they didn't fuck nothing up, because I don't know if we cuss or not, but we didn't get to, we got to the moon or whatever. I don't know if we got to. We can start having another conversation like that. I don't want to go off on hella tangents, but I don't disagree with what you're saying, and maybe I'm just not saying what I believe clear enough for you to agree with me. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying about as far as like with, you know, dealing with SETI or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's not that the brother's just like on the anti, you know what I'm saying, white tirade, you know what I'm saying? It's just that.
I think he is.
He 100% is.
You know what it is?
He do
because then you understand the society that you live in now, I mean, they do deserve 100% of the blame for people's conditions, because you made yourself government of democracy, you made yourself God. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So therefore,
but that's political,
you know
big.
It's not political. That's the truth in living. The truth in living is that all of our water and food and power come from somebody else. We don't.
That can't be the answer to a scholastic question. It's just inadequate. Yeah. You answering a scholastic question with a political answer. I'm asking you, is the translations right? And you telling me They
He's
don't
saying
like
it's
black
all
people.
wrong. Now,
He
also
throwing the
people.
baby, he throwing everything out.
Also,
Start from scratch.
I say this: people need to take responsibility. Like people like people like Casual himself, who translates, the Metu Neter, and we can just put aside what the Europeans has done and start to really read with some of the other brothers' works and books that black people wrote. Some people don't know about Raketi Amun. Some people don't know about Wajau and how he wrote a whole dictionary about the hieroglyphs. So it's us. We as a people need to take responsibility, because the Europeans, they translated it. If they're saying that all their translations is wrong, we need to come and correct the Europeans. And this is what these brothers are doing.
We tried to, and they did a lot of stuff wrong. I don't think their translations was actually wrong. They just were not Africans. And so they couldn't see stuff. Like they superimposed things that sexual deviance on things that weren't sexually deviant. It was because if that was their culture at the time, they was looking, thinking stuff was happening in older times. And so this was the majority of their flaw. But when it comes down to the transliterating a to what was an A, they did a fairly good job. I mean, I can't complain. They didn't do it by themselves. Look, let me show y'all something so y'all can see my stance on this for real. I got a document called All of the Early Egyptologists Got Their Work from Arabs. And I found the Arabs that was giving them the homework. And so I understand it's not nothing that they should get any type of credit for besides being the ones who had money at that time who could go even do these things. And they did that all nefariously too. Accumulated all these riches nefariously.
Not only that, can you agree that when the Arabs were some of the first people to come from the Levant, and they were some of the first ones to be able to translate the glyphs way before the Europeans.
Yes.
And they put some of their Arabic letters on top of the Coptic. When you go there, when they invaded, they were speaking Coptic. So when the Copts was there, the Coptic people were there, they took the Arabic language began to take over the land. And when what happened after that, they put their letters on top of the Coptic language. And they were able to translate the glyphs through Coptic. A lot of people don't know that. Just throw that out there, brother.
You so on point. You said that. I mean, that was so facts, everything you said. And I'm sharing this to show you, look. You see my screen so that y'all see we right on point, bro. What does it say? Kemetology is not Egyptology. The first European Egyptologists used Arab works. You feel me? So I'm on point with y'all knowing they didn't come. These are Arabs trying to translate the glyphs before Egyptologists were ever a thing. And so what they did was, and I got it documented on this one, y'all could just find this right here. What they did was they was buying this stuff and coming home lying, bro. What they would do is go down there and buy it from these certain people who dealt with antiquities. They were called antiquities dealers. And then they'd come back to Greece acting like they kicked down the door like Indiana Jones. You feel me? But they were the first, they were the first guys to really sell precious merchandising. You know what I mean? Like you come to Kemet or Misri, and the Arabs would sell them precious statues and manuscripts to these Europeans. And they didn't care because they believed in Allah and Muhammad. This book called Kitab Shawar al-Mustam is an 1806 Arab book about ancient Egyptian alphabets and hieroglyphic characters explained.
That's right.
And it's not all the way wrong. There's a lot wrong, but they were on their way. We got the Egyptian historian Al-Marizi, whatever, said the Abbasid Caliphate Al-Mahmud broke into the pyramid of Khufu in 834 AD.
I remember this story.
Exactly. And so it's a lot of these that don't got nothing to, and this is the European I was trying to think of early in the show. Giuseppe Ferlini, bro. If you pull him up, he is the white man responsible for making the Nubian pyramids look like trash. He is that. You see how they look like ruins like this? That's not how they was left to us ancestrally.
Right.
Let me see his face.
Look at this guy. Look at this
dude,
guy.
Looking like a magician. This is where they get Indiana Jones and stuff from.
From these guys right here.
Dude, this pyramid,
all their stuff out of there.
This is a drawing from one of his books, like how it looked when he got there. And this is how it looked now. from them blowing off all the tops, bro. So that's disrespectful. Like I want to find somebody in his bloodline. Let's go get at him like, bro, what's your last name? You feel me? Because this has got to be handled.
Yeah, that's just
like that's disrespectful.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. He blew up all of those tops.
All of these, bro. I mean, with dynamite trying to get treasure out the middle.
He died already.
He's done.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we need a plug on his last name.
You feel me? Everybody with this last name is up out of here, hip hop, bro. Y'all tripping.
Yeah.
We joking, but we serious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Look, it says he just demolished more than 40 pyramids.
Near the pyramids, too.
Yeah,
Catch a nice fade out there.
Oh, that's you? What's your last name, bro?
Yeah.
I bet you anybody with that last name is rich than a thing right now, Ferlini. Because he stole all of these antiquities up out of there, and they just had generational wealth after that.
If you ever read Christopher Dunn's book, The Giza Power Plant, Casual, should check that book out. He goes into a lot of the guys who in the 18th century, when they were doing excavation at the different sites, man, they was taking all kinds of stuff out of the temples and pyramids. That some stuff that they're never going to even show. To certain, you know what I mean?
Somebody
all
mentioned
kinds
these.
of stuff.
Who was that who mentioned these? That was you, man, Capara? These Tutankhamun sandals?
Yeah.
So these are significant because, again, they got a captive Nubian and a captive Libyan on them, but that's not to make you think that they felt any way about these people other than they were their enemies. There's no racism back then.
This the South.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many bows constitute the enemies of Egypt? 9.
9 bows. That's
Thank
right.
you. So they showing you right here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think the final bow should be the shoe.
And that implies that they ruled the 9 bows, the 9 cities, correct?
Yep. They basically saying these are our enemies. The 9 bows is how we say yo ops right now.
Right.
You feel me? But we should start back saying the 9 bows though.
That brings some flavor to it.
Like, bro, they go to 9 bows.
Cats wouldn't know. Yeah, they had to do their research.
But by that time, they already got lit up. You know?
Nice.
It's going in.
9 bows.
What about those cryptos?
Oh yeah, my man. Hey, you had to double remind me. I got people watching this right now. That's like,
I see
he ain't said nothing about the crypto yet. Y'all, guess what? You know, our crew be trying to be cutting edge, but I think we did it this time. We got a cryptocurrency running, and it's not for our own personal gain. My brain don't think like that. We're trying to build a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization to help artists fund projects, bro. We want to change the industry. You know how hard it's been. I mean, I ain't said it's been hard. It's been beautiful, and I secured my spot. But I think it should be easier for the youth. And they shouldn't have to funnel hella money to these big ass corporate entities and stuff in order to be put on. You see what I'm saying? And so,
nice.
I don't know. And so what we've done, we started a coin called HieroCoin. And HieroCoin is going to enable us to build a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. With this DAO, we're going to be able to, or anybody as a member of the DAO is going to be able to access the funds in the DAO by getting their proposal approved. So this is what I mean. I'm showing y'all see our logo. Y'all see it say HieroCoin. We're actually listed on Coin Market Cap right now. Any of y'all or anybody could help this movement that we're trying to do is to build up this coin, and so we can use it to what? Build a decentralized autonomous organization for incubating artistic projects. And the way that's going to work is dope. If you in the org and you write a proposal, all it takes is 51% of the people in the DAO to approve your proposal, and you get funded. We could do up to 2.5% of the overall DAO amount. So if we got $1 million in the DAO, anybody can write a proposal for 25 stacks. All it takes you to get that money is the people in the DAO approving you. Meaning if 51% reads your proposal, if your proposal is like, look, I got this video I started a year ago, but you know, I ran out of money and I need to do this. If you wrote the proposal in a fashion that it convinces 51% of the people, you get funded in our currency bar. So this is HieroCoin bar, and it costs 16 bars to submit a proposal. It's all wrapped around hip hop. You feel me? And it's basically to bring new stuff.
Is that money an advance, like what a record label would give in advance to an artist?
Believe it or not, no, my friend. We worked out a system that we could fund projects, and we're going to ask people to give a small percentage of their project back, but it's no mandate. Like we'll be like, yo, 2% of anything we fund needs to come back to the DAO for future people, but it's going to be in the form of a crypto grant, so to speak. And it works because I have a system in place that's going to support it so well. It took me years to think of this. Like, I gotta be showing people stuff, man.
So no restrictions. What about publishing? Do they still own their own publishing?
Yeah, they own all of their own stuff. We're not doing nothing but setting up a system to fund their projects, and all of our greatness is going to come out of that system. Like, because so many people wanting to access it is what's going to pump up the price of the coin. So I'm on the Facebook as hieroglyphs. Now I'm gonna switch to my personal account. I don't even care. Anybody can follow my personal account. But what I want to show people is stuff that other people can't really be showing. You see this like HieroCoin?
I'm listening. I'm just about to go over here real quick. What's the name? I'm still here though.
Oh, it's good.
Right.
I'm just showing this private group we had on Facebook since 2014 working on this cryptocurrency. And that's a lot to say because people didn't know what cryptocurrency was in 2014. But here we are in 2014 talking about, so HieroCoin has been running smooth, Mac app working and looking to go live in December. That was 2014. Here we are in 2021 and it had just launched last week. The reason is not because we're dragging our feet. It ain't about doing it fast. It's about doing it right. Ain't that what we say? And we wanted to make sure that what we presented to the people had a lot of thought in it. So right now, we're hovering at about 1 cent, and it's a good time to get in because that's almost the floor price. I'm going to show y'all our price history, what happened. Look, 7 days. No, I'm going to show y'all a month. They ain't going to even show y'all the whole price history. I'll show you over here.
So each one is trading for a penny, basically?
Right now it's trading for a penny, but it already did 10 times since it came out and went back to the ground. So all of our pre-sellers who bought it were hella happy because it did 10 times.
I need that pronto, man. I need to get on that joint pronto.
I appreciate y'all, and it will be the time.
Yeah.
The time to get on it is now because we back at the floor price. So y'all see my screen still?
Yeah.
So I'm about to substantiate everything I was saying about how it took this meritorious rise. Look, see on day one, look, it was like this. It was crazy, bruh. All of these candles going up green like this, it did 10 times the money. We started at a penny. Let's see how high it got. 10 cent, if y'all can see right on the screen. I'm lining up the wick with the high. It went to 10 cent and started coming back down drastically. And it took a week to get back down to a penny. So all my pre-sales, we were selling it to people for a penny. So they happy.
Did it go down because a lot of people sold their stock when they
exactly? That's how it worked. We couldn't sustain the buying pressure because not a lot of people was on it yet. But what it did in the first week was showed us its doubling potential because we did 10 times with only 1,000 holders, y'all. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. So imagine when we get to 10,000 holders or even 15, 20. Even with a minimum contribution, the doubling rate of this crypto, because we set it up with some really good tokenomics. Look, our market capital right now is 500,000. So how long
does it take for you to get that coin on like Coinbase or like one of those bigger platforms?
That's a good question. And so they're approaching me now, but they're approaching me with stuff that I can't handle. Like one of them want 500,000 for a listing fee.
Wow.
The other one was more reasonable, 150,000 for a listing fee. Coinbase is talking blood. Let me show y'all this. If you go to Coinbase, they talking about HieroCoin right now.
Oh, nice.
I mean, well, this is gonna go. I don't
That's
want to do
dope.
that, but it's going into my personal Coinbase. I want to log out of that.
Yeah, be careful. Because we are live. I won't be able
I wanted to tell, we on this subject, I wanted to tell Men Kepa Ra. I was looking at an article earlier. They're coming out, I forget what bank it is, but they're going to base the coin off of gold. Remember we was talking about that before? Mm-hmm. And how, when is like gold.
Like how, kind of like how Gaddafi was trying to do.
Yeah, but it's like going to be a digital coin. But I guess if you own gold, you can put your gold into one of the coins.
Like put my gold how?
Like your gold stock,
your
you
gold
can
stock,
transfer your
you can
gold
transfer
stock
into a crypto coin any of
like send my gold somewhere.
Well, you basically transfer it into like cryptocurrency.
So I take my gold, send it somewhere, and they turn it to cryptocurrency.
In so many ways, I don't know if you send it anywhere.
Your stock,
your stock or whatever
gets transferred to a crypto.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay.
A crypto version of gold.
There you go.
That you're saying, okay.
That's crazy. Yeah. I want to learn more about.
I just seen. I don't think it's like that. I mean, I don't really know too much about crypto, but I did see that article today. It's pretty interesting.
All right, man. It was
something to look into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What y'all think? I said something that was a lie tonight. What I said that was the most outrageous that we need to go scrutinize right now.
I wouldn't say you said any. I think you kind of with the whole, because I was kind of tracking back in my mind about the word El Shaddai, Shad, meaning. But you kind of like you took it from the biblical perspective and took it back to its original root. So I'm like, all right, well, I definitely can agree with you on that.
Yeah,
I like how you. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, you like how what?
I like how you broke down the Nubian style. I think that's especially in our culture, man. I think it's paramount, man, that we go back to, you know what I'm saying, our original styles, man, and bring that back and get back in control of our own fashion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, we really can't get away from them. I'm starting to think, I mean, we are adorned in different garments because we ain't in control of the way garments are really made. Yeah, but we always got this sense of bringing our spirit through the way that it's reflected. Like you want to look how you feel. Yeah. You don't never want to be not looking how you feel. Mm-hmm. And so even I see you adorned with the jewelry on your neck right now. You see what I'm saying? That's the way that you felt when you wanted to do that. We've been feeling that way for thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. You can see princes and knee suits giving each other gold chains. But rappers do that when they get on their label.
Yeah.
They be like, here go your chain.
I do it, yo. Yeah, I got a lot of people out there got gold on, yo.
Here's a good question. The word Hetep or Hotep, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of the time, that can also mean not just peace, but also food. It was also, am I correct?
In a way, yes.
Like in the
sense
of an offering, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's an offering. So what follows in that offering is Hotep. If they was offering food, then that's Hotep. Like, it got its own name, but they be like, they say Hotep D Nisut. Right. Most of the offerings start Hotep D Nisut or offering to the king or peace upon the king, and then they'll say what it is. But let's be clear about what you're saying, because Hotep is also a table. A table, that offering is correct. Table. Mm-hmm. And so most of the things that are placed on the table in the majority of times when you're making offerings are food.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? What else you put on the table making an offering?
Food.
Exactly. And so to say that Hotep represents food would not be off at all. Some people be like, it mean peace. And it means a state of peace, like after you finish eating and you feel hella good, like you ain't hungry.
It's crazy they take so many things and kind of mold it into their own thing in this day and time. When you really start to get into the glyphs, you go into a whole new different understanding when you start to really get their meanings and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
It's pretty deep.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's how I came up with that crypto. Thank you for letting me speak on that, Killah. Hey, the way I came up with that was studying. Let me show y'all this presentation.
Okay.
I ain't gonna do it.
Shout out to Nice.
Keep doing presentations.
Shout out to Nice Champ. Peace, gods. Enjoying the show. Thanks for the build. Casual brought forth great resources tonight. Dropping real jewels.
Hey, shout out.
Drop a gem on them.
That feel good. I'm gonna try to get my share back up for y'all because I want to show something real quick.
Shout out to Kind Hearts.
Y'all see that right there?
Yeah.
Economics. So I'm just gonna cut. I ain't gonna do this. This is the presentation I was talking about. I did in Black and Nobel about Kemet being was Kemet a free man's dictatorship or a cooperative economic conglomerate? And when we get to this slide, this is one of the most telling slides because if we don't know this, they be like, "Oh, this slavery." That's how they used to be saying it. But now, if we start to get a heightened understanding, we learn that this rope right here that they're holding is for measuring. It's called the action is called the stretching of the cord. Now, there's two different ways some of us might know about the stretching of the cord.
Determining an acre, right?
Pardon me?
Is that for determining acreage and land?
Yep, exactly. How they laid out the pyramids and everything. But it was also for clearing out a sacred space. Like if you go into Rosicrucianism right now, you're going to hear them talking about the stretching of the cord. It's kind of like some European misunderstanding of stuff that we would know better if we took into it. You feel me? Like that's why we explain the glyphs better because we African. And so we kind of like could tell people certain stuff about things. Well, in this instance, this cord he's holding is to measure the grain that these two people are bringing to be stored into the storehouses. And the reason why we know that is because when we get to the next slide, we see again, people would think, oh, they would tell you this is slavery. They got him working for the big guy over here.
Shout out to Gavin.
When we read this, we start to learn that it says what's going on. It says, and it's not so hard to see, but I mean, not so easy to see. It says scribe or sesh in neb. So that means scribe of all. And then we see the Ta'ui down here. Ta'ui is the lands. So first, this person ain't even nothing but a scribe. A scribe is someone who records stuff. Now it says, sesh, right? Oh, you know, yep, sesh in there, yep. So you do read glyphs over there.
I'm reading the
so
glyphs.
I can go a little faster. It goes sesh
you spoke
in
Swahili
there.
and soon reading the glyphs. What's going on tonight? AD, where you at?
Hey, I'm learning.
AD ready to go in.
I'm a student.
So he says sesh in neb ta'ui min. See, your name is in here too, Min Keperah. So sesh in neb ta'ui min.
Special night.
That's a common name.
S-N-A. Sena. Sena means storehouse. And we said men means to bring together, like in Min Keperah, right?
Like men.
So Min Sena. Men Sena, bring together for the storehouses. He is the scribe of all the lands who's bringing together these grains for the storehouses, basically. So when we read that, all of the forced labor and all of that stuff is thrown straight out.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because people want to, this person is voluntarily bringing his offering to the storehouse so that he could take some out later. So it was kind of like a system that I figured out, okay, you put some in, this dude record your contribution, and you could come at any time later and take that much out of a different grain or whatever.
And your taxes
like
to the
crypto.
king. Like taxes. Kind of like taxes, but it's not taxing the aspect of, something bad, but it's taxing the aspect of where the first store is to
It's
store
called
grain.
corvée, right?
Yeah.
Corvée. I think they called it corvée when you would put your labor up to help build the society. Is it like a tax on your labor? So it ain't slavery,
Like
but
sweat
it's like,
equity.
look, exactly. Like we trying to build something, everybody got to do something.
Facts.
If us four said we was about to build something and it take 8 hours, we gonna divide them hours up and do 2 hours each. You feel me?
Right.
So that we know we all contributing. And this is kind of like how just that was an analogy of how things were seen in ancient times too. So I said I wasn't planning on doing that presentation, but I just wanted to show some more
what I call democratic control over the means of production. If we could substantiate democratic control over the means of production, then we can fight against people saying it's a dictatorship. Meaning if all the fly stuff that got produced in Kemet was produced democratically, and we see here, one dude is putting the seeds down. The other dudes is tilling it. You feel me? They working, it's cooperative economics, and this is what helped me come to my point to do the crypto. Because I was like, oh, I understand now how you be a king. Yo, tell the truth. Am I the only one who grew up in the hood wondering how some dudes could get 10 or 20 men to do what the hell they say? And then some other dudes don't even got no posse. Like, for real. Sometimes I'll be like, yo, this dude right here, he say something, dude's gonna do it. So he got backup. That's what we used to call it. You know what I'm saying? Backup. Now, that come from having your homies too, but what I really understood was on a man level, it comes down to, and on the ancient Kemet level, it came down to the ability to be able to feed more than your immediate family. And this is why we got that merho, which is the tool of agriculture, is used to say beloved next to a king's name. It is because the magi was hunter-gatherers, so we got better with the bow and arrow. That's why Egyptians had to come down to Nubia to get magi archers when they wanted to fight, because they wasn't skilled with the bow because they grew agriculture. And this is some of the first story of Asar we learned. We start to think that Osiris was doing, no, they was talking about he could feed more than his immediate family, more than his immediate village. He started to bring people together. And we always start to think about fighting and stuff. That's the story of Asar. This is a mythological story. The story of Narmer and the fighting and the merger, that's the physical, real story. When they talking about Asar, it's rooted in agriculture. He's even green some of the times, and we don't know why.
He's
you
the
see
one
what
that
I'm
came and
saying?
built the dam.
Exactly. He green because he's taught everybody how to grow plants, and that's just my conjecture right there. But he's depicted green sometimes because of
blue, right? Correct. Is he?
I don't know if I've seen him. I'm not saying he's not, but I don't know if I've seen the Asar depicted blue in primary. But I'm not saying he's not. But the goal still stands that agriculture being. All right, let's think about it. There was a sandstone substrate in the delta. That's why the delta is the delta. There was a limestone substrate in the areas of Nubia. So what happened was the Nile, on its way from the interiors of Africa, it could not carve out a floodplain that was conducive for agriculture. It just couldn't do it. And so once it got to the limestone or sandstone, once it got to the sandstone substrate of Kemet, let me see, Kemetic. Is y'all looking at my screen? Kemetic sandstone.
You gotta share it.
Yep.
Yeah. Y'all can still see my screen or not?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Let me see, share. I just be wanting to corroborate what I'm saying right while we live, so that if I'm messing up, I can change it. So I'm gonna go to all, and I said that Kemet was sandstone. Did Egypt have mud or sandstone? Due to the sacred scarcity of wood, the two predominant building materials in ancient Egypt was sun-baked mud, brick, and stone. All right, limestone, okay? But also sandstone in the granite considerable quantities. Well, what we want to know is which one of these substrates. It was either of the two, and it's just missing me right now. But they're completely opposite. I think the limestone substrate may be Nubia area, and the sandstone substrate is the Egyptian area. And so what happened was one of them is harder, one of them is softer. And that means the Nile couldn't carve through the areas of Nubia. But when it got to Egypt, it could carve out this floodplain that was great for agriculture. And we see it on the map called the Egyptian Delta. It is because hella water could spread over a great vast distance at this point. You see what I mean? And so I don't want nobody to be taken back by what I say, but it also was some of the reason why they called it the Black Land.
Right.
You feel me? Because the land was fertile and able to soil. I don't want to take nothing away from the people who say they called it the Black Land because of the black people, because I mean, that could be that's someone else's argument. They should argue that. That's fine.
But the truth is the black is the silt of the Nile, like the silt coming out of the Nile, correct? Which makes the Nile look black.
Exactly. In contrast to another land which we called the desert, and we go back to those cognate terms, is the same thing, Jesheret. In Medu Neter, we called it Jesheret. We still got the D. Well, a DJ was one a DJ constant cluster, and ancient Egyptian was just a D or a J. We call it Jesheret. It's trying to say a DJ, but if we want to do cognates, we're gonna take the D, the S, and the T, and we got a desert, and that's what they call it, the desert. And so we know that's a cognate term with our desert. You see what I'm saying? And so now if we know Jesheret was the desert area, and then in opposed to Jesheret, we got Kemet.
Right.
So it only stands to say they might at least at sometimes have been talking about the fertile land. I didn't like that for a long time either.
Doesn't that mean red too? Does it depict the?
You're 100% right. You study Medu Neter, huh? Who's that talking about?
I studied it.
That's Rasul.
Yeah, Jesheret is also the color red.
Also, soot, right? Set, which don't you translate it as soot in the ancient, correct?
So
the set.
That's a good one to point out. But all we got is the S and the T, so you could be 100% correct.
Right.
You feel me?
You're not supposed to use typhon. Sometimes they use set typhon.
Oh yeah, that typhon is Greek.
Yeah, that's Greek. You don't use that. Everybody out there.
Typhoon. Yeah. But they talking about set anyway when they talking about typhon or typhoon anyway. But again, if we start to look at that, the way that also thinking that the river flowed south to north, not north to south. So when people make this conjecture like it was a invasion of people coming from the east or coming from the Levant, that don't make no sense. You would be going upstream.
Right.
How far are you gonna go upstream without a motor?
That's true.
Like for real, let's just keep it a buck. You might go 100 miles if you got the best army in the world. 100 miles rowing with no motor upstream. Why would they do that? Like, you don't set up civilization in the ways that when you set things up, the human nature is the easiest thing. Even if the roads are carved this way, but you see a shortcut to walk through the grass, that's not high science. That is the basis of human nature, to do stuff the easiest way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, no one is cheating life by saying, oh, I'm gonna cut through this grass. Right. That's just your natural instinct saying, why am I gonna do things the harder way?
Right.
Well, with that being said, that applies to almost everything we're looking at. Excuse me.
Indeed.
Everything we covering, and I hope some people out there call in. And honestly, let me say something, pretty bruh.
Right.
I get on SciNet or I get on anything. People don't be having no call-ins, bruh, because my shit ain't that refutable. like I'm just keeping it a buck. Like, the most people just gonna be like, yeah, I kind of feel you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm not saying nothing so far off base to where you just get riled up at home and want to come.
Right. It's just actual facts.
Yeah.
Actual facts. And you coming off the glyphs, I mean, you got backup sources. So, don't be scared to call in. Man, got a couple of people calling. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Can you speak a little bit about Shabaka?
Somebody said something about that.
In his reign, me and Priest always build on these great ancient battles of the ancient Africans. And I always pointed out that Shabaka, he was the one Nubian pharaoh that conquered all of Egypt and went up the Nile.
Well,
am I correct?
You ain't incorrect, but it was one of his later brothers who lost it all too.
And that was
Tawamani. Something like that. But Shabaka, you're right, and he also was one of the first people who. Shabaka was one of the first people we know who wanted to learn the Medu Neter like that. I mean, he commissioned some people to retranslate some really ancient text, which is crazy because we got it left to us on the Shabaka stone,
Yeah.
which is stories left from earlier times that he had translated to put on his stone. And so when we start talking about people who wanted to know the glyphs, they was doing that back then. Like, yo, go translate that for me and write it on my stone. You feel me?
Makes sense. Yeah.
But now, am I not wrong? Taharka came after Shabaka. Am I wrong?
He came after Shabaka. That's his son is Taharka.
Here we go.
So
we got a call calling in for you.
All right. Hold on now. All right, yeah, I'm gonna let the caller call in, and I was gonna try to show something, but
all right. They hung up. Call back.
They got him out of here.
Yeah, something went wrong. Got him about it. Collective consciousness. I don't know. What was that again? Collective consciousness. Shout out. They said when you got more than 10 tracks and blowing the game away, like Killah Priest, you know you're the greatest Hotep. Oh, thanks, man. Good looking. Collective consciousness. Word. It says Zion. Zion Lex. Naisha again. Rasul, please give us a presentation of the knowledge. I think the KPP audience would love that. Oh, it's on you, Rasul. Here we go. Got another call.
Oh, well, I could put together a presentation one day. It depends on the subject.
Against Tahuti.
Oh, yeah, we talked about who was the original pyramid builders. I don't know if you checked that out, Casual.
I didn't, but if Tahuti was saying it was the aliens, what's up, Tahuti?
State your name and the reason why you called. We're going to get back to that. Go ahead.
All right, let you off.
All right, go ahead.
This is Mazal Tawab, by the way.
Okay.
Peace. You calling back. How you doing?
Yeah, all right, so you're saying that these are the scholars, like I'm responding to the El Shaddai.
Yes.
So he's saying that these are the scholars that, you know, that basically the Hebrew definition that's, you know, according to the Hebrew dictionary. I'm not going by theology or you know, anything. I'm just going by the dictionary. You know, like a translation of a language. So I'm asking you, in Hebrew, right? How do you say the word power? And how do you say the word spoiler?
You mean destroyer?
These words, they have to have a meaning in Hebrew. Like Hebrew is a real language that existed. It's not, you know, it existed at a time, and the scriptures are written in that language. So you have these scholars that are coming and saying, oh no, this means that, and this actually means that, and you know, they're trying to change the language.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
It is like even people.
You gonna give them a chance to answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying, and
all right.
You're basically saying that it's written in Hebrew, so it has to stay within the context of Hebrew. I don't know if that's a fair argument, because when we do etymologically, that is when we do etymology, that's exactly what we do. We take terms into other languages to see what the true definition of them are, and so Hebrew spawned out of other languages, so to speak. And it's nothing, I'm not saying nothing against the Hebrew. I like the Hebrew language, but it's clear that it is just a younger version of languages. Let's take the Phoenician script, or not even script. I don't know the Phoenician language, but it is definitely closely related to the Amorite language or the Akkadian language.
Yeah, Aramic Hebrew.
Exactly. Aramaic or whatever. I know that the L, now let me show you something. The L that you thought was Hebrew ain't even Hebrew. It was already a god in Akkadian, which preceded Hebrew. So how could you say that we got a language before yours and we got a word and it mean God? Yes, in your language you can change that to mean the only God. But if our languages are related and they're in the same language family, then it would have to be acknowledged that the etymon takes precedent. Like the etymon means where it came from etymologically, or just how people used to say it, so to speak, what it used to mean. And so when we do etymology, we are forced to go out of our own language. You can't do the etymology of a Hebrew term in Hebrew. In order to see what it really meant, you got to go into the languages that were before it. And what we do with Shaddai, if we just, like my good brother who called in said, everything he said was right. If we stay in the vernacular of the Hebrew, and particularly in biblical Hebrew, which is different than regular Hebrew, if we stay in that vernacular, then it means what he's saying. But I gave you a source from Israel, the New Jerusalem Bible, that even agreed with me that is starting to see something's wrong and said it's inaccurate. The reason why they're doing that is because they're looking outside of the biblical canon and they finding more information that helps them to say maybe what we're teaching isn't right. And so I wasn't blaming you from being trapped in the theology. I'm just saying a certain different way. Put it this way. If you go in a Bible study class in college, what you believe will get you an F. Write down what you believe in a biblical study class in college. That's not the question they're asking you. They're simply asking from another standpoint, and that's kind of the way that I approach it. But I appreciate the cause and the opportunity to
and
explain.
not only that, you know, the word Hebrew is from Ibri.
To cross over.
To cross over from Eber. And that's talking about a actual incident that happened to a man that was actually a Chaldean who was never even a Hebrew. So when a lot of the times when you read, when you're using the words from the Semitic language, they're talking about actual incidences.
You broke that down.
And then they'll name the incident after the person. You know what I'm saying?
So if Abraham was not told to leave his land,
that's right,
and he didn't cross over, then there would be no Hebrew, so to speak.
And he was speaking Chaldees.
Yeah, and if you want to research that, we're gonna find out they messed up that too, because that's an anachronism too. They said he was from Ur of Chaldea, but when we go into history, Chaldea don't go past the 10th century. So what that let us know, the people who wrote it was living when Chaldea was a thing.
Right.
You feel me? Because historically, Chaldea don't go past the 10th century, but they saying he lived in 2000 BC. So that just means the person who wrote it, that's just like me writing it right now and saying, taking a character off of 50 Cent new show. I mean, you know, I couldn't have wrote that 5 years ago because 50 show wasn't out. I mean, it's just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just that simple. Like, Ur Chaldea wasn't even out yet.
Right.
Hey, where's Ngozi at? Yeah, you coming back on? Divine return. You cool with Ngozi too, right?
Ngozi?
Yeah, Ngozi, yeah.
That's old school Amon-Ra squad up, Ngozi. You know, me and Ngozi got big respect for each other. We disagree on a lot of things, but we ain't never had no reason to mess up our respect we got for each other. You feel me?
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I feel about that. You know what I'm saying?
Big up, massive big up. Went through the crypto. Went down into Canaan. We went to Nubia. Went down into we went a lot of places. We had the headset on. The presentation was right and exact.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, everything was up. Everything was going down, and it's like, yo, man, it's a lot. To the chat room, man. Make sure if y'all got some questions, come in and make sure you hit that super chat. You know what I'm saying? I know what we've been rocking. We've been rocking for almost 4. You got more? I mean,
no, not really. Yeah, I just got something somebody gonna beat me up if I don't say nothing about.
Okay.
There's a new album I got coming out, bro, and I'm tripping.
Make some noise.
It's
new
actually
joint. Am I on it?
You own it. So what happened was, look, we did a remix album to my last work, and it's called The Archery Animation. And I'm about to just try to just plug this real quick because hip hop needs to know about this, and you got a really good outlet right now. So
no doubt,
I appreciate you for giving me, some light. That's why I was like, let me get in that shot, let me get in that light, bro.
Yo, we had so much, me and Cash going through making this happen, and it finally happened, yo. Yeah. But thank you for being patient with me. Also, Cash.
No, thank you for having me, B.
Yeah.
I'm sensitive, so I'll be trying to be like, oh, here, you messing with me. You know, I gotta give that up. I need to harden up in that regard. Sometimes people's life is just doing what it gotta do.
Yeah.
But can y'all see my screen right now?
Yeah.
AD,
So I want
what's the
y'all
sign
see
to
this
after this,
album
AD?
cover. Look at that cover.
That's nice.
boy.
I like
fire.
that.
Woo, we gonna make that an NFT too.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Hey, this
be
is
a hot
dropping.
NFT right there.
Yeah, it's dropping on Tough Kong and Below. Below System is coming. The Art of Reanimation is like January. I think it's gonna be January. Oh, it's January 28th.
Okay.
Coming with the vinyl and everything. We got Killer Priest, Ghostface Killer. We got Raz Cash, Tri-State, Dice One, Self-Titled, Daniel Son. There's a lot of people on that joint. And so, again, I just wanted to make sure. And it's produced by Dead Perry. I mean, he got some slappers. So I appreciate y'all for letting me even build on your show, man.
Hey,
I'm going to still be around, but I kind of want y'all to get to what y'all know. Like, I want to feel like I'm watching. Y'all be building.
You're a part of it, man.
I want to see some of that. What's up? Y'all got some hip-hop y'all playing tonight?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
Stick around.
what NFT platform do you use?
All right, believe it or not, right before the show, I was building our Hyro marketplace, which is crazy, but we use OpenSea. You familiar with OpenSea?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yep.
And so OpenSea.io is one of the biggest NFT app for anybody watching the show could make an NFT before we're finished broadcasting the show for free on OpenSea. You can make a 3D NFT, you can make a video, audio, and they're one of the biggest places. And so I don't know what people think, but NFTs is not the type of thing where you need to go get somebody else and pay them thousands of dollars before you have one. You can have an NFT the same way you got a Facebook.
That's right.
So that's what people don't understand. The same way you got an Instagram, you can have your NFTs. And once people start realizing that, the marketplace will open up more. Because I'm willing to support almost anybody who put out. Like if y'all say my NFT, I'm buying one.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we pushing that up there. We got to talk. We got to talk after this, Cash. You and AD got to sit down. Yeah,
But that was the big question I had. I wanted to see what marketplace you used for the NFTs. So OpenSea,
OpenSea.io.
Got it.
SEA. OpenSea.
Me and Vulture's controller are working on the video I'm doing. He's gonna make a bunch of NFTs, like 4 NFTs from the music video we doing. Well, yeah, you seen a little bit of it, Priest.
Yeah. You showed me.
So, yeah, that's the way.
Shout out to Voltage in the building right now.
Of course, Priest, man. Priest gonna have like 1,000 NFTs.
Man,
oh yeah, you got some NFTs
all
coming.
the music Priest got
we working, bro.
He already got a video NFT coming out.
Yeah,
I got a video NFT. We got to holler after this, Cash. I got a video NFT coming out, and I got some stuff that we got to sit down and talk about. Great minds are sitting down and building. And we're gonna go through the music. We're gonna go through the music in a minute.
Yeah, I'm right here, y'all. I might mute out or block my screen, but if somebody want to tap back in with me, I'm still around. But like I said, I want to be able to enjoy the show and some of the other stuff y'all do when I ain't talking. So I'm gonna fall back for a minute.
You drinking some tea?
Nah, not at the moment. I really want to go check in on my wife and them who stepped in.
Okay, go do your thing, brother.
But we still doing the same. It's still
we here. We're about to move on to the. Okay, make some noise.
I'm gonna share the screen so he can hear the music too.
All right, let's do that. Divine is back.
Yep.
Divine
had to make one of my runs. You know how we do.
Yeah, exactly. Shannon in the building. Shannon. Is in the music.
Yeah, we got to shout out
Casual.
Stay Fresh Clothing also. Stay Fresh Clothing.
Yeah, we got that.
Special shout out to BLR. We still waiting on that box though.
Shout out to BLR. Yeah. Casual, can you drop a little?
BLR.
Okay, she said Casual going. All right, bring it back down a little bit.
He's still there.
Shannon said, could you, AD, could you pull it down? Yeah. All the way down, because it was one we missed. Shannon said, could you drop a little album sample?
A little album sample?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I? Let's see if y'all can. What's this?
Shout out to Jack, where you can find the Trade Hero.
I don't know how I can do this. Let me see.
I could try. I'll try to get one together before the show is over. But let me
Okay.
tell that person to follow me on Instagram, and we put up like a 5-minute album sample on there. Let me see if I press play. It just wasn't coming through the audio. So it'll probably be best if you just get that sample on Instagram, and I appreciate the support.
Okay.
No doubt. Remember while y'all in the building, coming Monday, Lord Jamal.
Oh, man.
Lord Jamal will be in the building. He made some devastating, shocking, gigantic claims.
Really?
Yeah, he made big claims. And
It's coming from the God?
yeah, himself.
Himself.
Yeah, from his mouth. And he's going to come on, and he said, come one, come all. He's going to prove a lot of things. I'm not going to say everything, but I'll say one. Yeah.
And what is this he's
Bringing the
going to
bomb on there.
prove?
He said he's going to prove that the earth is flat without a shadow of a doubt.
Damn it. It just
Hey,
doesn't
you know
stop.
you're sharing your broadcaster.
Divine, it doesn't
Yeah,
stop.
do
You
you
know
want
you're sharing your broadcaster right now, right?
Who?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, I didn't know if you knew that.
Are you gonna share? Are you gonna share?
No, I'm not
But that's
sharing.
just
I just
one
seen. I was looking at your
says
broadcaster. I
no
didn't know
problem.
if you knew it was on the screen.
Yeah, this way you could see what's going on, and you'll also be able to hear the music when we do the music segment.
Oh, you just sharing it for me, but the other people in the world see something else.
Yes, but I have it set up so if you turn your camera on, they'll see you again.
Oh, you a boss, dog. You raw.
Thanks, man.
Shout out to
did that.
Tall
Okay.
God Heru.
Boom.
He's still up in the building. Tall God Heru said, play that. He think he a rap god, fam.
He think he rap God.
People still need to hear
Man.
that. He rock.
That's
You know
your-
what?
That's my job
Whenever
right
you
there.
go at somebody like M or something,
Hey.
you might be closing a lot of doors for yourself. You know
Hey,
what
but
I'm
you open up a
saying?
lot of light, though. You know what I mean? It's
Hey, you want to know how bossy we is on some real talk, Killah?
Uh-huh.
He wore my shirt on his tour called "Rappers You Don't Know" a month after that. So it was a private way to tell me it's all good.
Yeah,
Wow, that's
exactly.
dope.
Because
Exactly.
people had started posting Eminem wearing my shirt a month after I dissed him.
That's
So I
fine.
was like, either he trying to say I didn't hear that diss, or he's saying,
he
fall
heard- he
back,
heard
bro, I'm
that,
messing with you. You know what I'm
Eminem
saying?
ears definitely to the street.
Yeah, he love hip hop.
He's a hip hop connoisseur.
You got to make a video though to do disses, right? You know, like Machine Gun Kelly did a whole video for
No,
it.
you did it. Didn't you do a video for Rap God?
I didn't do a video
Oh,
for
okay.
it,
I'm
but
thinking that
it
was
was
a
up
song.
on Hip Hop DX, so everybody
thinking
heard
that
it.
other
Only
song.
me and
You
Papoose
going
tried to
real
rap
fast?
to it.
Okay, slow
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
Pull the car down and neutral, pull it to the side. No, he didn't
Yeah,
do
it
a
was
video
only
yet.
me and
No, I
Papoose
thought
who
he.
tried to rap
I
to
thought
that.
that's the one video was. That's what that was.
Yeah. Yeah, so, come on. Oh, Rum Ham. Shout out to Rum Ham. He said Flat Earth is back. Flat Earth never
I'm
went
throwing a
nowhere.
grenade. I'm just letting everybody know.
Oh,
when
boy.
they come
Well,
out
we're
with
gonna let him build.
Yeah,
no, because he might be
build.
he might be listening. We're gonna let him build.
As soon as
You know
they
what I mean?
get quiet.
Yeah.
Man, if you can't take me to the
You know what I'm
edge,
saying?
man, I don't want to hear nothing you saying.
That's
He said,
Take me to the edge.
To the pizza crust. They can't take you to the
Take
crust.
me to the edge.
To the
Can
crust
I
of
ask
the
y'all
pizza.
a question though?
well, you
Yes.
know,
I know we don't do flat Earth. What y'all think about simulation theory though?
I don't believe in that either.
What do you mean? Like
I mess
the,
with it.
What do you mean? Like the
Yeah, break
universe?
that down.
The universe
I
being
don't
a
really-
simulation is what you're saying?
I mean, so you think reality that we're in right now is 100% real?
Yeah.
There's something to think about.
You
It's
think
the
just facts?
reality that we in.
Have you ever done DMT?
yeah, I've done
Yeah.
DMT.
Have you seen the simulation? You didn't see the simulation?
Well, my
Did you see numbers on everything?
Yeah, I
yes
did.
or no?
I
Well,
did.
there you
I
have
did.
it. Why did you take DMT?
I also
and see
seen
numbers on everything?
different writings too, like different in that whole experience. I seen it was weird. I seen Hebrew writing and then other ancient writing. It was real weird, real weird experience.
The craziest part about that experience is seeing the simulation, the math that makes up the universe. Too many people say they see the numbers that are making up this protocol when they're having that experience. You could just Google people who say DMT and they'll be like, dude, do you know how you see the matrix with them numbers
That's
all
what I'm
over the
thinking.
place?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is
And
the
so
numbers
I'm
that
not
you
sa-
see, is it 1 and 0?
It's not all
it's
ones
not
and
all
zeros.
ones and zeros.
Yep, I was
Other
seeing
alphabet.
different.
All kinds of. It's very. It's kind of hard to break down.
There's Jody binary
If
codes.
you had the experience, then it'd be better if we could have a good conversation about
But
it.
isn't that just an inward projection of us of what you see outside?
But it's kind of crazy because
Somebody
all people,
said,
multiple people on that enhancement see the same thing.
But
and the
of
same
course
types
they
of
would. I mean, the same way that because of the way that our brains is all function the same way I see light being a certain way, the same way you see light being a certain way. If I look over there and I see that cat and that cat is brown and stuff like that, you go look at the cat and see that it's brown too. So of course we're going to have the same similar effect because of the brain chemistry that we're both born with.
So what'll cause us to see numbers written on everything we look at?
Because the drug that you taking
got numbers?
No, it synthesizes your brain a certain way.
To mathematics?
To mathematics.
Or maybe to the actual reality of the universe.
No, because being that you're a God form, right? You see the universe already in mathematics
You're 18.
subliminally. Yeah. But you don't know that because you're looking at it from the conscious aspect of it. But because you are the God, you know what I'm saying, the walking actor of the universe, you automatically see the universe different than anything else. So if you cut, it's like cutting programming. Like if you know you dealing with lights and stuff like that, if I start to cut the layers off, then you're going to start to see the binary code that your brain is using to decipher what it's seeing outside itself.
And that's kind of like what it feel like, but I didn't think it was meant for me to say that my reality is not real. It was just more or less that the perception and the things that we're given to call ourselves human don't give us the full experience of what reality is on Earth. I mean, we can't see dark matter. There's so much stuff we can't see. And then if you take certain enhancers, you can see more. That's crazy. Those aren't hallucinations necessarily.
I'll give you an example, right? If you created this code, right, and your brain is deciphering everything that it sees around itself at 1,000,000 milliseconds per second or whatever, right? Then, you know what I'm saying, there's certain things in your code that you're not going to see until you basically chop yourself down. It's like one time I accidentally got some acid and I start seeing the chairs and stuff moving around in the room and shit.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's a
hallucinogen, though.
Yeah, but how can your brain, you know what I'm saying? Your brain is doing that. The chairs ain't moving around.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you 100%.
It's your mind that's doing that.
Took some or you just
see that's I've never done nothing like
story,
that.
Lord.
Right.
It's a whole different story.
Okay, all right.
I hear what you're saying. I don't necessarily disagree. I still don't think it limits the possibility that even
But I would say that when you say, if you told me like, okay, we're running on a simulation, meaning like we're going through the same code year by year, right? Then I could agree with that. You know what I'm saying? That we're in the simulation in the aspect of, you know what I'm saying, every year we're going through 2 cycles, one cycle of dark and one cycle of light. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying, during the summertime, the light is ruling, and during the wintertime, the dark is ruling. And we're constantly going through that simulation and that aspect of it, of breaking down the actual environment that we're living in into, you know what I'm saying, a systematic system. I could agree with that.
I don't disagree with that either, but I kind of like, I'll be going too far with it on some sci-fi. Like we could all be in some fetus capsules 10,000 years from now trying to experience the past to see how we got to that point. I don't want to, again, I don't want to throw nobody off, but if we start logically...
My mind be thinking like sometimes...
But let me break it down, though, because I could even lead you there, man, Captain Rod, if you were willing to do logic with me for a moment.
I'll build with you. I'll build with you.
So let's think about this. Let's just take today, and you know what an Oculus headset, VR, and all that stuff, and we're going to ask a series of questions. Do we think... Well, we know the answer to this is yes, but do we think technology will ever get to the point where the virtual simulations that we look at in those headsets will be indistinguishable from reality? That's just
they're almost already there.
And so give it the next 1,000 years. Do you think there'll ever be one to where you look like, yo, I can't tell if this is real or not? So we probably all agree that technology eventually will get to that point. You know what I'm saying?
So you saying that you want to run that in reverse?
No, I'm saying that, all right, say at the point in time when technology did get to that point where everything was they had simulations that were indistinguishable from reality. All it would take was to lock somebody in one then, because if you can't tell the difference, you feel me? All you got to do is get them somehow trapped in that reality. And if they can't tell the difference, then, for instance, at the same point in time, an Oculus headset could be as small as a contact lens, or even smaller. It could be a film over your eyes. If we're talking about how technology advances with this doubling rate, you see what I mean? And so all we're asking is a possibility that in the future that they got to a point where, let's just say, let's look at COVID and how that made us all go into the house. Imagine a bubonic plague or something so bad that we can't really interact with each other, that we have to go under medication and then go into these headsets to substantiate some type of reality. I'm just saying, if my brain could think of that, then it's already in the cosmos. And I'm not saying that that's on one of the strings of reality that might transpire, but even, and I'll hate to be jumping around like this, but even the black scientist who came up with string theory, what did he say? He said it had computer code written all through it. And then he said not any computer code, a particular type of computer code that was manifested in 1969. And so I think this overall conversation is about maybe it's just a dope sci-fi movie that we just, I know y'all seen that movie where everybody was in a capsule looking like a baby fetus, right? Well, we just didn't think, what if they was hooked up to the internet and in a fake reality experience and other things outside of that capsule. I don't want to go too far with that, you know what I mean? I know that can have people like, what? But if somebody
I think that's because that goes along with what, you know what I'm saying, to a certain extent, what I believe in as far as, you know what I'm saying, the reality that we living in is one that goes through a system that's already pre-programmed inside of nature of, you know what I'm saying, like I told you, every year we go from a system that's already pre-programmed in nature of hot and cold. That's something that's already pre-programmed. We know that when we get in December, it's going to be cold. You know what I'm saying? So that's something that's already pre-programmed in the environment that we live in. You know what I mean? So that's what you will call a simulation, because that constantly simulates itself every year. And you can go through that and synthesize that and look at it from different aspects of people's lives, people eating habits, all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look, like to add on to your, well, I see your theory more or less like you said, like a screenplay, a sci-fi, right? Or what if like when we're asleep, that's when we're offline and we're in that actual world and shit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We come back online when we wake up in this world. You know what I mean? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, because some dreams are really feeling real. Like if you have a really vivid dream that you couldn't tell if that was reality.
And you be glad to wake up because it's so fucked up. Like you had one of them bad dreams and you be glad to wake up like, woof, I'm glad
I have reoccurring dreams. What about anybody have those?
Reoccurring dreams.
Yeah, I used to have a lot of
I don't have them on a regular basis, but I've had a dream that I've had more than once.
Yeah,
bruh, I could wake up now. I mean, I'm not that good at it, but I was telling my wife I could continue dreams now. I used to couldn't do it when I was younger. Like I would wake up and want to go back to the same dream, but it'd be a different dream. You feel me?
Yeah, I had some dreams.
Now
like
I
that,
can continue dreams, bro. Like I'll wake up
go
and
back
be like,
right
that
back
was
to
good.
it.
Yeah, I'll
and
be
go
like,
back
that
to
was
sleep
good.
and feel.
And it'd be right back in that world. I'll be like, oh,
now what those
hard.
reoccurring dreams, man? What do those dreams usually consist of?
I can't even lie, blood, and I don't even want to say it on TV. It'd be white people chasing me.
What?
Since I was a kid, bruh. And the first one that happened, they was chasing my daddy, right? And he had this Cutlass 442 with some big ass wheels on the back. And in the dream, I was like sitting in the back, and they was chasing my daddy. And this is what happened in every time of the dream. There's always an escape for everybody else except me. Like people be going through this window and everybody could fit. And then when I get to the window, I'll be stuck and I would just wake up. It'd be crazy. But it happens over and over since I was a little ass kid. But the white people, as I got older, turned into authority. Now it'd be police. But when I was young, the reoccurring dream was just of some white people chasing me. I didn't know nothing. I didn't even know about racism. Like I was too young to know about that. You know what I'm saying? But it was still in my head. Like, why the fuck they? And so when I got older, like, I don't know if anybody ever experienced this, but I've been fighting these people in my dreams for hella long to where I finally broke out of the slow motion fight. Because they'd be like,
fast enough. Yeah.
You feel me? And I'll be going,
never fast enough.
They'd just be wailing on me.
Also, you can also look at time as a symbol.
Or you can never get that clear shot. You never get that good shot. You just missing. You know,
Mine's be going slow motion. Mine's be slow motion, bro. It just be like, I'm going like 60 frames a second. You know what I'm saying? They going like 24p or whatever. Anyway, but one time I was in my dream like, this ain't about to happen. It was 2 black cops and the 1 white cop. They was out to straight murk me, bro. Like, I mean, it happened twice. And I thought I got in trouble because I smoked them fools. Like, I was like, oh, it worked. And I woke up like I'm about to go to jail. Like, oh, you feel me? That's how real that stuff be sometimes. And I know we talking about different stuff, but there's a lot of people. I guarantee you there's people in the chat like, man, that be happening to me.
Yeah, like, they say, I saw somebody say it's slow punches, slow motion. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there. What about sleep paralysis? Sleep paralysis.
I've experienced that a lot.
But when I was younger,
somebody's got a witch on your back.
Yeah, they
That's
call
scary,
it the witch. Yeah. It's real
And
stuff.
let me ask y'all about sleep paralysis. When you experience sleep paralysis, what conscious state was you in your brain? Was you still in the dream? Did you wake up but you couldn't move your body and you was out the dream?
You wake up and you can't move. You could breathe and you start breathing heavier, but you can't move a single muscle.
Oh, but that's nothing but mojito on you.
Yeah.
No,
how did y'all snap out of it?
I usually can't move during the dream, but I'll wake up in a panic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He said he can't move during the dream. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you saying like you'll be paused in the dream, all the way frozen?
Can't move. Like you said, paralyzed. Like can't move in the dream.
You can't, like your hands is in your pocket and you're trying to move it outward.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's
exactly.
What all that be meaning, bro?
It's meaning.
You're trapped in between 2 worlds.
Yeah.
You're trapped in
Your mind
between
wakes up, but your body doesn't.
Your body is still in that world.
You know what I call it? I call it duality in the dream realm, because some of your dreams be good and some of your dreams be bad. And you're just going through the same pattern in that reality that you're going through in this reality.
I know. I started to, as I fall asleep, I'll be telling myself, I don't want no bad dream tonight. And that still be working too sometimes. Like you kind of got to program yourself. You can't just go willy-nilly to sleep. You got to tell your body your intentions too a little bit. If you just fall asleep, and then you might just be leaving it up to the cosmos to put something in your head. But you could be like, I'm about to sleep and I'm about to think about this as it'd be working for me at least.
I try not to eat like nothing real heavy too before I go to sleep, because I believe like your metabolism working. I think everything going, your brain going, your metabolism working. I think that might contribute to having dreams at night.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But you don't want no big bean burritos right before bed. You know what I'm saying?
But how
I
was
that because I don't want to wake up shitting.
Exactly.
How I was running from somebody and woke up with my heart beating though. That ever happened to y'all? You feel me?
It's so deep. It's so deep.
Had to happen before.
Because that's you. That's actually
it gotta
your body.
be you.
And you're in 2 states at one time. That's kind of crazy because you see yourself, but you're looking at yourself inside your mind or outside the mind. But you're looking at yourself, and that's the duality state. And you wake up.
Have you ever seen people while they're dreaming? Like they'll be moving, and they'll be like, you know what I mean? Like they'll be actually doing it. You know what I mean?
I've seen a dog do that before too.
Dogs do that all
sitting there, and then next thing you know, just took off.
They be barking that little sleep bark.
Like, damn, where the fuck you trying to go?
Yeah, the dog
dream, man.
Just
took off in his dream. Just bam, was gone. I was like, shit.
It was sleep. Why was he just took off?
You know, dogs lay on their side, and then all of a sudden you see them doing this.
Somebody said astral projection.
It was just like. trying to go somewhere.
Yeah. You can see
like,
him
damn,
driving.
what the fuck wrong with that dog?
Hey, look, y'all ain't never woke up punching before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You woke up and be like, get up off me, boy.
Yeah.
My wife be like, what's the matter with you?
My ex punched me in the back as we were sleeping. And I woke up like, why'd you punch me in the back? She says, I had a dream you were cheating.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm asleep, I'm asleep, and I woke up like, God.
That was domestic abuse.
Yeah, that
I
was
was like,
domestic
what the hell?
abuse. Hey, look, AD got a lot of people taking a lot of cheap shots on you, man.
She got it right
Cold
back.
cheap shots. You know what I'm saying?
Good old fashioned.
Shit wasn't fair.
Yeah, that was a cheap shot.
Middle of the night.
Right in the back while you sleep. Bang.
Well, you can start off subtle with
She was daydreaming.
Wide awake.
Wide awake. Bang.
So y'all deal with people who read dreams and stuff, or y'all think that's pseudo, or do y'all? How y'all?
No, that's a real thing.
I think we're all open to interpretation.
Well, you had lucid dreams, and then you had you have different type. You had wet dreams.
Yeah. Let me ask you though,
that's real. Wet dreams are real. They happen when you're young. They call it succubus.
Dream? What's a lucid dream? I hear different people saying that.
Well, let's look up the definition.
Lucid.
Yeah, I know.
We'll go through it slow. And that's why I like to do it. So
I know what it is. It's a dream that's like really clear
Vivid,
as hell.
yeah,
like
vivid.
very vivid.
Oh, it'd be like reality.
It could be your version of it, but it's clear. Is clear as day.
But I've had lucid dreams where I'm just floating, and it's the most amazing
Is that
feeling.
the best flying?
Yeah, but you're just
my
like
God.
you're weightless. You don't feel any body on
Flying's
yourself.
the
You're
best.
just
Flying.
you feel like you're a spirit.
What about the superpower of flying in
That's
your
the
dreams?
best.
Have you learned that power?
That's
It took me years to do that, bro.
You have to know that you're dreaming for it.
I don't think I've ever flown in a dream.
Oh, you got
to do that tonight,
You
bro.
got to do that. That's the best. That's the greatest
like,
feeling.
I'm flying tonight.
Yeah.
The dreams that I remember, I'm usually running from the law, like Son said. You know what I mean? Like I done something.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. What's up with that, bro?
Well, go up the stairs. When you run in your dream, you got to take it to the stairs, go up to the top roof, and just jump off, and you'll float.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm scared to do that.
Yeah.
The way I do it, I gotta hold my shit like this, and then I start floating.
There you
like,
go.
and then I could, but when I was a little kid, I couldn't do it that good. I'd be falling back to the ground.
Right.
But now in my dreams, like I'm like a superhero. I'd be like, what? And they'd be like, that fool just blasted off.
Right, yeah.
It's
That's
not at
the
like
best
Superman. It's not like Superman speed. You be going slow like a butterfly or something. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Like
I know
almost
flying,
like it's almost like you just floating. Just take off.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But
I'll get dreams of getting shot, but then I'll just respawn and realize that I'm playing too much Call of Duty.
You lying.
I've been playing Call of Duty before bed, and it's like,
You made that up, bro. You ain't never
I play Call of Duty.
But do you
feel the pain
respawn
when you
in
get
dreams?
No,
though?
it's like bam, I got shot, and then I just respawn like I'm in the game.
He made that up, bro.
No, that's true. Hey, do you play Call of Duty?
You hard if you can respawn in a dream, bro.
It's
I'm telling you.
But my mind thinks I'm playing a video game again.
That's the hard. I'd probably die. No disrespect.
I don't think I've ever died in my dreams. I think
I
that's
got
like
shot
at the
before
point. That's the
in my
point I
dream.
wake up.
I just respawn.
Yeah, I
Two
wake
more
up.
lives left.
That's
Yeah,
the point
exactly.
when something traumatic happens to me in my dreams, that's the point where I usually wake up.
Yeah.
He say he don't wake up. He just respawn. That's even better, bro. I mean, that's crazy. If you respawn,
I'm
You don't
shooting.
wake up. You just respawn.
Respawn like
He
it's a
make that
game
up.
though,
He
because
make that
I
up.
play
He
Call
make
of
that up.
Duty.
Right.
So like in the dream, it's like I'm dead, but it's like, oh, here I am. I respawn because I die so much in the game. I'm so used to it.
So you got extra men.
Yeah. So
So you
basically,
like
I'm just
to do
dreaming about playing the game. Basically,
Wow,
that's all it's basically.
I'm gonna try that tonight. Oh, you know what I did do though? Bro. I was so on SOCOM 2 for like a month straight, and like back in the day, y'all know that's the Call of Duty before Call of Duty came out.
The original.
Bruh.
The original.
This dude was looking at my car outside my house, and my brain straight. It had a glitch. I thought I was on Call of Duty.
Yes.
Blood, I was playing for like a month straight, and I looked out the window, immediately grabbed my chop, and ran out there like still on Call of Duty.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I put this on everything. I got into trouble in the hood for that because that was my neighbor partner. But I was on my Call of Duty. He was really looking through my car,
Right.
so I did what I was supposed to do.
Yeah.
But that ain't my character. I would have never done that had I had not been playing Soulcom.
Yeah.
I had an SKS sitting right there. Man, I grabbed that motherfucking thing. I went outside. I was holding it down low. And he started calling me hella BANs. He was like, BAN?
Try
You
to
know
call
what I'm
back
saying?
Yeah.
And I said, what? I put that thing on my shoulder. Oh, you should have heard him. He was like, I'm Quan, cousin. I'm Quan, cousin. I ain't gonna never forget that. But it's the opposite of what my brother just said. He said he would respawn in his dreams. I say in real life, I didn't get enough sleep and thought I was dreaming or something.
Yeah.
I told myself after that. But the story, this is the cold part, because I ain't never been gangster, but I was living in one of the roughest neighborhoods at that time when I did that. And the story in the hood got me some type of credit. But I wasn't trying to get no credit, but they wouldn't come smash on me because they had said that dude had did everything wrong anyway. They was like, well, you was looking through his car, right? You was all up his driveway. So nobody came to smash on me. But the cold part, it was a nerd experience that I got street cred for.
That's crazy.
See the 7 on the hat, nigga?
Yo, LT, try to call back if you still there. He said he had a lucid dream all the time. And he tried to call in. Shout out to him. You still there? All right, so we're going to move on to the music. Yeah, let's move on to the music. You can hang out with us. We judge the music at this point.
It's good, and I appreciate y'all for having me. I am going to be here, but I'm going to close my screen out, so if he bring me down off the top, y'all know I'm still around, but I'm just going to let you do your thing. Appreciate y'all.
Let's send them off with flowers, man. Let's give them a cheers, man.
Yes.
Yep. The great casual.
Awesome build, yo.
Where we at? Yeah. All right, so
Let's go.
hey D, let's hear that. Let's hear that intro.
All right, so now we're going to move on to the segment where we play tracks that have been submitted for the song promotion segment. So these are tracks that have been submitted from up-and-coming artists and beat makers. So we're going to get right to it right now. Today we've got about 5 to go through. The first one was submitted by Black Sunshine, the producer, presenting...
Yeah, from UK.
Okay.
The
brothers, yeah.
He's presenting an artist named Fuck Money.
Okay. I like it already.
Fuck Money Syndrome.
Okay.
And here we go.
Well, no.
The track is called FMS Starring the Baghead. Staring the Baghead. Here we go. It's an MP3.
His hands, a devil greatest trick. Those dirty little notes with lies etched in print. They grease all palms and spin all wheels. Open any door depending how much you wield. Yield to her majesty as filthy as she is, because so many grubby hands have rubbed up that bitch. Gives a shit if that thing carries disease. Hypnotize for what you want and fucked for what you need. Game funny when it needs to be stretched. Hand to mouth living just does not make sense. Stretched out further only leads to stress. You should remember that this is a flawed concept. Depressed human beings brought in this process, made parts of a system that does not make sense. Rules cruel, never enough of that shit. A sleight of hand as is gone like a magic trick. Think of all the things that you need to have, and think of one other way that you can access that. You can't. It's just a true cruel ruler. Not even real, but still niggas shoot you. One and another, we're all being smothered. Cain slain Abel, murdered by Big Brother. Simply put, I've had enough for all of this. I told you before, they are the devil's paper slips. Those who play games with the world's real masters will ride the ferry into waves of disaster. Smash against the rocks, dashed out to sea. And this is what was chosen by those before me. Why choose a life where everything has a price? You can think this is real, you'll believe in a lie. We're all so blind from the wall on our eyes. It's not hard to figure what man struggles in the night. And you laughed at the preacher.
And you wonder why do people only think of making? Because they can buy any car, any house, pay off people, you know what I mean? Money is a symbol, and it can get you anything you want. But if you study Kemet oriented. Not because they're bad or greedy, because gives them what they want, and without it they can't have what they want. Is that real clear? It's rewarding to people. Now, if helping people is rewarding you instead of that's different. But you'll be abused by it. You'll have to drive a car that breaks down because you don't have to buy a car that doesn't break down. A brand new Mercedes will last longer than the average car. But you can't afford that. Now, if you use magnet.
Cool. I like the Beastie Boy vibe.
Yeah, I like the beat. That's what I'm gonna say. It sound like Ad Rock and Slick Rick had a baby.
That's fine.
I would have probably added a little more reverb, just a touch to the vocals, just so it had that Beastie Boy vibe, because they had a little bit of reverb in the Beastie Boy versions, but that was still cool. I liked it.
I fucks with it. I like it.
Everything about it was dope.
I thought it was dope too.
All right, let's go. Keep it moving. Next on, I almost said next on stage.
Give him a taste.
Oh my god!
Give him a taste.
Sorry, it's Thursday.
I got AD. The next on stage coming up right now is the lovely Lola.
Oh, you killed it. Yeah, that was good. That was good right there.
I thought I had it down. I thought man, Kevin got me beat.
Let me hear yours, fool.
Coming down, we have Lola.
That was strange, weird. She might not even come to
Yeah, so just look at you. That's happened before.
It's almost like you killed the DJ and just came. That was good though. That was cool.
It's all right. Man, Kevin Raw got it down.
Lola.
You know
that was creepy. Yeah. Go ahead. Let's go. Move on.
All right, next one. Marco Dupa. He has a track here called 100,000. Let's go.
Money, it's about sending a message. Everything burns.
I don't give a fuck if I make 100,000. I don't wanna talk money cause the show ain't about it. It's the type of shit people talk about forever. And if I never die then I'll be rich forever. I don't give a fuck if I make 100,000. I don't wanna talk money cause the show ain't about it. It's the type of shit people talk about forever. And if I never die, then I'll be rich forever. Tell me to get him, just say when. Out the gate like a cage man. Every time that I drop, you gon' treat it like a monumentous occasion. Run to the block and tell them niggas about that new sensation. Every nigga that think they on the top is where I'm aiming. Amazing, amazing. Yes, I'm so amazing. Bless this mic and feel the touch of God when I say amen. Raise my fist even though my face don't match all of my race, man. And I don't give a flying 747. Fuck if them niggas hatin'. Never let my crown fall. No bitch gon' be my downfall. My family's who I'm down for. They the only ones I lay down for. And if I'm in it, I win it. I give these women a mouthful. If they need me to kick out, I give these kitties a house full. Dope to the ceiling. Hope is a feeling. This is only for niggas that stay around. So doubtful, doubt will get a nigga in about and out. Cold cloud ain't really nothing when you down and out though. Hound and outpost, kill squad and bounce though. Pound for pound flows, kill a clown and route through a smackdown. You whacking out, what sounds gross. Living, eat, fit in and out, my sound grows. Dead on my feet, I don't bow to my foes. Heavy as a head, that's where my crown goes. I don't give a fuck if I make 100,000. I don't wanna talk money cause the show ain't about it. It's the type of shit people talk about forever. And if I never die then I'll be rich forever. I don't give a fuck if I make 100,000. I don't wanna talk money cause the show ain't about it. It's the type of shit people talk about forever. And if I never die, then I'll be rich forever. My family near me, that's peace and love. I'll die for mine, that ain't even a bluff. You can try your luck if you're feeling frost. You can step on up.
All right, give it up. That is Marco Dupa from Orlando. 100,000.
Nice.
That was nice.
I like that.
Yeah, I agree. I like it.
Nothing to front on.
Fresh, super dope.
Yeah.
Nice. Good submission. Coming up next, we've got DJ Aurora Borealis.
Oh, yeah.
This track is called New York Giant.
Hey.
D5-4 from I'm young, dumb, I'm full of Boreal. Where the f you from? D5-4 from I'm young, dumb, I'm full of Boreal. Where the you from? I yo's the New York Giants, the scientists, the geologists, the pharmacists, philanthropists. We pop slugs every time that you make us piss with that whack rap. You ought to get clapped, or to get pimp slapped. Don't make a snap, you might just get killed. Your blood spilt, running like the Nile River. When we deliver, your career's over. It's the Passover, your folklores is the adventures of Huckleberry Finn. You should throw your raps in the trash bin. Just a suggestion, my son that's only one don't even like it. He usually bang when it's a good song on. He only one, he understand it. It don't take a rocket scientist, a brain surgeon. You're oblique threatening the game, like the safety of the president. By the knuckleheaded secret service agents, participants. The USA government ordered their squad. You and ban you from ever writing another rap again. It's a small world after all for you. When the New York Giants performing the function. V5 from them young dumb full of Boreal. Where the you from? V5 from them young dumb full of Boreal. Where the you from? And yo, home of the Empire State, New York, my state, right now, city that never sleep. Up, play fast, bash, pass, bait. Talented on Marcus Garvey statue of liberty. 3,000 degree torch in the vicinity. SG, REEKGOD. Zeus ready to cut the line of tree. Up Prometheus amongst us, like the Holy Trinity. Vanity, falling your calamity. The verse from out decay, like the nativity. Or the shroud of Turan, house of the portal. And the flash of light, arts under heavenly. Nobody, 2
So yeah, man. I think you're sitting on something. I think you got something here. If you send me the stems, let me just show you something that we could do. It's an option.
I like it too.
Turn the snares up. I want to drop the sample down and add the.
There's a haunted ice cream truck. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm
just
saying?
roll through the
Boreal.
Yeah.
I like the way. I like
That's all
the
it needs.
style. I like the way he came off on that John. The way he's spitting bars on.
You
it.
got something there.
The rhymes.
You definitely got something there, man.
Rhymes.
Just send me the stems. Let me mix it. It's gonna be free. You know what I mean? It's just an option. If you like it, cool. If you don't, you just throw it away. But I think you got something.
It was cool. Some of the verse sound like it was coming off the top of the head though, but I mean it was cool.
Yeah, I like the joint.
Keep it up, Roy Borealis.
Boreal.
Mm-hmm.
New York Giant.
So the next one here is none other than Voltage Controller.
Oh, of course.
Y'all already
Here,
know.
you still here, Cass?
Here we go. Ghetto Gandalf.
Voltage Controller.
He always has an intro. You notice that?
Boom bap, yo.
Love that snare.
Fire.
kind of want to hear more kick drum. But snare's perfect. I think the snare's great. I feel like the bass drum is getting lost. But that could be an EQ thing. You can just... Alright, that was called Smoke Rings Around Saturn.
Wow.
A boom bap octatrack.
Nice. That's a fire name too.
Yeah,
that was tight.
That was tight.
Very cool.
Really good. He never fails us.
Yep.
Every time he comes through, he's always fire.
Yeah. That was hard. Yeah, I could see that on Adult Swim.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Are you ready for the grand finale?
Zodiac.
Yeah.
Is Phoenix with him?
This one is Zodiac
featuring
Kill Ripkin.
Okay.
From PR and NY. It's called So Much More. MOOR.
Oh, you already gave him. Let's get our minds right.
Yep, let's go.
Return of the Jedi's, the force so relentless. Control my appetite, it's all
shout out to Gavin.
Never a medium, at fault is the medium.
Peace.
I don't even watch
Australia.
the news. Life's a mystery, but y'all don't even watch the clues. Lost in ancient times, thinking line with Sirius light illuminates my spine.
Curse on Moors.
Didn't start like that, right?
Were it not for their ungodly ways, Master Robin would never have left. What manner of name is Hazine? Irish? Cornish?
Moorish.
In this episode, we explore the rich architectural legacy of the Moors, the dynasties that built an empire, and what they left behind.
It's like we the only ones in the world that got new fake identity. Every 20 years, it'll be so much more than that.
So much more.
You know? It's a damn shame they'd rather be brand names than be the Lord of all worlds.
You know? The Guardian.
Immortals.
Come on.
Gods of the universe.
Let me tell you what it means to me, though.
Islam noble.
Listen. You can always catch me on my square, like Madison, time traveling, rapping the consecrated talisman. My auditorium is the kingdom of Admorium. It's many more worlds, so the more keep exploring them. Everywhere I look suggests I'm home. Watching foreigners stress the throne. Every tongue must confess his own. Mighty Muslim of the most benevolent. Honor my blood and deeds, a daily regimen. New Testament, I'm heaven sent. From a perfect mind and sound temple. My native tongue make it sound simple. 2 on the right, 5 on the left, that's completion. With features of a Moorish Phoenician, Hannibal Bay. I channel and pray. We make this world a better place. Peaceful habitat. Upright, independent, and fearless. I'd rather that. Matter of fact, principles and standards of Moorish dynasties merge with mixed love with piety. Moving is one, never binary. Never mix in public with privacy. Life is much more than what the eye can see. More than entertainment and glamour. Killing our own, aiming the hammer. Glorified on the camera. Same ones who took your rights, you can't trust them. I refrain and proclaim my own rights and customs. Some chose to fall asleep, the nightmares are destruction. So in the hood, freedom's the discussion. They label us falsely. See, that's where you lost me. I do it for the subline and lofty. Peace. Peace.
Yeah, there's so much more. This one's for the fam that I show love for. 7 fingers on my hand that I hold up more. We the light of the world that is oh so pure. Yeah, there's so much more. This one's for the fam that I show love for. 7 fingers on my hand that I hold up more. We the light of the world that is oh so pure. Alamo and condos, my bitch is more than just a gorgeous condo. Praying that the wars ain't hollow, giving mates the thoughts to follow. Gotta quote me Don Quixote in the Morris novel. Hard than I be flyable, feathers pouring out of your ensemble. I had to do it, they got their tassels and had to glue it. It's magic music, I'm driven but only travel to it. I seen the portrait of a noble on the path and drew it. I've been to war before with dragons in my past and slew it. I mean slated, I live it, could be the hatred, manifest our own reality. Hear me cause we created it.
but I ain't gotta brag. If you ain't got the proper tag, study books until they all red like the Moroccan flag. Knowledge be a shopping bag, plus it's on from copper rags. This is essence, stories, breaths alone, $1 to grab. And this one's for all the scholars in the lab, trying to conquer this jihad. Here's some confidence to grab. Schooling policy and courses, there's no honor in they badge. Praise the prophets that we had, make the colonists go mad. Trying to usher in a new age, but they got it bad. Like Christians double crosses, like we rock a lot of plaid. When I write, I've been launching helicopters from my past to propel us overzealous. Think this knowledge is a fad. Every obstacle we slashing them like dollar store prices. Being pro-black left a lot of Moors lifeless. They ain't got the floor like this, so I swept them off their feet. Quickly left them with no teeth when they try to mow or bite this essence of a chic that is oh so pure. If you black, then you lack. We are so much more.
Yo, I'm gonna say this. Carl Zodiac, yo. Yo, you're a beautiful huh?
First, it's a first.
Yeah, he's dope.
Yo, I played in the
Your
whip.
first time?
I played in the whip. I played in the whip.
That's in the whip. That's in the whip.
I played in the whip.
That's in the whip. Y'all heard it. It's
Played in
official.
the whip. That's 5 thumbs, baby.
Yo,
5 mics.
I ain't heard nothing yet.
You get 9.
Kind of came out with I wasn't playing my whip. Though.
Yo, he's a regular.
You get 9 mics, Kyle Zodiac.
He's
Kyle been doing this thing, yo. He's,
Yo,
9 to the 9th power.
That
9.
gets, that gets played in the whip, son.
he's inside the oyster. He's inside
Yeah,
the
he's
oyster, yo. Some things is just like oyster worthy. So it's like you open them up and you got
pearl.
Yeah, exactly. That was so beautiful. And the other MC that was on there.
He's dope too.
Goodness.
Kill Ripkin.
Kill Ripkin.
Okay.
Kai has bought.
Shout out to Kill Ripkin.
He's bought energy to the podcraft with that music. And the people that he brought on, oh man, Ty Phoenix, Kill Rick, oh man.
Ty Phoenix, Kill
Fire.
Rick, man. Dope MCs.
Fire.
He knows who to
Real
collab
nice.
with.
Yeah.
That's why he's working with Priest now too.
Yo. Yeah, you said, you know when Vine be like, yo, that's it. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Big up to
If you guys are interested in submitting tracks for the next episode, song promotion segment, the address is in the description, killerpriest.tv/song promo. All the info is there. You have your choice of playing in 1.5 minutes or 3 minutes of your track. And it's just, some good promotion. And we also suggest you can also take a clip from this actual podcast and put it on your Instagram. So now you're totally marketing it out, Right. It's good exposure. And that's that.
JJ said it's not the whip, it's in the spaceship. That was
Like that.
That's a flow right there.
Yes, indeed.
You know when I smile, it's like, yo.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Yo,
We
hip hop
lost.
is alive.
We lost Casual.
It's all right. Yo, shout out to Casual for coming through.
No doubt.
Dropping them bombs.
No jizzle.
That was a dope bill.
That was a great bill.
Yeah.
It was a great bill.
Love would be built on the Nubians, man, in that aspect.
Yeah, he went in. I felt like I had the flashlight on the helmet. Walking
Got
down.
me ready to go and study some of them symbols,
Yeah, the tombs going in.
Ain't
there.
nothing like being able to read your shit yourself, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Secondhand, I always say that.
Yeah.
Secondhand, they can say anything. Oh, look, that's I figured that out. That's
Lost
You
in
sure? Yeah, I'm sure.
Lost in translation.
Yeah, that's what
Nothing's
it
lost
is.
in translation when you translating it yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Don't be scared to do it either. See, I give Casual props and brothers, sisters. I give them props when they're not scared to take on those. You know what I mean? The farmers wasn't scared of that rain. You know what I'm saying? He went out there in that atmosphere due to no weather. It doesn't make him a difference. He's a warrior because he goes out there, he understands until he starts to read the galaxy himself and knows when the rain is coming. Then he's in tune with the seasons. So then he starts going into his seeds. Then he knows what seeds because he's out there and he's like battling, but he becomes the master of what he do. And then he's given that title, the farmer.
Studying
He
the
plants.
heavens, you know?
And by his knowledge, everyone eats. It's a community now.
Yo, son's knowledge was found in translation. Instead
go.
of lost in translation,
Now it's
he's found in
yeah,
translation.
I like that. Like that. Now it's found in translation. Yo, so check it out, y'all. Monday it's going to be on. Lord Jamal will be in the building.
Okay.
Peace to the gods. He's going to prove that the earth is. Look, AD, don't explode.
I ain't saying nothing.
I know it's your time. I said, I told you all.
I don't need time. I'm good. Y'all just do your thing.
Right.
I ain't gonna say
He said he's going to what?
I'm
He's
telling
going
you.
to prove that the earth is.
He said he's going to prove that the earth is flat? Okay.
I like this. It's been a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's peace.
Let's step into the arena.
Yeah. We're going to let him build, though. Let him get it off. And that's peace. You know what I mean? He wants all the gods to call in, whatever. He dares them to challenge him.
I dare thou.
Yeah. And with that, I'm gonna say peace. We can go all the way down. Start with Divine.
Peace,
all the way up
peace,
there.
peace to all the gods and earths out there.
Peace, peace.
Indeed. See y'all next time.
Peace.
Indeed, peace. And make sure you guys like and subscribe. We almost at 50,000. So, again, like and subscribe, please. Rasulullah 7 signing out.
The bill as well.
Peace, yo. Check me out, man. Go on my IG, man. Keppra the Great. Check out my webpage, Jewels from the Throne. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the brother out there, Jason Kirkland. You know what I'm saying? With a Persian Masil. You know what I'm saying? He keeping it in the whip. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you're putting his family first, yo. You know what I'm saying? Protecting himself. Go on my page, yo. Go check out King's Arm on the joint and get you some.
Remember, love, light to everyone, man. Thank you. We'll be back. We might be back Saturday. I don't know because everything got thrown off. But we might be back on the Podcraft Saturday. But we definitely gonna be here Monday. So we're gonna make it We're gonna make it stretch out. We're almost to 50K. So we're gonna celebrate. Shout out to everybody. We got a last man corner.
Hey, we should do a giveaway on the 50K, yo.
Oh, definitely something. Yeah, something. I'll play some exclusive for him too.
Yeah. We get the 50K, yo. I'm gonna throw somebody something, yo.
They should get an exclusive album or something.
Definitely. Definitely.
Autograph.
Set that up. All right, y'all.
Peace out.
So AD. Oh, wait a minute. Gotta let him say peace. Peace. Mighty Hebrew, where have you been? Where art thou? Yo.
Studio working on my new album. I'm in the studio right now working on my second album.
Okay. Always working, always building. You want to say anything? Because we want to get out of here. We've been in here building the whole time.
I seen you had Jonathan Owens on there casual.
Yep. Mighty Hebrew is in the building.
Right there.
All right.
You already know. Listen.
Okay.
I was listening to all the lyrics that y'all was throwing out, man. That brother always impressed me, man. The last brother y'all just had on there.
Kodak.
Always impressed me.
Zodiac.
But whenever you have time, Priest, I got a sneak peek for you on the newest album, Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon. Exclusive on Killer Priest Podcast. Whenever you're ready, you'll be the first one to get the sneak peek.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll try to get look at Mahito. I've never seen Mahito like that. He turned into a cat family. He's like, you didn't see me. I didn't do anything. Yo, thanks for God.
With Rasul, Menkepara,
Chilling. Peace.
Tahuti. One more thing. I know y'all watched that Tahuti. Me and Tahuti had a nice discussion this past weekend. I know you've seen it, Priest.
Yes, seen it. I see.
You kind of backed him up against the wall a little bit.
Where can they watch that?
They can watch that on
Tahuti's channel.
Tahuti page.
It's called Tahuti Brown.
Okay.
Yeah, type in Tahuti Brown. Y'all want to see that?
I told Tahuti not to sleep on me. I told him.
Yeah. Yo, I'm about to get out of here, brother. Yo, one love, man. Yo, thanks for calling up. But I'm about to vanish.
You already know. All right, now, shalom.
All right, shalom.
Peace.
All right, one. Peace. All right, family. AD. Yeah, you already landed the plane. Hold on, man. You already landed.
Let's go.
Yeah, we got to go visit him one day. No, I heard he passed away.
Who that?
The cry guy.
Rocky?
Yeah, that's what Coach Conductor said since he passed away.
Oh yeah, peace to
the greatest cry ever. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all next time.
All right, peace.
All right.
Zip line over mankind, preaching the sound.
Here's a microscope. Beneath this lens, show real life I wrote. From all my sins to my righteous quotes, I look within and realize there's hope. I begin to cringe, struck by lightning bolts. From outer realms, I saw Michael's bow. The angel ascend just like a ghost. I begin to cleanse, speak under the Bible's oath. And when I end, how many mics I broke? Begin to live the words Christ has spoke. The loosen the friends desired most. To have what's mine, they chance to shine. They blast that nine, that glass of wine. They handed me insanity, vanity, families, and humanity. Stand with me through the calamities. The dark skies have electric fields. See the will within will, impregnable skills. Thousands of volts from pulse lasers. Non-linear optics behind quasars. Within the triple stages of darkness and black stars. Around the universal cosmic, lost NASA. Somewhere there you find my raps, but only half bars. We gave the devil his time, now rebelling in mind. The ghetto's designed to keep us sleepers. The Grim Reaper meters, poor education, explore revelation. War of the nations, claw the pagans. Washington, Washington. See the mission through man-made religion and the floor of Mason. Shout, 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 shout. Live, 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 live. Love, 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 love. God's time, God's time, God's time, God's time, God's time. The money and wealth get ugly itself. The hungry I felt with nothing to feed me. Streets would mislead me, where the eyes are greedy. I vibe on CDs, there's lies on TVs. The chorus of justice amidst no expectation, no interpretation. I'm cold with vexation. My soul is a wreck waiting, recreation. With mind and spirit combined is fearless. It's time we hear this, mind is sheer bliss. For being rebellious, overzealous, or too jealous, make us failures. Mistakes from elders, from being careless. God help us. Satan held us for decades. Time to cross over to the next phase. The atheist is amazed at this. Awaketh thou sluggard, while covered thy brother. Consider the ant that gives to the plant gives to them. So be it to all men. To all men. Here comes the shout, 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 shout. Live, 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 live. Love, 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 love. God's time, God's time, God's time, God's time, God's time. The devil trembles when he knows the body's the temple and God is in you. It's hard to continue when it's hard to offend you. He stars and set traps to have you set back. The last round in this death match, so strengthen where you're best at. I promise you won't regret that. Was I regarded as Job, or should I take the carpenter's role? It's dark in this hole, that's as far as it goes. Harps of gold, impossible. Potters of rose, remarkable soul. The resistance, instincts, intakes of poisons. The devil's enjoyment is so annoying. Exploiting, morally destroying. Around the flag, the serpent's calling. My spirit's boiling, it's simple. If we sin, don't do it again. Ask for forgiveness, these privilege. Save us from max in their prison. Attraction to wisdom, not this plastic system. The faction, we victims. The aspen is venom. Relax and it's your ending. Families deprived of their lives. The archives, lost tribe, pork rinds. But it's a new era, a new beginning, a new ending, a new time. Only a few inches, we're getting closer. You choose, you make a decision. No collision, turn off the television. The hell in women eyes and males, we like we felt the mission. It's disciplined, militants, no tolerance for the ignorance. We live again, refuse to lose. Spark minds is God time. Every barn is lined, the stars align. Turn on the searchlight, see we the owners of the birthright. Reverse the curse like we sold the drugs that's owed to us. Let's get what's owed to us, what's really owed to us. We bust the guns when we was young. Now it's change, a higher plane. The sky's in my range, the third I have wings. Shout, 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 shout. Live, 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 live. Love, 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 love.